Foxy here with a pretty cool surprise for you, depending on how you take it. So, from what I heard earlier this weekend, I think it was around Sunday, when I was trying to do stuff for YouTube, one of the player Killer Clan guys came to me and said, look, we got this whole mountain of best of one games that you didn't even get to see because either A, they were never posted to Discord when you were here, or yeah, something happened and I never received them. So what they told me is, they said, hey, before you resume casting this tournament, try to get some of those best of one games in so the whole world can see them. Because they said, so far I've supposedly done up to like 87 of them, which is a pretty good number. But they said there's like 107 that you haven't done yet. I'm like, whoa, 107? Really? That's more than the stack that I've done. I'm like, wow. I was like, that's insane, man. But they said, oh, you've done such a great job with this tournament so far, and you've actually casted about 98% of the series for this tournament that is appearing on their YouTube channel right now, PK Clan. Because apparently what they've been doing to like help out the channel on their end has been taking my streams in the matches that I've like casted on the stream, and they've been able to move it over to their channel as individual videos, so people don't have to watch my whole stream to sort of scroll through it. They can actually see them as individual videos with all the editing from their channel. So that's been a pretty nifty thing for people that don't have a lot of time to be able to come and watch these series that I've done and hear my beautiful voice. So I'm very honored that they love my voice so much. They want me to actually do more games for you before we even go on to the round of 32 ones that we picked up last night. So that's great. So yeah, here we are. All I'm doing now is going to basically just share the stream with a couple of Discord servers, and then we can start. Yeah. So yeah, how do you feel about seeing more PK Clan tournament matches, more than you even knew that we were going to get? Yeah, because you thought we were still on the round of 32, but apparently we're going to, like I think I told you last night, my plan is to do that on the weekend, because we don't have a ton of games left. We only have about, I think, like five series, maybe 6. Not a whole lot. Because 2 of them came in today. The Unger series and then the Aliug series. So those ones still need to be... No, it's Ungers and the Diaroga series, yeah. That's what I said on my channel today. So yeah, those ones will be done on the weekend, because there's not enough matches between all those series to justify like a 6-7 hour stream. Can get done on either 1 or 2 nights, depending on what my schedule is. So yeah, that should be pretty easy to do. But yeah, it's been pretty wonderful covering all these games for you, and I plan on doing them all. If the PK Clan finds any other recordings that I missed that they would love me to do, I'll happily do those as well. You know, this has been a really nice event. I think it's been the first, like, giant, muy grande AW3D tournament that I've covered on my channel. Everything up to this point has just been Wars of Liberty tournaments for the most part, and little things here and there for House of the Train Post, but this is a huge event that has all the big names in it, so it's definitely been quite the experience. Getting to see what all these players are about, how skilled they are, and yeah, basically pulling it off, yeah. So it's been quite good. Yeah, I'm almost done with the stream sharing. Just give me a few more, like a minute or 2 more. Maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 the most. But yeah, other than that, we're doing great, you know, on schedule tonight, I think. What I had to do today, which was pretty insane, I actually had to go through all the recordings that I already owned. I had to download all the files in that form that they had there, right? And I had to go through a spreadsheet that they made to say which ones were done, and I had to like delete them off my machine, the ones that were already done, and had to go through that housekeeping process to make sure that all the games we do tonight, or at least 99% of them, in case one slips in, are all new. Yeah, so that's good. you'll know that you'll be getting only good new stuff tonight and not looking at the same stuff we've seen over the past few weeks, which is the good news. Yeah. And then after that's done, we can resume with the rest of round of 32 this weekend. And probably next week we'll begin the round of 16. Yeah. That one I would assume we can get done in one night. Because at that point, I can't recall, is it a best out of 3 or best out of 5? I don't know if it's a best out of 3 or best out of 5. If it's a best out of 5 and they all go to like 5 games, that might be an issue, but if it's still best out of 3 or whatever, I think we can fit it in. We can fit it in for a whole day. Yeah, that's what I think. But yeah, no, this has been a great event, so definitely support these players and the wonderful matches they did, the stuff they brought us here. You know, they all had very different schedules, and they had to really organize and discuss it on the forum about, I'm going to do this then and do this there. So, yeah, everybody's done a great job at making sure they get all their games done. I know, particularly in my bracket, we had some problems with some players, learning the software and stuff, and it was a bit tricky. But in the end, they figured it out, and everything was nice in the end. So, overall, things worked out pretty good. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. Alright, so now I'm going to just go through the rest of these Discord servers for the sharing, and then we can begin. We can begin right away. Very, very good. Yeah, I looked at the list, and you can see it there right now on the screen. It's a pretty big list. Like, whoa, wow. That's scary. That's a big, scary list. But I'll do them all. If the Player Killer Clan wants me to do it, I'm doing it. I'm doing every single one. Not resting until every recording is finished. Don't care how long it takes, we're going to get it done. But don't worry, we're not going to do it all tonight. Yeah, no, unless they're all like 1 minute or 1 minute in life and they all resign. Like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to quit. If that happens, then yeah, maybe. But hopefully that doesn't happen. We don't want that. We don't want people to resign the first 5 minutes, right? Because they forgot how to train villagers or something. That'd be pretty scary. Playing Age of Empires 3 and not even knowing how to train a villager anymore, or not being able to collect a treasure. Yeah, scary times. That'd be scary times indeed to be in the AoE3 scene. People forgot how to train vills and collect treasures. Yeah. So yeah, we're almost. I think it's like 2 more servers I have to copy these links to, and then we should be done. Yeah, I wish there was another way that I could share my stream with the bajillion Discord servers. It would make things go so much easier, so much more convenient if that was the case. Wouldn't have to go copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. It feels like you're in kindergarten again, when you have like the little pieces of paper with the scissors and you're cutting them out and, writing where the line is and then cutting it and then gluing it onto a project or something. That's what it feels like I do every day with my streams, because I have to go copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste the link here, here. Like constantly. It's insane. But yeah. Alright. Let me see. There's one more server I'm going to do, and then we should be all set now. Yeah. Very good. There we go. I think we're all good now. Alright. So who's here? Is anyone here, or am I just talking to myself tonight? Let's find out. Hopefully I have some company. It's always good to have a little company when you're doing this stuff. We got nobody here. There was one person that showed up and then they left. Oh man, you're not a good friend. Why do you support me during my time of need? I'm gonna be reading and talking for hours. Good to have a little company here. All right. If you don't want to be a friend, fine. You can watch it later. No. You're welcome to come here anytime. I'll read your messages if you send them in the chat. Don't worry. I'll probably read them like after the fact, usually, or just before a match. But yeah, I definitely make sure I try to respond to everybody when I can. All right, let's start. So this is game number 1 of this huge stack of stuff. Horse feed versus giant turtle. I think we did see a horse feed game back when I was covering this stage before. It was against somebody else. So horse feed, if you didn't know, means the Lakota. That's why he's called horse feed after all, because he likes to feed horses, because he's a horse-based civilization. He loves his horses. He doesn't let his horses go hungry. So we got horse feed playing as the Lakota, and then we got giant turtle playing as the Mexicans. So this would be a pretty interesting one. We got a Mexico versus the Lakota. A lot of things can happen here, honestly. But if I recall correctly, and I'll be honest from memory, this is a matchup that I did a long time ago during a Chori tournament. So basically, before I was posting YouTube videos, Chori ran a Definitive Edition tournament, and he went Mexico, and I was Lakota. He did a Baja California to me, and I was able to completely chum block it with the Lakota, which was pretty insane. So I think Lakota has a good chance against Mexico, because if I can do it, and I'm not that good at the Definitive Edition 1v1 anymore, then you can probably do it with Lakota. Definitely Horsefeed can. So yeah, let's see how this turns out. Alright, so what kind of treasure is this? This is an HP based one. Yep, this is a good pickup for the Lakota because they're very reliant on their war chief here. The Lakota war chief has his big aura, so you want to keep him alive as long as possible. Also, he does have a little bit of a nifty splash attack too, so if you can keep your explorer nice and healthy with some extra HP from treasures, go right ahead. Right. So let's see what Mexico's doing here. So Mexico might be going in the direction of a Baja California revolt. I say that because we do see the advanced saloon here. Also, we don't see a very sophisticated hand of cards in Age 2. We just see advanced arsenal, native treaties, and then the wood. So I think we are going to see a Baja California out of this Mexico. Now the question is he going to be able, is Horsefeed going to be able to defend against it as good as I did against Chori? And we'll see. So Horsefeed is running 1v1 L Commerce. So what's key in this deck? So for the most part, pretty solid first few ages. He does have the Cheyenne shipment, so he can ship in the Cheyenne Horsemen. That is an option for him. He's got his Tokawas, his Axe Riders, his Clubmen, his Bowmen. So he's got a pretty good stack of cards to get him through that assault by the Baja California Revolt. So what is he picking up? He's got 30 XP. He's going up with the Chief. The Chief is a pretty popular option for the Lakota. It's basically, in that age, the same as Quartermaster for the Europeans. So it gives you about 400 wood. Really helps you to get a war hut up, plan, forward basing or defending. It can be very useful for you. Also, it's very good that you got your wood line right here near the teepee, because the teepee actually improves the gather rate of your villagers nearby. So basically, if you can keep all your villagers near the teepees if possible, it leads to a much better gathering rate. Yeah, and he's trying to get as much wood as he can because he's probably going to want like maybe 2 war huts potentially, considering what he's going up against. But what is he picking up? He's picked up about 80 food. Not bad. Alright. Mexico's going up with Texacala. So, yep, that's looking very revoltish. So, let's see what he's getting with this wagon. Let's look at the military wagon. So, he's going to get a saloon. So, if he's getting a saloon, that means Baja California Revolt. I mentioned that yesterday when we saw another Mexico. I said, look out for that wagon. If you see it turn into a saloon, you're going to get a Baja California Revolt. If you see it turn into a barracks, it's a Central America Revolt. Or it might just be standard play too, but if it's looking sort of like a revoltish deck and then you see the barracks come out, you know that the revolt's going to be Central America. Yeah, main reason is of course outlaws are really the highlight of playing Baja California. You're not going to do Baja if you don't like outlaws, so yeah, basically. Alright, and then once you pick up the wood, then you have enough resources to go for that Baja Revolt, so that's what we're going to see here. Just pick up the scrates now and we should be all set. And we're going to see a Baja California right about now, right? Okay, so what's Horsefeed up to? How is he going to be able to defend this? So he's got a war hut already. He's deploying some war clubs. He's getting 4 war clubs. Okay, so he's going for hand infantry. Alright. Now, that's a bit of a concern because right out of the gate when you get a Baja Revolt, all of your soldiers turn into, your villagers turn into the filibusters. The filibusters are muskets, so they're going to be very good against war clubs. Because obviously they have their own hand armor, so they can resist the melee on these war clubs. Plus they have a range attack, so stacked up they'll be able to shoot these war clubs one by one pretty quickly. So I think that's a bit of a starting disadvantage for Horsefeed. Also, it looks like we got about 2 banditos queued up at the saloon right now. He's gonna look for some good areas to put these train posts on. He's gonna put it on the Apache. He's gonna put one on this trade route here. And where's this one gonna go? I'm assuming it's gonna go onto the Cheyenne site. That's what I would do. Also, Maha's picked up his rubber barons, so he's got a nice factory there that he can get some extra coin from and produce a ton of banditos. That's typically what we see with the Baja Revolt. We see constant spam of the banditos because it's really one of the best outlaws that you can do as the Mexicans. It's basically got the good stats of a Renegado, plus he's got a charged dynamite throw, which is basically almost like a grenade throw almost in terms of statistics. So it does quite a bit of damage, to say the least. Alright, so what do you do with this post you're going to put on the Cheyenne site? Very good. I don't know why it took that long for him to do it, but yeah. Okay, so he used up the dynamite on the Explorer. Horsefeed now has some C-10 bowmen, so he does have a way of fighting back, it looks like. Archers will be great against these filibusters. He's got the war clubs focused on the trading post construction right now, which is very solid. Okay, so 3 banditos. He got 3 suatreros here. So it looks like he did ship in the good old Walker's Gang card there, basically. Alright, now he's sent Walker's Gang in. He sent the coach guns there. So he's got some outlaws here, and then he's going to get some more. So he's doing pretty good. He's keeping a steady supply of troops. I think he has to get through this massive C-10 bowman if he's going to cripple the Lakota, honestly. Yeah, because like I said, I was able to beat a Baja Revolt myself. And in fact, because I was so aggressive, I was actually able to rush his factory and take that out, which is insane. I completely, derailed his entire revolt. So, let's see if Horsefeed can pull that off here or not. Because it looks like right now, Turtle's doing a good job consolidating outlaws. He's got some gunslingers, he's got some cowboys, he's got some owl hoots. He's really got all of the outlaws in one because of the Walker's Gang card that gave him some of the U.S. outlaws. So he's doing pretty nice right now. Right, so C-10 Bowman from Horsefeed. He is on double war hut right now, so he's able to queue out 10 troops at a time. But the question is, can his economy keep up? Also, bringing in the Tocawa soldiers. So these guys, the Tocawa soldiers, these are the thing that won me that game against Chori's Baja Revolt. So these Tocawa soldiers need to be managed very well. If you manage them well, and your opponent isn't paying attention, it is microing good, they can win you that game against Baja Revolt. So those Tocawa soldiers are going to be really key here. Yeah, it's basically their pretty big multipliers against infantry. It's 28 times 1.5, obviously pretty good. So let's see if that ends up happening here. So he's got the banditos in the front. Bowman just... Okay, so here comes the Tocawas. He's going to get some of the infantry. So this is why I'm saying here, the Tocawas are so essential for defense against this revolt. Unfortunately, he had a number of cowboys and cuatreros there, so he was able to down the Tocawas. It should the Tocawas have lasted a little bit longer, I think he would have seen a more substantial pushback here. But unfortunately now, it looks like... he's throwing his Explorer in the front. This is a good trick, because all your archers by default will try to target the Explorer, and they'll ignore all the outlaws in the back, letting them live longer. Also, the charged shotgun attack from the train post also was a factor and ended up injuring his troops there. Right. Now Horsefeed has to send in the 4 Axe Riders as his next best cavalry. As the Baja is going to continue to add in outlaws. He's going to mix in banditos with desperados. Desperados are mainly there to act as a form of anti-cavalry, since you know that your Lakota opponent is known for using axe riders, so you gotta have something for that. Right. Also, picking up annexation. He is going to start the trade monopoly now, so things are moving along very quickly here. Alright, let's see what Horsefeed's economy is on. So he can, he's got about 6 C-10s in there. Does he have a corral yet? No corral yet, so no axe riders, just going archer at this point. So the countdown has started about now. Basically, Horsefeed has about 4.5 minutes to take out these trading posts and end the monopoly. Otherwise, he loses the game right then and there. No questions asked. So, Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he just doesn't. He does. Yeah, no, he doesn't have the numbers to be able to sustain that. Yeah, that was a very masterful revolt there by Turtle. He did a good job keeping a good number of outlaws on the field, maintaining the line against the Lakota, which were trying to push him with the archers. Dealt with the Takala soldiers very well and was able to deal with that. Yeah, it's usually the Takala soldiers I find that really defines if Lakota survives against a Baja revolt. If you can keep those Takala soldiers alive and well, in really good shape, I think it can go pretty good for you. But if you can't, that's when you find things go really wrong. So, yeah. Now we're going to be looking at Nick versus Azamk. So let's see what this one's all about. This should be a pretty good series. Alright, so we got Nick versus Azamk. Nick is running India, and Azamk is running the British. So we got a British and we got an India. Okay, so India, as you know, pretty solid civ. Has some pretty good stuff, I would say. Honestly, to me, India's probably one of the best 1v1 civs, at least in my opinion. As far as when I used to do ranked games, I always did India. India was very favorable for me. I did a great job with India. Now, the issue is the Brits. The British, they can have a problem where they can sort of burst your bubble as India if you're not careful. Mainly because they're very musketeer focused. And that kind of ruins one of the main reasons you go with India, which is to go for a semi-fast fortress into Mahouts. Yeah, because having all those muskets there gives you a great defense against Mahouts. So, British is a little bit more geared towards fending off the Indians. Doesn't mean that India can't win. It just means that India has to think a little bit more methodically. Maybe get some more Gurkhas in there. Go a bit more Sepoy. Play it a little bit differently. Because I tried playing these standard semi-fast fortress logic with British in the past, and it always got dicey. Especially if the Brit really managed to calm me well and was able to meet me with a pretty good army of muskets by the time I got over there. But obviously these guys are a lot more skilled. There's going to be a lot more aggression. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here, right? Yeah. So yeah, it looks like India is going to be getting a gold treasure there of about 30. Not bad. Should help them out pretty good when they're making sepoys in Age 2. Which India will always most certainly do. Because it's a semi-fast fortress. You get to train some sepoys, do a little bit of pressure, have a little bit of defense there, and then you go for the age up and get the good stuff. Alright, so going for distributivism wood trickle for India. That's always going to be your first card. You do not get villager cards as India, because as you know, every card you send as India gives you a free villager. So there's really no reason why India needs villager cards, right? Since every card is basically a villager card. Yeah. Yeah, and obviously with India you want to get as many cards as possible because it just helps out your economy really good to have all those extra vills, right? Whereas the Brits, what do the Brits run? So Brits are running a land deck. So you got your pioneers here, your 3 vills. Down here you got your 4 vills, your crates. Longbow, Brit. Okay. Musket, this. Alright, so a pretty standard land deck, honestly. We've seen a ton of those decks in this tournament. Whereas India's is... Advanced Wonders. That's a card we don't see a whole lot in professional play. At least I don't. Basically what it does, it allows it so you build your wonders faster, and then they're tankier too. So it takes a lot more to take them out, basically. What wonder is India going for a middle of the map Agra Fort, it looks like? Alright, so that's a pretty solid idea. That's usually what we see with India. Go for a forward, aggressive Agra Fort. Because that way, the India can deploy sepoys on the front lines and try to press the opponent. Oh, sorry. Why'd you say sorry for? Did you do something wrong, man? Are you causing trouble? I hope you're not. Keep it fair and square in this tournament, man. We gotta keep the integrity. As Redneck says in House of the Train Post. Integrity. Integrity. Just like that. So, yep. So going for a middle of the map Agrafort. But the Brits already know where it is because they conveniently have their market in the area with 2 settlers there. Yeah, that's one thing you'll notice with the Brits. More often than not, they'll put their manor houses pretty far away from the town center and effectively have villas all over the map, right? Because once they build that manor house, you get a free villager from it. So It's not just that you have one villager in that area, you got like 2 villagers in that area, which is pretty good. Yeah, it leads to some pretty insane map control since you got like vills all over the place. And even if the opponent decides to raid you, they have to like look all over the place for those vills because they're not in one spot. They're here, they're there, they're everywhere. Yeah, so looks like Brits will put their barracks right here as a response. And the outpost will go right in this spot right here. Okay. So now India will be training sepoys right out of the gate, right out of this agri fort. They are sending civil servants as well, so again a bit of barricade, right? They do need a house first before they can begin production. Now they can begin production. So here comes about 3 sepoys. Also, when you age up with the agri fort in H2, you get 2 free sepoys. So you already get a little bit of an army already, and then you just stack more and more and more, which is good. Now it looks like Nick is going for the second wood trickle, foreign logging. It's like distributivism, but it's a stronger form of it, so it has even more wood trickle behind it in Age 2. So going for the maximum wood there, looks like. As for the Brits, they're going to be going 700 gold after they sent their 700 wood, and now start training muskets. So basically Azap has to play it safe. He knows that India's going to be pushing him with sepoys, so he does have to maintain some sort of defense, so that's probably why he's getting the gold there. Because he knows, alright, we're going to need plenty of gold to maintain this musket production. It might even have to move on to 2 barracks, so it's something you got to prepare for. Right, so there comes the coin. As more vills pop out of the town center there, very nice. How many mayors is the British on at this point? He is on about 7, so pretty standard for this stage. Wait a second. Okay. Alright, we're going to get grenadiers today. Now that's different. We don't see a lot of artillery foundries with the Brits. Yeah, no, the Brits get some pretty good grenadiers, so I'm honestly pretty impressed that we really have not seen a lot of grenadiers from the Brits being used in this tournament, especially since they get some pretty good cards for them. Right? So let's see what these grenadiers end up doing. And he is mixing them with the muskets. So he's going to have muskets for anti-cav. And then he's going to have good anti-infantry support with these grenadiers. And good siege, too. Because look at the siege. 41. That's a lot of siege there. And then the splash is pretty good with 16 crush. Beautiful. Okay, the agri fort did attack the coyotes. Or the wolves. The wolves are biting the fort. The wolves are biting the fort like it's a cake. Look at that. Like it's a pastel. Oh, man. So let's see here. So the muskets engage with the sepoys. Grenadiers should be on top of these things. Try to micro your grenadiers as best as you can. Alright, notice how he's targeting the Gurkhas first. Because he knows the Gurkhas have Pierce armor, being a skirmisher. So he wants to use the grenadiers to try to down the Gurkhas, because that's the thing that threatens his muskets. So if he wants to keep his muskets on the field, he's going to have to automatically go after those Gurkhas as his first target, right? He also shipped in 6 longbowmen. So going to have more grenadiers, and I'm presuming 6 muskets will be on the way pretty soon as well, because right now he's got a real chance at pushing this India. And he is. He's actually going to take down his agri fort now, because India has like no defenses right now. He's just trying to train in some sepoys, it looks like. Also, he ended up going for the villager. Oh no, he is going to add delis in. So he's going to get 3 delis. He's shipping in sawars. So he is thinking of going with some cavalry to counter the longbowmen and the grenadiers here. So yeah, he's got to deal with that part. Because the grenadiers especially threatens his base. He can like take his buildings out like it is. It's going to attack his consulate. Oh god, that's not good. That's 200 wood loss there. And he's probably going to take out that house nearby too. Just to do as much damage as possible. Oh man, yeah. Just look at the pressure by that Brit there. That's beautiful. He's like really running deep into his base at this point. And that consulate should be going down rather soon there. Ah, there we go. Boom. Okay. So now I got 4 sawars there on India's side. The muskets and the grenadiers need to retreat. Not really. I mean, they just need to get out of the town center fire, I think. Is he going to do another batch of Grens? Yes, he is. I think you just need like another batch or 2 of grenadiers, and you should be able to handle that town center at this point. Yeah, just be wary of the Sawas. Watch out for the Humlas, the big stinky camels. They, well, wait a second now. There is an advantage here. Since your Grenadiers are heavy infantry, it means that these Sawars lack this multiplier against them. They only do 20 damage. They don't do 40 damage. They do 20 damage. That's pretty good. Actually, it really helps out quite a bit there. Yeah. You have to do the arithmetic in your head for these old multipliers here for Lance Cavalry. Okay, so let's see what he's doing. Okay, he's got the Grenadiers in melee right now, it looks like. Trying to fight these cavalry. With the help of the muskets, yeah. Right, all the Sawars have been gone. Grenadiers are going to fight the infantry there. Very nice. Oh man, look at that. It's going to have to siege like crazy. Yeah. Alright, so Grenadiers are going to... Yep, GG. Good overpowering there by the Brits. Yeah, Brits against India, the British can really overwhelm the Indians very quickly if they're not careful. So, yeah, that just shows you right there what British are capable of. And Azamp gives, does a lot of unorthodox stuff. I think you heard that from Phoenix himself when I was co-casting with him for the Azamp versus Red Kit series in the round of 64. As that was being done live, yeah, he basically said, Azamp is known for some crazy builds, and going Grenadier Musket, that's usually something we only saw in, like, Wars of Liberty. Because in Wars of Liberty, Grenadiers used to have, like, 3x against infantry in their multipliers. So that was a very popular build, going Grenadier Musket. But seeing it in Definitive Edition, that's definitely rocking the boat, I think, a little bit. Just a little bit, nah. Oh, it's crazy, seeing that sort of a setup there. It's not used to it. Not in the slightest. So, yeah, that was pretty good. So, let's see where we're at. Okay, so now we're going to be looking at some Chinese fella versus Ajbama, it looks like. I don't know who that is. It's probably Chinese, because here's the thing. When you're downloading these recordings from the internet, for some reason when you're downloading these games from the internet, it does not download the Chinese characters in the file name. So if it's a Chinese person or whatever Asian language you're writing in, it'll just be blank and you'll only see the English letter names. So Ajbama obviously using, English letters, obviously our alphabet, so that will appear. But the Latin alphabet, if you will, and then it won't show the Asian one, basically. Yeah. The Asian alphabet, not the Asian alphabet. Nobody wants the Asian alphabet, yeah. Alright. So yeah, okay, so doing CBDs here, looks like the Chinese fella's going China, and Ajbama's going with the United States. He is building a trading post right now, which could mean potentially going Scottish immigrants, going with the Scottish immigrant build, but we would only tell that right away by looking at the deck, seeing what cards are in there. If we see some big telltales like Scottish immigrants, obviously, but also Arkansas Post, Native Treaties, Advanced Saloons, then we would tell that that's his build order. So let's see if that ends up being the case. So oh, wait a minute, no, he's going the other route. He's going with the Spanish levies. Okay. So basically, he's going to go capitalism first, and then he's going to follow it up probably with Spanish immigrants. And this is a very powerful option because it actually gives you a ton of stuff. It gives you an XP trickle, it gives you an outpost, and then it allows you to call levies of pikemen from your trading posts as well as your outposts, giving you a nice batch of pikemen you can use to fight cavalry with. Since, as you know, with United States, you don't get any hand infantry, right? So it's really the only way you get access to any sort of pole arm or anti-cavalry in hand attack, that is. No, outside of like the hand attack of the regulars, obviously. So yeah, quite useful. Alright, so let's see what he does now. I think he is going to go with those Spanish immigrants, from the looks of it. That's what I think. Oh, he's going for a 10 village rage up. Very interesting. Yeah. Sometimes people will go for a 10 village rage up to speed up a bit and take the risk of aging up with less vills. He certainly isn't as greedy and commie, but can be good for aggression. So he's going to go up with Delaware, right? Yep, Delaware. I assumed he was going to go up with Delaware. Seems to be the popular choice if you're not going Scottish immigrants to go Delaware, since they got some pretty good cards and a pretty good bonus. Alright, he's going to go with that. And what about France? France going Core Master right. They got their train posts up good, doing everything right. They should begin the market pretty soon as well. Yep, market coming up. Priority is hunting dogs, placer mines, and then pick up steel traps in Age 2 if you're France. Yeah, your CBDs, the Courier de Bois villagers that France gets, has a really good base gather rate, so it does benefit you to try to upgrade their market techs as soon as you can, which is normally between Age 1 and 2. That way their gather rate is astronomically higher in the essential resources of hunting and mining, which you're really going to need there, basically. Yeah. And looking at the deck, how's it look? So, he's got what looks to be 2 Skirm, Cuirassier, Dragoon, Falconet, that's all normal. But he also has advanced artillery, so he can get access to mortars in Age early, as well as horse artillery. And he also has the Armored Pistolier card. He's got Armored Pistoliers. That's pretty interesting. I don't think we have we seen Armored Pistoliers be used with the French deck before? I wonder if we'll see those today. That would be a pretty fun one. Yeah, I think we might. Alright, so that's an 85 wood treasure for French. Not bad. They can totally use that. So they're going to start out with their 4 CBD card, which is the normal thing to do as the French. And he's going to open with barracks, so he's going to start with Musketeer most likely. That's typically what France will start with. Unless they really think that the enemy's going to go heavy infantry, then they might go crossbowmen. But typically, opening musket as French is the preferred thing to do if you're going to go for a barracks. Yep. And here comes the 700 coin for USA. Very nice. So what is USA's plan? Is he going with the forward barracks or what? I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea what that man doing. So he's got a levy of pikemen, though. That's good. That levy of pikemen will be really good at helping the explorer. He's going for the 320 XP treasure in the middle of the map. Now, that's a powerful move. Whoever gets that one on Great Plains really gives them a huge advantage, because then they can get a shipment right away, basically, yeah. Also picking up the Virginia Assembly. That's always a good card because it gets you a stage capital early, and it allows you to research a tech for free, which is normally statehood, so that you can age up faster, and then you receive some more XP crates from the age up than normal. Because if you didn't know, with United States, when you age up, you actually do get XP crates at your town center, so it does shove you a little bit towards your next card, which is nice. So we're going to go Virginia Assembly followed by 700 wood. It's tell me probably he's going to focus on age up and then try to go for a semi-fast fortress then. Maybe go sharpshooters, who knows at this point. It's really tough to say, honestly, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Alright, so it looks like explorers are fighting, pikemen coming up from behind. At this point, France has already deployed 2 batches of musketeers. So they're going to be able to force USA off real easy, since pikemen and the explorer are really not equipped to deal with the nice mass of muskets there, which is very powerful at this stage. France. Okay, so, yep, USA's getting their wood. What is French up to? So French is now adding in a stable, so they're going to be adding in hussars. Hussars is probably a safe precaution against skirmishers of any kind, because, well, he knows his opponent hasn't made any real military, only just levy at this point from the tower. So he's got to assume that sharpshooters will be a potential risk down the road. So it's good to get that stable now. Maybe get a few hussars out and really start pressing with those muskets. Yep, he is going to start queuing in that hussar right now, which is great. Musketeers are going to take advantage of the moment and try to press the outposts, get back some map control. You really don't want USA's tower right here, because it's going to hold the silver mine, which you might need as the French, since it's a pretty close one to the French base. So whatever you do, get rid of that tower. Help your vills out a bit when they need to come over for that coin. Hussars, right now, France has about 3 of them queued up. He could afford some more. He could go a full 5, which he does do. Okay, he does do that. Is he going to queue up some more hussars, or what's the plan there? He's going to ship in hussars, and he's going to go with musket training. Okay, that seems pretty fair. Yeah, obviously, if the guy's running pikeman levies, you can't go too many hussar. It's better to go too many musket than hussar in this situation, because the pikes will unfortunately have a field day if you just go hussar, pretty much. Yeah. Okay, so USA does get some sharpshooters there. He went up with Kentucky, right? It's usually what we see Delaware in the Kentucky. Yep, Kentucky rifles, very nice. He gets rolling artillery to get 3 Gatling guns. Thankfully, he has the Gatling guns working pretty good. I think he can fight off all these muskets before he loses a Gatling gun. Right? Okay, yes, he got all. He retained all 3 Gatling guns. That's beautiful, because every time you send rolling artillery, it sends one less Gatling gun until you reach 1. You get like 1 Gatling gun from the car, and then it restarts the cycle again on the 4th iteration, and then you can get 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. It's like when you're, in NASA and you're flying a rocket up into the moon. They like go 3, 2, 1, blast off. That's how the rolling artillery card works. It's 3 Gatling guns, 2 Gatling guns, 1 Gatling gun, blast off, back to the top again, then you get 3. So yeah, that's pretty neat. Alright, so now I'm going to go for 54th Massachusetts Volunteers. Very powerful card. It gives you 5 states militia and 4 regulars, right? And it also upgrades their veteran upgrades for free, too. So not only are you getting a mix of troops, you're also going to be upgraded troops. Oh no, but unfortunately France gets around his pikemen, and now he's going to press the Gatlings. Just not enough soldiers here, man. Not good. France definitely has a defense here, because not only does he have the hussars, he's got his Minutemen out, plus the CBDs are capable of combat more than the villager is. So yeah, that's the other thing that makes CBDs great. Their first fact, beautiful natural initial gathering rate that can be really jumped up by market techs. And the second thing is their good combat qualities. 40% pierce armor, some good HP, good range attack of 16 range. That's about the same as a crossbowman is in this game, so that range is pretty good. Well, actually not just crossbowman, really any archer unit, like the Seatam bowman and all the legs. So yeah, quite good. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome, right? Yeah, definitely. So yeah. What's going on now with USA? So USA, okay, they go with the Russian-American company, so they get 2 blockhouses. It also beefs up your hunting rate by about 20%. Which is good. So it's like, again, spice trade and a tower card all in one. Yeah. To boot, it's towers that you normally can make, which is the blockhouse. So it's really just like extra defenses for your base. Okay, France is looking to go to H3 now themselves. It's really where France shines is in Fortress Age. They can go for their infamous 2 Falconet card, their powerful Dragoon shipment, get 2 batches of skirms. Go for the 3 Kilesser shipment, and obviously you do have options like mercenaries too, just like this French deck with the armored pistoliers in it, which I would be glad to see. Alright, this is USA, let me see. Yeah, I would be glad to see these armored pistoliers be used in an effective manner here. Would be pretty funny, yeah. Aging up with the Exiled Prince for age-up speed, I guess, but no reward. It's now going to go for Pulowski's Legion. Ships a number of powerful Ulons and celebrates them to be trained at forts, which I think is quite good. Does USA have any forts, mind you? Yes, they do. They actually do have a fort, so that might actually be used later. Who knows? Maybe it does, yeah. Alright, stable is down. Okay, making some good gains there by the Huh, interesting. So now it's going to go range infantry on the right side and Hussar on the left to try to beat out his defense, it looks like. Yeah. He's got the CBDs in battle too. That's why France is able to stall a bit here, because he's using the high HP and pierce armor on the CBDs to hold off all these troops, which is very nice. Alright, so starting to train skirmishers from that barracks now. However, the Ulans are there from the Pulowski's Legion and completely cutting through them. Right, so yeah, I would take that barracks out first. It's one less production building you have to deal with as the USA. Alright, whereas France is going to go Train Dragoon and Ship Dragoon. So going massive light cavalry. I think that's pretty good because it's immediate cure to the Ulan problem. And obviously Dragoons can act as a strong range unit, while also being able to maneuver away with their very fast movement speed, basically. So that should be quite good, honestly. There's 4 Dragoons, and then 5 are coming down right here. Right, very nice. Good pressure by the USA, honestly. I like it. It's forcing the French onto their knees and having to take a more defensive position back to this area. I'm just curious what the next cards would be for USA. Are they going to go for 2 Gatling guns? Are they going to go for a 4? Are they going to go for 1,000 wood? What is really the best benefit of the Americans at this point here? We'll have to see. Right, the Thompson is just about almost down there, yeah. Dragoon skirmisher combo for France is always a signature. Let's see if it works. Plan this up. Oh, nice defense there by France. So it looks like France lives to fight another day now, thankfully. Very good. Checking chat there to see if anyone's wrote anything yet. Nothing yet. Ooh, nice. Going for the Kentucky Hunters card. This is a beautiful one because it gives you 4 Owl Hoots, a very good outlaw. And then for every shipment you send in the game, you get a free sharpshooter. So he'd be getting about 11 skirms plus the 4 outlaws. So that's a really good advantage there for the USA against all this French stuff, which is basically skirmisher dragoon. Yeah. Alright, regulars coming out of the barracks there. Very good. So what happens now? Because it looks like here, at least at the moment, France seems to retain more skirms. So should be able to hold off these regulars pretty well. Yeah. Always the annoying thing when fighting USA sharpshooters is the fact that they have a range of about 22. So they can actually pull back a bit easier and snipe off these infantry a bit easier. So you gotta be careful of that. Yeah. France is picking up gang saw now. Yep. As you know, France did lose their town center, unfortunately. So they're probably going to want one back. Just saying. It's going to cost about 500 wood. They got about half of that now growing. So gang saw a pretty cheap solution to that problem. Going to go for an outpost first, though. So at least so they can receive shipments, right? They can get 2 falconets probably, which would be great. Or they could go cuirassiers, too. Even the 7 skirms wouldn't be bad. They're going to go with the cuirassiers. Yeah, the cuirassiers should be good against the sharpshooters. So I think cuirassiers pretty solid there. I don't have too many complaints with that. And then they're going to pick up the 1,000 wood. Okay, so 1,000 wood, that should solve their town center problem. You could actually get 2 town centers for that amount of wood. Oh yeah, no. That's great. It's a good way for France to get back in the game. I mean, they've been in the game the whole time. Even without a town center, they've been able to defend their base. But once they get those town centers back, then they're going to be able to start growing economy and be able to maintain that score over their opponent. Because believe it or not right now, without a town center, France is still ahead in score over their United States opponent who is training villagers actively. Right, with the queue of 4 of them. Alright, so rolling artillery was sent in again, so 2 Gatling guns is arriving. Right? Along with these sharpshooters. I think that's going to be a big problem because once those cuirassiers are out, they're going to be big targets. And even doing dragoons as well. So dragoons and cuirassiers are 2 threats against those 2 Gatlings. Which is not good. I mean, honestly, I would send the dragoons against the Gatlings and let the cuirassiers like rain down on the sharpshooters. That should be pretty good there, honestly. But we'll see. Alright, so now it looks like sharpshooters really trying to find their range here and snipe as much as they can. Yeah. Alright, sharpshooters are going to move forward, it looks like. Very nice. Gatlings spraying their bullets into those houses. Very nice. Good, good, good. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alright, so dragoons coming in. Okay, up, going to melee against a Gallon, beautiful. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Just gotta get that last one there. Oh, perfect, alright. So now it looks like doing better with the French, because see, he's tried to, he's like attacking him with the Dragoon too, as like a distraction, and then letting the skirms take advantage, go boop, boop, boop on him. Good. Alright, the wood is still there for France to grab, thankfully. No USA villagers have come in to try to swoop that wood. Right, that's something we see sometimes, particularly in Wars of Liberty, is people will steal your crates if you can't hold them for too long, which is a very sneaky strategy, yeah. So it looks like the wood crates will be picked up by France, and they will get 1 to 2 town centers with that wood. I would definitely probably go 2 town centers, because then it makes it really hard for the USA to like push you anymore, which is good. Because here's the thing, if USA wants to send their rolling artillery again, they're going to have to suffer with the 1 Gatling gun delivery before they can reach the 3 again. So, and once they got 2 cards available, they're going to not get a lot of artillery. Yeah, but they do have a stable now, and they are adding in hussars, so they're getting a bit of hand cav for those French skirmishers, it looks like. Yep, just picking up placer mines right now, and then hunting dogs, it looks like. Yeah, very good. Didn't include the Hamiltonian economics card, so it's not like you can get those for free, unfortunately. One town center is going to go over here. I think that's a pretty good idea because that's away from the main fighting. So it's going to be pretty hard for USA to know what's up there right away. Does USA know about the hunts up here? Okay, so he can, if he was really looking, he could see this dead animal here and assume But he doesn't know that there's a town center up there. He might just think, oh, maybe there's a few straggling CBDs up there. But he doesn't know that this is where the main base is going to be here. And this is just sort of the remnants of the last one. Okay, so how many kills is? He's got about... How many... He's got 8 kills, so he queued them all up out here. Look at that. 8 kills on there. That's beautiful. That's a lot of splash damage. I'm just telling you. And he's going to add more in too, so... These kills, these will be the cure to whatever sort of infantry that USA is doing at the moment, yeah. USA really frantic, gets a levy of pikemen out. So I guess that Spanish immigration did come in handy there. Let's see what happens with that. Oh boy, look at that. More killers there to fight the Hussars. You gotta get these Hussars out here though, because they're sort of threatening this skirmisher advantage that France is enjoying. Yeah. See, now he's connected with your skirms again. This is not good, because now you're losing your infantry advance. Because I thought France was going to push back for sure, but now it's looking like USA is starting to get their act together. You know, they're really starting to... how many settlers are you on as USA? About 24 villages? Ah, that's not a lot. That's not a lot of vills. How many is it France on? Just wondering. He's on 23. So you're telling me that USA, who had access to a town center all game, couldn't have maintained like a better vill advantage or something? That's kind of telling. Yeah, definitely. But anyways, let's see what happens here. So these guys are going to take out the stable. Very good. Take out the stable there. Oh, nice. We got regulars and hussars taking up that stable. Dragoons trying to stall. The cuirassiers are going to go for the attack again. Oh, okay, yeah. See, when he goes into hand, you have to back up as the cuirassiers. If he's going into range attack, if he's like, he has the muskets in the standard mode, you can afford to put them in splash, but once he like tries to smother you with the bayonets, that's when the cuirassiers have to get out of dodge, once there's a lot of them. Okay, Dragoon's doing a great job against all of those regulars because of the pierce armor and the outnumbering. Very nice. Looks like you should be able to scare him off there, right? Very good. Those Dragoons there, doing a good job against all that infantry, yeah. Very nice. Cuirassier coming out of the stable. Very good. How about USA? USA's bringing in about 1,000 wood. Is that 1,000 wood? Yep, 1,000 wood. What else has he got? He's got advanced artillery, so he can get mortar. He's got a fort. Carbine cavalry. Lee's Legion. At this stage, it's kind of poop, personally. State militia. It's got the fertile lowlands. It's got the Kentucky coal mines. Okay, so he's got quite a bit there. So it's not like USA's out of cards yet, which is great. Even if he ran out of all the cards, obviously he could keep just running this. So that's the one good thing about rolling artillery is I guess you always have a card this end, even if it's in the disgusting one Gatling gun phase. Just call it that. Alright. Oh, hola, Fabio, and hi, Carlos. There you are, Saguai. How you all doing today? Ready to see some Definitive Edition tournament games from the PK Player Killers Clan tournament? Yeah, hopefully you are. These have been some pretty good matches overall, so yeah, quite nice. Alright, so it looks like USA is able to break through here. Let's see if they can take down a ton of houses here. That would be a good way to get some quick XP and maybe get some cards. But nope, looks like France is coming back with Dragoons. And he's got Clisses and he's got Skirms. Did France send their Falconets out yet? They have not. They have not sent the Falconets yet. And they have not sent the Armored Pistoliers yet. That was one of the things I was wondering here. What would happen if he actually goes for those Armored Pistoliers? Will they be a good thing? Will they be a hindrance? I would like to know, actually. Alright, so it does look like USA eventually gets the Hussars up to Veteran, which is good. Okay, so the Skirms there need to sort of back up and kite these regulars, right, which they're doing a good job at, but they have to watch out for the Sharpshooters, though, which outrange them. It seems like right now USA is going to get around the mill with just taking out all these houses. It's going to lead a ton of card growth on his side there. Yep, so he's already ready for another card, I would assume. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see what his next card's going to be.
Yes.
Okay, Dragoon is there. Get rid of the Kudasef. Nice. Alright, so looks like in general USA is just gonna be able to roll him back finally. Roll him back with the rolling artillery, yeah. So he's gonna get another Gatling gun. And then if he sends a car again, then he'll get 3 Gatling guns, which is good. However, France finally gets their 2 Falconet card out. So looks like they got some sort of defense here against this infantry. But the Hussar, oh no, not good. Get the Dragoons over there. Because it looks like the Veteran Hussars are over here. Yeah, Veteran Hussars are in this spot, and they're going to wipe out all that stuff. Look at that. Very good. Very good. That should clean up things there. Very nice. Alright, so, yep. We're good. Comes to have one little Gatling gun that could. Falconet's still alive and takes a shot at. That's beautiful. Ah, yep, Dragoon finished it off. Very nice. That's alright though, because now that when USA sends a card again, they're going to get 3 Gatling guns. That's going to be really scary. As long as I think as long as USA doesn't fumble their army too hard here and can like maintain some average battles against these Dragoons and Skirms, I think they got the advantage, because they got the French pushed back to their town center over here. And once they uncover that and they can get like a real force to go up against that, things should go a bit nicer. Because see, now that he's right on top of his barracks, these Skirms are going to be destroyed. So, yep, Skirms are going to be completely dealt with there. Yep. Yep, try not to take too much damage from these CBDs if you can. Just try to focus on downing the production villains for now. And then once you can get your batch of 3 Gatling guns in there, then you can worry about like going for the town center, yeah. Gotta be strategic with this stuff. Alright, yep, so you got the Pikards on the stable there. Good. Maybe you should have went with the barracks first, but that's alright too. Okay, yeah. I wonder if you can get the stable down before the Dragoons even queue up. Oh, yep. You see, he canceled out. He's like, you know what? I can't put my in there. GG, well played. That was an interesting one. It looks like the French player there did a pretty good job at, trying to stonewall himself there and just prevent an inevitable death. Really held on good. I thought for a second the France was going to come back without a town center, because we have seen that in this tournament. We have seen the Dutch, play without a town center and win. It's something that actually you can do. So, yeah, more the power to you if you can still win without a town center, because it is possible. It's just not easy. It's not easy to do, but you can pull it off. So, yeah, definitely. Now let's go on to... Which one are we on now? We're going through all these series still. Oh, man. Oh, man, we're still going through all this stuff. Hey, Mario, what is all these recordings? Oh, man. Let's see all these things. Trying to find out where we are in this mess. Huh. So we are right over here. So we're going to see Antimony versus one of the Chinese players, I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay, we'll see that now. So we got Antimony versus Japan with sort of a Chinese lettering there. Alright. This should be pretty good. Let's see how this one turns out. So, on this side here, we got Japan with a Chinese person name over there. And then down here, we have Antimony as the French. So we got France versus Japan. So France, right away, gonna build a trading post, of course, because that's what French usually do. It's really imperative that France builds that trading post from the start, because it leads to a ton of good unit shipments down the road. As you know, France is really keen on their unit shipments, particularly in Age 3, so gotta keep the cards rolling when you're France. As for Japan, Japan's main goal is going to be shrine, shrine, shrine. Get a shrine here, get a shrine there, get a shrine everywhere. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. So, first shrine's going to go up here, right around these bison. It looks like it's going to be a 3-animal shrine, which is pretty good. Not the best, but it's something. Right. So, yep, get these vills on the cherry orchard so you can age up as soon as possible. Okay, so what's going to be the first card? 2 villagers, okay. So, yep, 2 villagers. And that's probably going to be it for Age 1. And then I'm assuming you're going to go 5 shrines in Age 2. That's typically what you do. Has enlist regulars here. Interesting. So, does have the secondary emergency card for the town centers. I wonder if we might see that here today. If it seems like Japan is under a lot of heat, maybe they'll get enlist regulars so they can beef up the town center attack and then get some bigger levies of the sentries and irregulars. Okay. Anyways, looks like keeping the shrine on food. Gonna try to go for a age up with the likely Torii Gate as fast as possible. Yeah, we don't see a ton of Toshugu shrines here in Definitive Edition land. We see a lot of Torii Gates. That's for sure. So, oh wow, look at this. Japan's gonna get a XP treasure. That's good. Because if you can get a lot of XP early on as Japan, sometimes you can see a doubling down on that 2 villager card, which can be really good because then you're going to get even more eco. Is he going to go for another 2 villagers? I'm kind of curious because remember, any card like this with the red borders Japan can be sent twice. So there's a chance he might go for the 2 villagers again. Maybe. Or he could decide to wait off until Age 2 and get some better cards. It's up to him. Looks like he will be retaining that shipment and banking it up for later. Safe move, I think. It's a safe move to do. So that should be alright. What's this? This is 30% HP on Explorers. Not too important with Japan. See if we can find it. This is a good treasure here. This is a 110 food one. This would really help him out. And it's pretty easy to get because the main threat here is the banded ryer. You just have to take the coyotes out, which is pretty easy to do, and then move on to the banded ryer. So that should be an easy grab. Torii Gate, yep, very good. Reason why everybody goes Torii Gate in Definitive Edition, it's because it essentially gives you tons and tons of cards, because it ups your XP bounty from killing units and from building units. So if you like build a shrine or like train in Ashigaru, you get a ton of more XP from it. And then if you're wiping out enemy troops of yours, then you also get XP. So it just helps you across the board with all your bounty related stuff. Plus, the age up reward itself is pretty good. It gives you a military rickshaw, so you can make it into a barracks, you can make it into a stable. Usually you're going to make it into a barracks, but sometimes we see a stable. And then you get a free samurai. Probably the least important thing of all that, but sometimes a samurai does help out. You know, sometimes a samurai can be good for scouting. Occasionally it helps out in battle. It's just not common. It's kind of just filler paper for the most part, and maybe might tank a bullet for one of your Ashigarus at the end of the day. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Okay, so it looks like military rickshaw is out. And where's that going to go? It's going to go right over here with the backs. Very nice. So as predicted, we're going to get 5 shrines, followed by diplomatic intrigue with the consulate. So the consulate is likely going to be Japanese isolationism, I'm assuming. Yep. So reason for going for 5 shrines instead of going for 600 wood to build the shrines, it's pretty simple. The shrines individually can build a wagon for you, so you don't have to take your villagers off of resources to build them, and you don't need to have your explorers, you know, do it slowly. The wagons can all work at the same time to build their given shrines, which efficiency-wise is a lot better. They also builds faster than the explorers, so you're going to get that reward a lot faster if you use the wagons, right? The only risk, of course, would be as if your opponent somehow found where the wagons were going and took them out, but that's pretty rare, you know. We don't see that a whole lot, basically, if you're sending it as the second card, basically, in the game. Alright, so going to go for diplomatic intrigue. I'm assuming it's going to be Japanese isolationism, and he's probably going to go for a batch of like 5 shinobi warriors, I'm assuming. 5 shinobi no monos. Very good. Where is that Japanese isolationism? Also, he is going to ship in 4 villages too, so that's good. Get some meat going there. He's got a barracks. He's already queuing up the Ashigarus and those ready. Whereas the France is opening with muskets. So it's going to be muskets versus Ashigarus. Explorer just smoke bombs out there, basically. I'm assuming he's going to go for this settler treasure here. This is a pretty good grab, because villagers obviously extra economy, so that would be a great boost for you. This shrine wagon's looking for this spot here to get some huntables. This area hasn't been shrined at all, but so that's probably going to be the next area where the Japan considers shrining up on. Alright, so it looks like France might be going H3 now. Yeah, they might be pulling towards H3. Oh, interesting. So he goes for the Dutch instead to pick up some of their good buildings. One of the buildings you can get with the Dutch allies is Japan is a bank wagon. So he's going for a bit of greed there with the bank wagon, which I think is pretty nice. Yeah, now again, a bank is always good. You can also get a church, you can get an arsenal, and you can also get a livestock pen. And the livestock pen includes all of your oh yeah, the livestock pen actually gives you goats. Yeah, goats. Because basically, if you have a bunch of shrines that are near your base and there's no huntables, you can actually use that livestock pen to put a bunch of goats on it, so you can actually get the trickles up on them, which is very nice, yeah. So looks like right now everything's neck and neck, till we figure out what France... Alright, France is aging up with the exiled prince. Right out of the gate, they're probably going to go 8 skirm or falconet. That's what I'm thinking, you know. So how many muskets is he on? So he's got about... I'm just curious, he's got about 9 muskets, right? 9 muskets. So I don't know. Like, if he's got 9 muskets, I might go with the skirms, because if he like doesn't have enough protection for the artillery, he might risk losing them. At least the skirms are a bit of a safer option, because even if you lose one, you got the other ones. Yeah, that's usually the case. Also picking up his villager stat cards in case of attack. Picking up gang saw, so he can get enough wood for his houses and keep up his military. That's very important. Yep, alright, so he's training Kilisair and Skirmisher and shipping in Kilisair. So he's going for Splash Cav. He's going for Splash Cav against the Ashigarus. I think we saw that yesterday and it went pretty well actually. So I think that's not the bad idea at all. So Japan is also aging up with the Shogunate, getting the other 5 Shrine card, ending relations with the Dutch, and is probably going to move on to Japanese isolation now that he has gotten his bank. So it looks like he only went for the bank there. No, he didn't go for anything else. He just wanted to have that gold trickle. So I'm a bit more unorthodox than the standard Japan player in D, which would normally just stick around in Japanese isolation. Usually, yeah. Alright, so muskets are going to attack the shrine over here. Put some pressure on the opponent. But as you know, 5 more shrines are going to come into existence thanks to that 5 shrine card. So, Japan is continuing to grow. How many Ashigaras are you on in Japan? You got 13 of them. You do have to be wary of these skirms though. Especially since you don't have any veteran upgrade yet. You're not even very vulnerable. Okay, so he's got his Daimyo now from the Shogunate. Saying in... more Ashigaras. He's going to get the veteran upgrade on me. And he's going to send the big shipment of Ashigaras now because he's in age 3. He's going to get the 8 Ashigara shipment. So he's going Ashi. And you might be wondering, why is he going up all muskets against skirms? Well, the reason is simple. If you look at the stats on Ashigara Musketeer, they have a movement speed of about 4.5. 4.5 movement speed. So, yep, well, they're not right now because it looks like he's being snared. Oh, he's being slowed down by something. He's got like some slow troop there. But yeah, I think it might... I don't know. What is he... What's slowing down his army? What's in his form... is it the samurai? It might be the samurai. Yeah, it might be the samurai slowing him down, yeah. Yep, it was the samurai, okay. But as I was saying, these Ashigaras have a movement speed of 4.5, as you see right here. Basically, they can outrun skirmishers and hunt them down. Yeah, that's something you rarely ever see between muskets and skirms. Normally the skirms have their extra range and then they just kite the muskets and beat them in the end. Japanese aren't so easy. They can actually outrun the skirmishers and continue to shoot at them and can actually use their higher damage without multipliers, which muskets enjoy over skirmishers is more damage, right? And just overpower the skirms that way, so... yeah, but it does look like the Japan is also going to add in some handcap too with Naginatas. Add some of the Nagis in there. So you can have the Nagis to use their anti-infantry multipliers against the skirms. And then you'll have the Ashigaras to deal with the muskets. So a little bit of each. It should be pretty good, yeah. Definitely. He's going for the 5 Nagi shipment actually with the veteran upgrade on him. So moving along pretty quickly there, yeah. And he already has about 4 of them on the field already, so he's stacking his CanCab numbers quite a bit here. As France continues to add in more skirms, that'll be quite useful. Oh no, but the killer says, Tracy! Watch out. These guys have splash attack. Try not to let them go near your Nagis. These guys will ruin your Nagis. These guys are really good at fighting weak CanCab. Like in the Naginatas, yeah. Yep, look at this. The splash attack is really eating up these Nagis, man. He is trying to send the Yamabushis in, though, to try to use their multipliers on the Kunisez and melee. He also collected a Tomahawk treasure reward, too. So he's got that, trying to grind down this cavalry as well. The Nagis are still alive and still pursuing the skirms. This is very important because this gives Japan a few moments to finish off the Kunisez, and now he can pursue the skirms. Or not. He is going to retreat out of there. That's the other thing you can do as Japan. You can bail out of there. But here's the problem. This is where he's messing up. He's keeping the samurai in his formation. Do not do that. Because when you have the samurai in your formation like this, your troops are moving at a movement speed of about 2.25. That's not good, man. Like, he's like sabotaging. Oh, that's why. He had it in cover mode. See, this is a big mistake. Get your samurai out of cover mode, man. Because if he's in cover mode, it drastically reduces your movement speed and it turns your army into a huge slog fest of slowness. So you don't want to deal with that, man. You gotta get that samurai out of the cover mode and, you know, send him to an honorable death, I think, at your enemy. So, yeah, that's what I would do. Alright, so Nagi's coming out of the Daimyo there. Daimyo Masamune. Let's get some mining over there too. Very nice. How many you got there? Got about 10? Yep, very good. How many Naggies? Get those onto the skirms right now, man. Right here, right now. Right there, right now. Very good. Oh, get intervention. He's gonna... What is he on? Is he Japanese isolationism, right? Yep, so he's gonna probably get a batch of Yamabushis from that, right? Yep. That should be good against the cavalry, I'm assuming. Very nice. Look at all the dragoons, though. This is going to be deadly against those Naggies. Yep, so where are the Yamabushis? Oh, he got received to a samurai. That's right, that's right. Look at all the Yamabushis he's got now. He's got like 13 of them. This is going to be great against the dragoons. He should make sure that these Yamas are right on top of those dragoons and forcing them back. Yeah, see, this is good. Let those Yamabushis do their job and just go after the dragoons. Alright. You got that samurai out of cover mode, right? Yep, very good. That was a good decision there. It was like slugging his army down and stuff. Alright, so Ashigarus are now going to pound in against all these skirms. And now you're going to get the dragoons. Oh, nice. Yep. Good thrust. Boom. Very nice. Beautiful. Alright, so now it looks like Japan is finishing him off. This is why Ashigarus can be deadly against skirms even, because Ashigarus can now... Oh, watch out for the Falcons. Thankfully, your muskets move very quickly, so you can quickly get them in the melee and just cook the cannons. Just like that. Beautiful. Alright. So now the France is completely crippled. He's got no good cards now, right, except 7 skirms, so you've effectively survived his cards. Yeah, that France is out. You're going to stand right on top of his stable there. Dragoons will be, yep. Nothing you can do, man. That's a good Japan right there. That was a good Japan right there. I'm telling you. The only mistake that Japan made, keeping that samurai in cover mode and moving the rest of his army with it. Because did you notice there how the skirms were... shooting his stuff right there? You can't let that happen, because if France wanted to be really annoying, he could have just kept like shooting him, and he would have to like manually change it, and it would have been annoying. So just make sure you do that, you know? It's very important. Always make sure when you're basically moving an army in Age of Empires 3, you keep the cover mode units separate from your main army, so you don't get like hunted down by dragoons and skirms and stuff chasing you as you're retreating. If you remember that should be pretty alright. Just saying. So now we're doing Sturdy Table against one of the Chinese fellers, I think, and then we're gonna look at I Am Person versus Chipsudiste, Chazi, little French fella. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, so we got Swedes versus Brits. Okay, so the Chinese fella's playing as the Swedes, and Sturdy Table is playing as the Brits. Because what can you do with wood? You can make a manor house as the Brits, and then you can make a sturdy table inside of the manor house. Very nice. So basically, in this matchup, you get 2 interesting civs that rely on their houses. For the Brits, they get... Well, this isn't the Brits, this is the Swedes. The Swedes actually get a really nice house here called the Torp. The Torp gathers nearby natural resources, and it also builds a berry bush right next to it that it will also gather resources from. So see this ring here, this like little blue, green, yellow ring? That means that this Torp is actually collecting gold from it. Notice how the mine is magically losing coin over time, and how this berry bush is also dissolving over time. Yeah, basically it gets churned right into the Torp, which you can see through this trickle here, and it leads to some really good gathering. And also the Torp can gather from nearby huntables too that are down. So look at the little ring around the bison there if I want to get close. Yep, see the little ring around the bison there? Yeah, no, the Torp is affecting that as well, which is very nice. Yep. Alright, so now we got the Explorer right here for the British, picking up 60 food. Not bad. How about the Swede Explorer? What's the Swede Explorer doing? He's got Thor. Good old Thor. He's gonna get the 75 gold, right? Yep. So has to take out that coyote. You should be all set. Whereas Brits are gonna go for a tomahawk, which I think is a good add-on to your musketeers. Good complementary unit. So where are the Swedes looking at? So they got a rush deck. So they got blueberries to beef up the berry bushes to blueberries, which contain more food, and they improve the rate of gather on the torps. This is the most important card economically at this stage, which is the Engelberg Ironworks. Allows your torps to gather from the mines. Basically doubles their gather rate from the mines, which is really good. Now, normally you're going to start with this card. You're going to start with Dominions and get 4 torp wagons out right away. It's kind of for the same reason why we do 5 shrines with the Japanese. It's because with those torps, you can deploy them on a mine very quickly without needing the villagers, which means the villagers don't lose any villager seconds, and your economy retains that robustness from not losing those vill seconds. And also, the torps will just be able to, the torp wagons will be able to construct the torps a lot faster, leading to a lot quicker economy. So, there's a reason for that. Back in the old days, I was like, I kind of considered the card a bit of a waste because I'm like, why don't I just build the torps myself with good wood management? And it's like, that's something you have to do in a 1v1 because it's in a team game. You can just build all the torps you want and you don't have to send in the 4 torp card. I agree with that, but in a 1v1 where things are a lot more tight and you need a barracks a lot sooner with that wood, the Dominions card gives you the ability to boom a bit with those torps, while still being able to build a defense, right? Yeah, but obviously it doesn't stop you from building 1 or 2 torps in the transition between age 1 and 2. You can still have all your vills on wood and get that done. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to get a torp right here, and he's going to get one right around here. Because on average, you can usually surround a mine with about 4 torps and be able to have them all working on the mine at the same time. So, yep, that's usually the best. And then when you pick up Engelberg Ironworks, then the trickle there is going to double, basically. So that's good. Should have enough wood for a barracks, right? Very important. Whereas the Brits, let's see how the Brits are doing. So they're going up with the governor, right? Yep, 200 gold. And a outpost. That's the standard politician to go for with Brits. How many mayors are you on? You are on 3. Okay. Is he running Virginia Company at all? Like, nope. I think the only person we saw running Virginia Company in this tournament was Moon and Julian K. Nobody else has really utilized that too much. Alright, so it looks like 700 wood coming in there for the Brits. Normally with Brits, you're going to start 700 wood, followed by 600 wood. So that way you can get as many manor houses out as possible. Pretty much every time you build a manor house, you get a free villager. So it really is important that you build as many of those manor houses as possible, back after back, back to back, back to back, so that you can get as many vills as possible. Right, obviously, since houses have a build limit of 20, if you get all those manor houses out pretty quick, all 20 of them, that's like a 20 plus villager count to your economy. It's like a huge boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Alright, so Brits are going to start with muskets. That tends to be what they always open with, so that's pretty standard there. Whereas the Swedes are opening with Hussar from the stable. Okay, that's pretty good. Yep, see, here's the Dominions card in action right now. He's got to just place his wagons in the right spot and get that done. Very good. Because he needs so much coin, the Swede player is indeed using the villagers to gather some coin as well. Yeah. Alright, so how many Hussars? He's got about 4 of them, right? Very good. So what's he going to do now? Because now he's got muskets on him. He's got to consider defense. He's going to have to garrison the vills. Where are those Hussars going? Let's pay attention to that next. Oh, wow. He used the Dominions card to put a torp down here. Not bad. It's good to have some line of sight there, honestly. So I think that's alright. Let's see what these Hussars do now. Oh man, how many muskets? He's got about 9 there now. So these vills have to kind of watch out. And then he's going to train in about three, 4 more muskets too. Yep. Alright, so barracks is coming up over here. Very good. Good use of the hussars here with the retreating muskets. Trying to get as much damage into these muskets as possible there to cut down their numbers. Because if you can weed out the musketeer numbers while they're trying to retreat, it'll make it less likely the Brits just jumps on top of his town center and wipes them out. So that's important there. Alright, so the Swede will now start to add in Caroliners as well. So basically their musket unit, pretty much. The Caroliners are a little bit different than musketeers. Basically, the Caroliners have a range attack against cavalry instead of a melee one, so it makes them a little bit better. They're also slightly faster than muskets too. They have a 4.25 movement speed, which gives them a little bit of a run on the British muskets, which is definitely pretty good. You can play sort of like the Asher Guards a little bit, not as much, but a little bit. Okay, so Hussars are right on top of the muskets there. Minutemen and the Caroliners are also taking shots into the muskets too. This is some good tactics here by the Swede. He's basically grinding down as many Brit muskets as possible. Yep. So how many units is the Brits on? So he's got how many barracks? He's got 1 barracks and he's got a stable. He's now adding in Hussars. So the Swede does have to be a little bit more careful now and conscious of that. So that's who he does. So he's going to garrison the town center. He's going to position his Caroliners, it looks like, probably to take a defensive position. He's going to have to down these Hussars. Yep, kite these guys down. But unfortunately, his numbers are a little bit bleak, so it's going to be tough. Alright, so the Brits overrun him there. It looks like the Brits are gaining the advantage now. They're going to overrun him and go after his barracks, right? Yep. There you go. Goes right for a push there. Very nice. Take that settler out. Very good. Got 2 Hussars coming in. Very good. Carolinas, very nice. Yeah, definitely I think the Brits are winning out here, because now the Swede is just going to try to train up a Hussar and ship in 3 Hussars, but unfortunately, no. The combined force of Hussars and muskets, massive Hussars, is not going to be enough to defend this spot at all. Unfortunately. Oh boy, look at that. Snaring those settlers up there in the corner. Yep, overwhelmed. He's getting overwhelmed. What's he gonna do? Oh no, he's gonna lose another villager now. Oh wow, he's still got him, but yeah, look at those scores there. Obviously, Brits up and up are gonna win. You know, look at their resource count. Look at their infrastructure. How many mayors was he on? He was on 11. Okay, pretty good. So yeah. Brits can be very scary if you don't know how to deal with them. Yeah, you gotta be right on top of them, otherwise they can really step on your neck very quickly and it's not good. Definitely not good. Trying to figure out which one we're on now. Okay, so now we're on this one. I Am Person versus Chef Sudiste. Good series. Let's check it out. See what we got here. Alright, so here we are. We got I Am Person as the Ottomans and Chef Sudiste as the Portuguese. So Portuguese versus Ottomans. Now, Portugal versus Ottomans, very interesting matchup, mainly because both civs favor Fast Fortress very much. Ottomans are most certainly going to go for a Fast Fortress whenever they get the chance to. And same with the Portuguese. The Portuguese are really reliant on their Fast Fortress so that they can guarantee 3 town centers, right? Because with Portuguese, every age up gives you a covered wagon that becomes a town center. So for Portuguese, it really makes no sense to stay in age 2 with 2 town centers when you can get 3 of them in age 3. Between the covered wagon you get in age 2 and then the one you get in age 3 for free. Yeah. Then you're working off of a full 3 town center boom basically with your settlers, which you really want. Yeah, and also you got better cards in age 3 for Portuguese as well. You get Cazadors, Dragoons, your 8 help, shipmen, and then your organ guns. So that's really what you want to work with, I would say. Alright, so Ottoman's going to start up with Capitalism. That's usually a sign for straight up Fast Fortress. It's Sublime Cav Abbas. So looks like he's going to be going in more of the route of either going Delhi Abbas or Cav Archer Abbas in age 3. Very reasonable, I think. Should get a lot done. Yep, most definitely. And the reason why Ottomans have a trading post so early with the mosque is because the mosque trickles some XP out, and then the trading post also receives deliveries of XP, which ensures the Ottomans can maintain consistent unit shipment arrival times to maintain their fast fortress, and potentially even their fast industrial, which they can use to then really pound on the opponent with very powerful cards. Ottomans are really known for the power of their cards because majority of the Ottoman roster is very strong. You know, Janissaries are really tough, Abbas guns are very tough, Bombards are very tough, Safais, the Mamluk shipment is very tough. Yeah, no, Ottomans are known for packing a punch with their cards, and that's why they need to make sure they start their build order with a mosque and a trading post, so that those cards arrive just when they want them, you know. They're not sitting there waiting on a click, click, click for it. It's right there. So they're going to get the Naturalists. The Naturalist, in particular, is a very fast fortress, naked fast fortress, meaning a straight up to age 3, not stopping for military setup. Because it essentially gives you 2 semi-fan cows with about 200 food apiece. By the time you actually eat the cows, they probably accumulate like 3 or 4 extra food, which is good. And then you eat up those cows very quickly, and then you'll have enough food for the Fortress Age, which is about 1.2k food combined, which is normally what you're trying to do there. And then you also have 2 villagers too, as another bonus of the Naturalist, which is quite good. Also picking up the hunting dogs, tech with the market. Very good decision there. And what about the other side? Portugal could also be going Naturalists. Yeah, they are going with the Naturalists. See, this is the thing you got to look out for with these politicians. If you see Portugal going with the Naturalists, that means naked fast fortress guaranteed, and then same thing for the Ottomans too. So both of them are going to enjoy the semi-fan cows, and they're going to eat them up very quickly so that they can basically, you know, generate the food they need for that age up, which is good. Let's see what Portugal's got under their sleeve, though. So, alright, it's Cazador, Dragoon, Organ, Halberdier, standard crates. So nothing looks too out of the ordinary for the Portuguese here. Chef Sudiste does include cigar roller as well as sustainable agriculture in his age too, because Portugal is one of the civs that you can actually afford to run the economic gather rate cards with for late game, whereas other civs it would be frowned upon because basically you need a lot of space for unit and crate cards. For Portuguese, because they're almost certainly guaranteed to do a fast fortress successfully, they can afford to put a few eco cards in. Cigar roller and sustainable are very good because you're not really going to include too much in your age 2 hand. So you may as well put a little bit of eco in there. And then economic theory is across the board good because it affects all gather rates across the board by 10%. So hunting, mining, wood chopping, and if you do have to go into mill, plantation, estate economy later, you can. So that's very helpful for that. So it looks like Sidiste will be going with the forward town center on top of this bison hunt here, as well as this one. So Sidiste is playing a little bit more expansive, it looks like. You do have the option as Portuguese to either play defensively and sort of turtle around your main starting area, or you can expand town centers out like this and really move out onto the map properly, which is very good. Yeah. So it looks like the Portuguese are now going to age up with the marksman and get 6 cazadores. Is that right? And the Ottomans still haven't got enough coin yet, so once they do, then they'll click up as well. They'll click up with the scout. So they're going for the cavalry, whereas Sidiste is going for the skirmishers, the cazadores. So a little bit of a difference there. We'll see how that ends up going. Let's see what other cards this Ottoman has. So they got their Sifahi shipment. They do have their Cav Archer shipment. They got the Abbas. They got the Falks. They got the Mamluks. They do not have the 8 Janissary one. Just from the deck itself, this is really oriented for cavalry only. So no endurance school, yeah. But you do have your mosque construction here, so you can actually set up an industrial age setup where you get this to cheapen the royal decrees, and then you send this so you can get the royal decrees one after another, and just wham the enemy with really tough armies of troops. You know, Nizams, Safais, Bombards, one after another, yeah. Okay, so we might actually see an industrial age here from the Ottomans, because we're not seeing any real concerted effort to make a production building. He's going with all food. When you see a player as any civ just hunting like this crazy all on food, while transition between age 2 and 3, that's like a red flag that, hey, they're going to go for an industrial age, because they're not even concerned about getting down a barracks or a stable. They're just worried about picking up the 2k food needed for that industrial age. Because what happens is, oh no, wait a minute, no, he's going with Sublime Port, never mind. So basically this card, Sublime Port, this card here basically takes all your food and turns it into wood. So that's kind of a trick. If you don't know what this card does, you might get confused, because it looks like they're going for industrial age by gathering all the food, but they're actually just trying to get as much food as possible, because now he's going to get 3,000 wood. He can build all the houses he needs, he can get artillery foundries, he can get stables, he can probably get all the techs at the mosque to ramp up his free settler production rate by maximum of 15% between all 3 techs. It's a really good setup, yeah. And then now he's going to send 1,000 coin as well. So he's got a stable, he's got a foundry, about 500 wood. He's got these techs in. But the Portugal is coming in with dragoons now, so he is going to contest this area, try to be aggressive. He also sent in his 8 halberdier shipment too, so the Portuguese could potentially they're going to try to siege the foundry here. Look at that. He's already going after his foundry now. He's already putting it in check. However, the Ottoman is going to try to put some Abbas guns out before that foundry goes down. And he is sending out the Bashi Bajouks to try to distract his army too. Alright, he's going to use his helps to finish off the rest of the Bashis there. So he's got them all done. Yep, okay. So this batch of Abbas will come out on time, it looks like. Something there, still distracted. Yeah, the foundry will go down though. Foundry goes down right over here. Okay. So the stable's still up, and he's going to be making cav archers with it to support the Abbas. He's got his dragoons in the melee, because one thing Sidiste wants to do, he wants to rush the Abbas gunners and completely wipe them out. Wipe them out, basically, yeah. 1 second. Yeah, that's weird. So, yeah. Yep, basically what I was saying is the reason why he had his dragoons in melee there, because he really wants to wipe out the Abbas guns first, because these are the units that pound down tonnage of damage, basically. So yeah, pretty much that's what he's doing. And now you got the Cazadores there trying to fight the Cav Archers. Very nice. Alright, so now we got Dragoons and Cazadores trying to fight up these Bashi Bajouks, these Abbas, and these Dragoons. Very good. Alright, so now shipping in the 5 Dragoon shipments. So he didn't even send that in yet. So that'll give him a nice advantage in light cav. Also, you could eventually send in the organ guns too, for sure. And likewise, the Ottomans could get their falconets at some point. Ottomans are going to use the rest of their wood to get Grand Bazaar, basically to maximize their Ville production. Unfortunately, though, he is a bit housed right now, so... Okay, so what is he doing? He was going to get 1,000 wood so he could get some houses out, but now he's just going to go with falconets. Because now the Portugal is back in his base, attacking him again with Dragoon, Cazador, Halberdier there. So that's not good. So what you have to do is you basically got to get the 2 falconets out there and then try to pound on them. Yeah, basically. Very good. But unfortunately the Dragoon's right here, so they're going to hit these falconets right then and there. Look at that. Right into the melee. It's going to be an instant snipe and they're going to be gone. That's a big power play by the Portugal, because now the falconets are out, and now he loses his big weapon against the Cazadors now. Alright, Cav Archers are out. More Abbas coming in, more Cav Archers coming in, very good. Kazur Ep takes out Abbas. Oh wow, you still have a Uruk there. That'll be one less economy for you. Okay, so 5 Cav Archers coming out from the Ottoman. Yeah, it's looking like it's going in the favor of the Portuguese, because here's the thing. When you leave Portugal alone and they're not in any sort of danger and their army is alive and well, they can go full 3 town center boom automatically. Now, they don't even have to think twice about it, because again, you get 1 covered wagon with each age up. So no matter what, Portugal is always going to have 3 town centers. So if they're not in any sort of danger and their army isn't being clobbered, which it looks like it's the case right now since they're able to retain some army, they can maintain 3 villager boom. And right now that Portugal's up to 59 villagers. 59 villagers. And he just added eco theory to it. So now they're gathering even better now by 10%. So that's very deadly right there. Absolutely deadly. Absolutely deadly right there. And now you got so many Cazadors, you can basically try to one-shot these Abbas guns. And try to make a real gain on them, yeah. Okay, he is being careful though, because here's the thing. The Ottoman did get a 2nd town center in his base, so he does have a little bit more defensibility at this position. So he kind of can't stay under this area for too long. If it was just 1 town center, maybe. But we're talking like 2 range attacks of like 90 blasting down on you, which you have to be very careful of. Alright, so he's going to try and come in with the Cazadors again and try to snipe these Abbas one by one. That one's down. This one's going to be down. Yep, and this one too. He's going to get the Imam as well. Healer. Very good, and there comes the Cazadors there. Very nice. Oh, good match. Good match. So I'm just going to do something real quick. Sit tight and we'll find the next match while we do that, okay? And now we're on the Azamp game right over here. It's gonna be Azamp versus some Chinese name that I don't know. Chinese name that I don't know. Fu Manchu. Alright, so who is this gonna be against? Let's see. Hopefully it's not Nick again. 'Cause that might be a dupe. Figure it out. Oh, so it is a new Chinaman. New cheeky Chinaman. Alright, so it's Azamp is the British. And we got This fella is the United States. Alright, so USA versus Brits. This is a matchup we've seen quite a bit during this tournament, and what I can tell you is it really comes down to what the USA has in mind, right? More often than not, the USA does attempt to go with a Scottish immigrant setup, but then the Brit usually uses their consistent economy growth, early setup of musketeers to be able to hold it off and stave it off usually. And then they can often ship in 6 longbowmen to try to negate the Highlanders too. So, yeah, let's figure this out. We'll see this together. So right away, Brits are going to be looking for treasures on the map. Azamp already has 30 XP. He's already got 30 XP already. And he's already on top of 80 XP, so he's moving along pretty good here. Is he going to be running Musketeer Grenadier again? We'll see. I mean, that's what he did earlier, and it worked very well for him. I think, honestly, Grenadiers could work pretty good here, too. So, let's see what build he's going for, exactly. Since that treasury's already got a shipment going, and he's going to get 3 villagers. And it's called a team deck. It's a team deck. He's running a team deck in a 1v1. Man's confident. He's got confidence. I like it. Man knows what he's doing. So, what can we tell right away about this deck? This is a Grenadier deck. You got your Scots Guard here, and your Team Grenadier card. These ones are always there, so that's not abnormal. But what he's got, which is new, is he's got his British Grenadiers card, which equips Grenadiers with a hand mortar, so they have higher range, and then the Grenadiers do more damage, especially against buildings. So it's quite good. And then he's got line Grenadiers, so you can actually train your Grenadiers from the barracks, so you don't even need a foundry anymore. So are we potentially going to see a British fast fortress in Age 3 to do Grenadiers, perhaps? We could. That would be a very exciting prospect for us. I would love to see that. Who knows, though? Who knows? So what's USA up to? So USA is going to go Scottish immigrants, I think. They're going up with Pennsylvania. He's already run his Chinese immigrants and already has 2 trading posts on the map. This one's being built right now. Let's see where the next one's going to be built. Yep, it's right over here. Yep, the rickshaw's coming right in this spot. Very nice. And let's see what he's got. Yep, he's going to have to send advanced saloons next. The second card in the build order, so he can get 3 saloons in Age 2. It's what the order is. So you start out with your Chinese immigrants, so you can get 1 trading post. Well, you build 1 trading post with the Explorer. Then you send this card, so you get a Chinese rickshaw to build another trading post. But because you already have a trading post on the map, you can call the levy ability right away, and then you can build a 3rd trading post at the same time, right? Then you go for your advanced saloon. Oh no, he's going another route. He's going for a bank. He's going for a Dutch immigrants bank. Look at that. So he's going greedy. He's going greedy. Now, if Azamp does want to go for a fast fortress here in the Grenadiers with the hand mortars, he could pull it off. He could do that. He's given him the opportunity to do that by playing it nice and slow like this. Yeah, if he was right up against him and going Highlanders right away, no, he wouldn't be able to do that. But if he's like going to take a shipment break and get a bank, that's going to make that possible now. Big time. Because see, here's the thing. Because now he would have to go with more trading posts to make up for his lack of saloons now. Because he neglected this. But maybe he's got plans. Because he already has it. Alright, so he's now going to go with advanced saloon. So he's going to get the Philadelphia Convention first, so he can get an extra meeting house. And he's going to go for advanced saloon. And then he has to go Arkansas Post to build a 2nd meeting house, and then saloons 2 and 3. And then he has to go Scottish immigrants. And hopefully by that time he'll be able to get all 10 of them. Because at that point, hopefully he's got enough trading posts with the 3 saloons and 2 meeting houses to equate to 10 total of those structures. Yeah. That's basically what this card is, Scottish immigrants. For every trading post, meeting house, and saloon you have, you get a Highlander. So basically, you get 3 saloons, that's 3, plus 2 meeting houses, that's 5. You have to make it up with 5 trading posts, somehow, somewhere. So you got one here, you got one here, you got one here, you got one here. You need like one more, probably this one. You could also go for this one to keep it safe. And then that's what you do, yeah. What USA is doing here, which is a very interesting take on it, he actually decided to go with the bank first, so he could basically ensure production of outruns, so he could do owl hoots before he even gets the Highlanders out. I think that could be a good protection here for him, because basically, if Azamp is thinking of going Grenadier here, out of the gate, what he's basically going to want to do is he's going to want to have owl hoots with their good buckshot charge attack to be able to fight them off, which I think is pretty good, yeah. Looks like Azamp does start Musketeer though, and he is trying to get this treasure here. Oh man, it looks like USA is going to steal it though, because the Explorer is on the floor holding his kneecap. Okay, so that's pretty good, because now USA is going to get the treasure. And they're going to get an extra shipment, so now he, as soon as these are built, he can go for his Scottish immigrants right away. He's already ready for that, so he's already ready for that. Looks like he's going to go up with just 9 though, he's not going to go for 10. Unless he can somehow get a train post up very quickly. Yeah, but here we see Azamp again with the Grenadiers. Alright, putting those to good use. Yeah, let's see what happens there. He did go Advance Arsenal. Oh no, he went with the Logistician again, Arsenal. Wow, very interesting. See, there is a politician that the Brits got called the Logistician, which lets them build a Arsenal wagon. And that's what he did, so now he can actually get the Arsenal tech for the Grenadiers, I believe, right? The incendiary grenades. Or am I mistaken? I don't know. Can you get incendiary grenades in Age 2? I can't remember. I rarely ever check. If you can, that would be great. So it looks like this, so basically all you have to do with these owl hoots is just stay out of the range of the Grenadiers. The Grenadiers have the same range as the Musketeers, so staying out of their range can be pretty easy as long as you know how to fight very well. Oh wow, that's how he took the Explorer out. He had the spy there. Wow, look at that. Very nifty little fella there, because he is going with tons of gold now with the bank and all the vills on mines. He can actually go for spies as well to like hunt the Explorer. Good buckshot there, get some okay damage. Now he's got the 9 Highlanders out too, and he's gonna come pursuing this British army now. Be careful, try to keep these Highlanders alive as long as you can and let the owl hoots do the work if you possibly can. Right. Bringing in 700 wood. Might be going for more population. Could also put in a stable or barracks too. And a white wants. Right. More Grenadiers coming in on the Brit side. Gonna be picking up the Scots Guard right now. Some more damage for both the muskets and the Grenadiers. Okay, so now we see Highlanders in the front. We'll fight through all these guys. Uh-oh, the Explorer is tanking. Not good. Pay attention to that. Got back up now. Man, getting cooked. Getting Captain Cooked right now. Well, that's not good. Oh man, he lost everything. Yeah, he's gonna lose all his Islanders now, man. This is bad. That one's gone. This one's surely gone. This one might escape. That was like a 180 loss right there for him. Wow. That's why you gotta watch your micro, man. You know, watch your micro. Don't engage until you know you can handle the battle, because if you do it too early like that, this can go very sour very quickly. Yeah, just like that happened right there. Huh. Yeah. Now even more Grenadiers are coming out too, with the HP increase on both the muskets and the Grenadiers again, with the team Grenadier improvement card there. Yep. The Musketeer and Grenadier troops hit points increase. Nice. Owl Hoots. Fend off here. Yeah, not looking good right now because he just doesn't have the numbers. At this point, he's so desperate he's actually going to have to train spies out of his church there. Wow. He actually researched Agent as well to increase the line of sight hit points on those spies too. So, kind of going for everything under the sun here to try to fight here. Yeah, you're going to want to get those spies on top of the Grenadiers if you can. Be using their hand attack. Even though their hand attack is like really weenie size, yeah. I think Breeds even have more hand attack than spies do against Grenadiers from the looks of it. Yeah, very, very minuscule. Oh, who's going for another good buckshot there? They did some good damage. But I think Azam's doing a good job of keeping the Grenadiers split up. So the buckshot on the Owl Hoots is very minimal. Yep, and he just called the Minutemen out now. Yeah. Too bad he couldn't have had that levy out sooner, because Minutemen and all emergency troops with range have multipliers against siege troopers. So that would have been great against Grenadiers, because he could have like dished it out on them and wiped them out. Yeah. Day late, dollar short. Yeah. Alright, now we're going to go on to the next one here. Let's figure out the next one. Let's see what this one is. Scroll. Man, we got tons of records here. Look at all these things. This is insane. Look at all these things. Woo! Wow. Ooh, God. Look at all those records. Now we're on this one. I think it's the Chinese person that was in my group against Skull Knight. Okay, so let's do that one now. GG. Let's see here. So now we got Ottomans versus the Mexicans here. So we got an Ottoman versus Mexicans. So I actually had to fight this Mexico in the tournament, and what I can tell you, he loves his Baja California revolt. He's really good at, and in fact, he won't only do a Baja California revolt, he'll actually use the trade monopoly with it as well. So he's really well equipped to doing it, basically. So yeah, that's definitely something we're going to see here for sure. Looks like, Ottomans got their moss down, they got their train post down, that's good, so they can get their good XP generation for cards later, very important. So the question is, can this Ottoman actually deal with the Chinese player there? I don't know, it's going to be a good question. We'll figure it out though, we'll see what happens. It's going to be tough, super tough. Yeah. So let's see what deck Ottomans are running, just so we can. Joker Expert. Oh man. So going capitalism first. That means we're going to be seeing Naked Fast Fortress with that gold trickle. You don't see any sort of unit cards here in H2. Yep. Absolutely, it's going to be a straight up Fast Fortress. It might be an Industrial Age. You never know, because he's got the advance. He's got the Moss Construction and the Royal Decree, so that's another sign right there, potentially. Because here's the thing. The Age 3 looks very close. You know, he's just got the bare basics. He's got the Falconets, he's got the Mamluks, and he's got the Savai. All of his big boy stuff is in Age 4. You know, he's got like 22 Azaps, big Cav Archer shipments, big Abbas, big Bombard, infinite Savai shipments. So I think Skull wants to go Age 4 here. Let's see if we can pull it off, though. Yeah. Okay, so this is a little bit different. So instead of going with the Algondiga de Granditas for the Hacienda and the two settlers, this Baja goes for advanced trading posts. So that way the trading posts are now cheaper to construct. That's pretty good, actually, because that will make it a lot easier to construct these things. And it seems like out of the gate, the Mexico is already sort of thinking about how is the Mexico going to like build all these trading posts up, right? So that's going to be really important there, basically. Looks like going up with Texacola. That's pretty standard of a Baja California revolt. Turn that military wagon into a saloon, which is very important. Got... Oh, whoa, Juanita, you forgot your comida. Las frutas. Get your las frutas over here, your comida. Comida dulce. That's not good. Oh, he's gonna go for his coin? Oh, I'm going for the coin first. Alright. I was wondering, wait a second. Don't leave your treasure hanging like that. Oh, he's left his 60 food treasure here. What are you doing, man? Look at this. Can't be doing that. You're saboing your economy. Take the 60 food, man, unless you're doing it to show off, you know. Alright, he's going for this 30 XP right now. I wonder if this player will remember that they forgot the 60 food over there. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, so here comes the Padre, here comes the military wagon. Where's the saloon gonna go? It's gonna go mid-map right around this spot. Yep, this seems to be a popular location to put it. Right about here. Nice. Right in that spot. Very good. Okay. Up here comes the 700 wood, and then the revolt will begin. Right, so how's he going to go about building these train posts, right? Yep, he's probably going to use all... Oh, wait a minute. This is the 85 wood treasure, too. So this is going to go right into train post production for the Ba revolt. Very nice. Yeah. Very good. Here comes the Ba revolt. How many filibusters we looking at? Because you didn't send granditas, so you're only going to have about 9 filibusters. That itself can be a little risky if somebody decides to push. Obviously, this Ottoman is playing towards industrial age, so they're not going to be pushing you that hard. Okay, so the bolt is up. Can start getting that 30 XP, right? Very good. Okay, so trading post coming up over here with one wagon. These ones are being built right now. Very nice. Yep. These TPs are also being built right now. So this is going to be a very powerful trade monopoly for the Mexico, or the Baja California, I should say. Gonna go for the robber barons first, so you at least get that gold trickle going. And then once you can afford this card annexation, then you can go for the trade monopoly. Yeah. Here comes the outpost. Very nice to protect the saloon. Also keeping the inspiring flag there too, so you can like defend this area with more stats. Very smart. Gonna make some cuadrillos. And here comes the annexation. Very nice. Here comes the train monopoly. Very good. So, Skull Knight has less than 5 minutes now to, like, start burning these trading posts. But the problem is, the man has every trading post on the map. On the map. Every trading post on the map right now. So, this is not good. This is not good at all. Mexico is looking really good right now. Yeah, so what was... Alright, so Skull Knight went for 2 outposts, went for frontier defenses. So he's kind of playing the wrong game here, you know. Mexico threw him for a loop. I think he did, because I think Skull was expecting his opponent to, like, I don't know, play, like, I don't know, more defensively with Central America or something? I don't know. I don't know what he was expecting here, but definitely this Baja California against Skull Knight is way more spooky for him than it was for me, because I was trying to go semi-fast fortress and I got caught off guard by it, but I don't know what Skull's going to be able to do now, because he's getting the barracks up, he's going to start making Janissary. I think it's a little too late, buddy. I mean, you can try to go Falconets, fine. You can try to do that. And, oh, he can't even because he's housed. Look at that. Oh, he went up with the marksman, so he's got some abbas, fine. Yeah, no. You're already down to 3.5 minutes, buddy, and you're already... The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. Gotta do something about. Alright, so he's gonna get the Falconets now. He did build some houses there. And then he should go for probably Safai. He's gonna need some good troops here now. And in that time, I'll the Ba has to do. Keep making Cuatros, good defense, and then he's going to send in the Walker gang. So he's going to get a bunch of random Wild West Outlaws there too. And that's going to kind of seal the deal because he'll have so much Outlaws on the field that whatever little army of lineman stuff you're going to send is going to be like nothing. Yeah. Because here's the thing, he's got Cuatros now. He can just run the Cuatros on top of your Falconettes. Having 2 cannons is not that scary at the end because he's got the outlaw numbers to being able to strike at it. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. So let's see what happens. Let's see how this goes. Yeah.
What you need? Que me ordena. A las armas.
Oh wow, look at that. Nice. Oh man. Alright, so he's going after 1 train post. But he's going to have to get some more done other than this, you know. Plus he's got the charged shotgun messengers on there too, which is going to be hurting his troops. Alright, so now he's going to have to go... Is he going to... Oh, he's going to go for the middle one. Well, here's the thing. Most of them are up here, unfortunately, so he does sort of have to come up into this neck of the woods to go for. Oh, no, he's going to try to go for... Wait a second. He's going to go for this one over here? Yeah, I think so. So let's see if he pulls it off. Alright, walk, walk, walk. Get over there. See what happens. Yep. Shipping in some coin right to his stockpile. And yeah, no, he's got too many outlaws here now. Look at this. This is not looking great. No, he could be his army too. He does. Yeah, his army's done. Outlaws. Run the lasso right on top of the Falcon Hill. Yeah, like that. And then, yeah, no, he's gonna try using Janissaries, Scimitars to fight the Cuatros. He's not even gonna be able to do that really. There's so many banditos here with the filibusters and the few gunslingers too. So yeah, that's not good. GG. Yep, he calls it. He's not gonna undo that monopoly. He's just not going to do it. No, definitely not. So, yeah, let's go on to the next one here. Let's see what we got. Which match are we on now? It's CCC. CC Senor. Let's go up here. Up and away! Away! So many files! All these files. Wow. Look at all these files here. Be here for years doing this. Not really, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, so now it's going to be Nick versus one of the Chinese players. I don't know which one. We'll see. Should be pretty good. So it's Nick is Japan versus a Chinese USA player. It's the one that did the Scottish immigrants last time, right? Is that right? Is that right? Or am I mistaken? No, I'm not mistaken. I think that is the United States we saw last time. So we're going to see that United States go up against Japan. Yeah, should be a good matchup. If he's planning the same sort of build that he did last time, I wonder how he's going to do against Japan. Yeah, should be interesting. Okay, so we haven't seen any decks yet, so we don't know quite what the exact builds are on either side, but we can already assume that there's a trading post going up, that there's a good likelihood that we're going to be seeing Scottish immigrants. Pretty good chance of it, actually, so yeah. But it doesn't always mean it. Sometimes you will see this go up just so you can call your Spanish pikeman levy from it too, so we'll have to be on the lookout for that as well. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Really a multitude of different possibilities. So Nick there is going to go after the wolf. Oh, coyote. Coyotes, yep. Got very good RNG there with his explorers. Critical strikes there, not bad. His divine strikes. Divine strikes, yeah. Alright, now he's going to go on Chinese immigrants. So this is going to be Scottish immigrant build order again for United States. He's going to get that rickshaw right here. And he's probably going to get this triangle of train posts. So he's going to get the native down here. And then he's going to get the middle TP over there too. Yep, exactly. Japan also gets a trading post. Now, what's interesting about Japan here, instead of going for vills, he actually goes for 300 food, infinite, from the home city. 300 food? That's a rare one. I never see that from Japan, so I wonder what kind of unorthodox playstyle he's going for here. Going for food first. I think it's probably not good, you know? I think you're probably going to want to either go Heavenly Kami, 2 villagers, or if you're on a war map, go for 3 fishing boats. But I think infinite 300 food is kind of a waste, because it doesn't build up any sort of momentum at all. Because here's the thing, if you go 3 fishing boats on water, or you go 2 villagers on land, that's economy that adds up later. If you go for Heavenly Kami, not only is that economics that builds up later, but you're also cheapening the cost of the shrines and making your life a lot easier. So, yeah, take that for what it is. Does go with the Torii Gate, so still sticking to the standard script on the Wonder decision there, which is quite good. And we're going to see very quickly what this Japan has in mind. Note that the shrines are configured to gold right now. That's right, yep. So if he's playing by the script, he's going to come roaring in H2 with the 5 shrines wagon. So he can build those shrines up very quickly, and he doesn't need his exploring vills to lose their tasks to basically deal with that, yep. Okay, so we got a trading post here. And it looks like the other rickshaw came over to this side, which is pretty good. Yeah, there's that. Very nice. Okay, so here comes the Torii Gates. Did I just say? I don't know. Did I just say Tsuga Shrine? No, it's the Torii Gates. Yeah, it's the Torii Gates. Why do I keep mentioning Tsuga Shrine? I don't know. Like having a weird brain moment right now. Ugh. Yeah, I've seen so many matches lately, you start like hallucinating, yeah. Not really, but... Alright, so you're going to use your military rickshaw for a barracks, obviously, yep, very good. That's probably the main reason why everybody goes Torii Gate to begin with, is because you get that military rickshaw as the reward for it. Gives you a pretty good startup to start going Ashigaru right out of the gate. So we are going to see 5 shrines coming out there, very nice. United States, though, going for Philadelphia Convention, so... Yep, this is indeed the USA we saw before. So instead of going right for the advanced saloon, he stops to get a bank with the Dutch immigrants. Not only that, it improves the gather rate on mines by about 5% with the vills. So you can actually put more vills on the mines and be able to maintain production of owl hoots from your first saloon there. So we're going to see if this owl hoot Highlander combination does any better against Japan. I think it personally can, but it really depends on what the opponent is doing, right? Because it looks, from what we remember from Nick, Nick is pretty good with Japan, you know? I think he did pretty solid last time, if I remember correctly. He was able to do Ashigarus with the Nagis, right? Yeah, no, that was great. That was a good performance. So we'll see if he can do a similar performance here or not. So he's already coming down here with his Ashigarus, trying to maintain some ground. Explorers here with the Owl Hoots. I would try to maintain the buckshot on these Owl Hoots for when the Ashigarus arrive, personally, but we'll see. I think what Japan really wants is this treasure here, the 320 XP one. If they can get that one, that would be a nice additional card that they can add to their collection, so to speak, and get some more units out. Going for the Daimyo Modotada. Oh wow, that's a nice early Daimyo there. So I think that Japan might be planning on going forward with the Daimyo there, which could be pretty good. USA using some of their gold to go after the explorers with the spy though. Oh man, this is not going to be good. Look at that. Slash, 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 like that. They're down in 2 hits. So goodbye explorers, goodbye possibility of getting that treasure now. He's using the spy to take out the samurai. Look at how low that samurai is. Actually takes it out with this. That was crazy. That spy gets a lot of value there. He took out 2 explorers and got rid of a samurai. Oh man, this isn't good though. Watch out. You gotta make sure that you can't let that happen, man. Not at all. Yeah, gotta be careful of that. Definitely. See, one thing that would be make Wars of Liberty different than this, in Wars of Liberty, the Japanese generals get the hero tag. But here they don't. So here you can't actually use the spy to like take out this Daimyo. It would be a good addition to the Finnish if they let you do that, by the way, but unfortunately not. Alright, so he did ship in about 5 Yumi archers right from his Daimyo there, so he's got a bit of skirmishers mixed in now, so it's not just straight up heavy infantry. Alright, so how many owl hoots is USA on? So they don't have any right now, but they're just starting to train some. Now they're going to have their Scottish immigrants, they're going to have up to 8 Highlanders. 8. Ocho. That's a little weak. I would have tried to go for some more, personally. I would have tried to go for at least 9. Yeah, 8's a little bit small. Because here's the thing. You only get to send this card once, and those are like your power unit that you're going to be plowing with, is these Highlanders. So you really need to get as many of them as you can. So I just don't think you're living up to that by doing that, personally. Could be wrong, but yeah, that's what it is. So, alright, so going for another spy. Owl Hoot's coming out over here, right? Yep, pretty much. So let's see what happens here now, yeah. Up, up. Not good. Not good at all. Alright, so Highlanders are going to pursue these archers. Very good. Very nice. Spy's going to... Good snare there. Good way to slow down the Yumi. Take out another Yumi archer. If you can take out those Yumi archers, you're going to increase the lifespan on these Highlanders, I guarantee you. So that's a good idea. Alright, so all the Yumis are gone. Though Japan could... Yep, they are going to ship in their other batch of Yumis here. So that's one thing to watch out for. Yeah, no. Does he pursue or does he sort of hang out around here? Let's see. He did call out his Minutemen too. Very good choice, honestly. So he's got a 210 XP treasure right there to grab, which I think he's going to go for. That's a good choice. And then he can get the 320 treasure over here too to boot. If he can do both of those, I think he'd be in great shape because he's got the Comanche site and he's got the Cheyenne site. Because now, what USA can consider doing is, they could go for native treaties now. That would be a viable move. Or they're going to go for wood, actually. So they're going to get some infrastructure. I think that's pretty okay. I like how they're plowing themselves ahead. And then they're going to get another card right out of the way with this one here, I think. So, yeah, let's see what happens right here. Good work on that. Cavalry down, very nice. Oh, no, good. Get that 320 XP there. Beautiful. Very nice. That's really good. Quite good. Alright, so you got 31 Ashigaru and 9 Yumis, then you got your Daimyo here. Trying to figure out position where he's going. Alright, so 5 more spies coming out, more Owl Hoots. Okay, he still has his Highlanders this time, which is a lot better than last time. He's going for agents to get the HP up on the spies. Also gives them a charge revolver attack. That gives them a nice range attack there, should be pretty helpful. So let's see what happens there. Going after the native site, that's annoying, because here's the thing, you want to keep that native site for native treaties, so you can get a nice free batch of Cheyennes and Comanches here. You could use a little bit of cavalry to round out your force. Ag, Castia wool, or yeah. Oh, Verlingo wants me to cast wool? Is that right? You want me to cast wools at Liberty Games? Yeah, we'll do that towards the end of the week. Unless you're willing to pay me. Because, believe it or not, I think these guys said they might actually pay me some, compensate me for this if I can do all these. So, I'm gonna make sure that I can, do all these for them. I'm going to do every single game that they want because
What is your
I
command?
always
Yes.
go for the highest bidder. That's the way it is. Yeah, plus we really need to support Definitive Edition too because, yeah, we gotta tell those devs to come back and start putting some DLCs into this game again. Yeah, so, alright, so it looks like the spy's going into cover mode to tank all these bullets. Wow, he's like tanking with these spies. I've never seen that before. It's a very fascinating strategy. Now he's using the owl hoots and the Highlanders on the infantry there. He's moving the archers forward to move past the spies. I think it's pretty interesting. Yeah, big time. Okay, so the Yumis are going to be eliminated. Very good. So does he have enough? I would retreat. I would get out of here now. Get some more spies and like come back again. Yeah, no, get out. You don't have enough army. This is not good. Get out. Get out of here. You gotta get out of here. You don't have enough force. And see, now he's gonna grind all your allies. You should have just like retreated and like maintained your army mass because now, where's all your army, man? You got like no owl hoots, you got no skirmishers, and they can run at you again. You're setting yourself up for danger, man. Yeah, you got a few cowboys though. I don't know why he went cowboys. Cowboys to me is a little bit not intuitive because you know that Japan is mixing in Yumi archers with his Ashies there. So these Yumis are going to have a real easy time like ripping through the cowboys. I don't know why I'm making the cowboys, but no, I would keep with the owl hoots. The owl hoots are great. They got the buckshot, they got skirmisher stats against the Ashies. I don't know why you'd want to go. He might be doing it to snipe the Daimyo. That's what he's probably doing there. He's probably going to try to snipe that Daimyo. I guarantee you. That's what he's doing. Also, note that the Japan did go Japanese isolation and he did pick up Bushido principles because he can now queue up these Ashigarus in blocks of 10. He's also making the Shinobi Nomonos as well. So he's getting access to that good unit there too, basically. Should be quite useful. Cowboys go up against the archers. Very good. Alright, spies in cover mode. Very nice. Range infantry there. Very good. He's got his next batch of men out as well. Let's see how many archers he can take out here. To be honest. Let's see. He's got another spy coming in now. Daimyo is almost down. If you can get that Daimyo out, that can be quite helpful. Right, so, yeah, how many cards does Japan have, actually? So, he's through all of his military cards, so he can't receive any shipments to him anymore for now, which is good. But, now his Highlanders are dead. Now, he's running into the same dilemma he did against the last opponent, the Brits. He's just losing way too many soldiers too quickly here. This whole gimmick of having the spies in cover mode and protecting the owl hoots is just not working. It should work on paper, but it's just failing. Okay, now he's going for the Springfield Armory there. It's quite good. Oh, but now he's going to target the arsenal. Look at that guy, right on top of the ball there. Yeah. So he's going to go for flintlock and paper cartridge first, because that will improve all of his gunpowder soldiers, including his owl hoots. And then he's probably going to go with counter infantry rifling next. That would be the next one. If you didn't know, this card, Springfield Armory, basically gives you a free arsenal, and it makes all the arsenal techs research for free, but it makes it slower. So you basically get all the arsenal techs out of the gate. It's really nifty. Likewise, he's going for Hamiltonian economics to make all of his market techs free as well. But does he have a market? No, he doesn't have a market. So, yeah, I think right now he's just running out of cards to send, honestly. It's really sad. Yeah, no, he's just running out of cards to send at this point. It's one archer, great, very good. Here comes some more spies, beautiful. Start cutting through the Yumi archer there, very good. Oh man, get that, very nice, very, very nice. Interesting. Alright, Saloon's going down. I think Japan has won this one. Oh, he has a market. Oh yeah, he's got a market right there. Alright. Picking up amalgamation for the gold and then steel traps and food. So he's getting that going. But I think Japan is just, USA just lost too much army. Japan is just going to overrun him now. Yeah. Plus he's doing Nagis now. He's doing Nagis. So now he's got anti-skirmisher in there. So now any owl hoots you make are basically obsolete against these guys. Yeah. I think that's a nail in the coffin, man. I don't think he can do too much anymore. Not really. I don't really see him coming back from this at all. On the slightest, so. Yeah, this will be real interesting to say the least, I would say. Yeah. Comes the agents, very nice. Another batch of men, very good. Golden Pavilion, very nice. 7 archers. Yeah, I think this is the end because now Japan is going to go right for flaming arrows. Yep, you can go for the siege. Yeah, it's kind of the end of the road there, USA. It was fun while it lasted, right? Yeah, big time. Got cowboys over here, you cowboys. Very nice. No shinobis. Alright, going for Virginia Assembly, right? The capital there, very good. Okay, going for ranged cavalry cockerel for the cowboys. Get their range and attack up. Alright, so actually going for the big Yumi archer cards and not the flaming arrows. Which I find interesting. Definitely. Got the Yumis up the Baron too, right? Yep. Gonna do the same with the Nagis as well. Got some Yabazumes too, so potential anti-artillery there. Yep. And because he's doing a large plethora of both range and melee troops, he takes his Golden Pavilion and puts it onto the hit point stance to increase the HP of all of his troops there. Because if he keeps it on the range attack one, it'll only benefit the Yumis and the Yabas, and it won't keep the Nagis more durable. So, kind of going for a mix of a little bit of HP on the Yumis and a lot of HP on the Yabazumes and the Nagis here, which is very useful. Yep. USA moving forward with some spies. I don't know what they're going to accomplish, but should be interesting. Oh, good. Wow, how convenient. How convenient. Gonna land right on top of that explorer right there. Oh, smoke bomb right on time. Look at that. That was a good smoke bomb. Just made it out right in the nick of time. In the nick of time. Wow. Very nice. Hey, and why didn't you just say to get rid of that shrine, man? Foundation and be annoying. It's like our second forgetful act of the day from people in the tournament. First that person forgot the blueberry treasure, and now somebody forgot to finish that shrine and siege it. I don't know what people are up to these days, but it's not good. Not good. It's not good, man. Very bad. Yeah, so Yumis are going to land right on top of those settlers, it looks like. Yep, very nice. Very, very
仏
good.
様のご加護のおかげじゃ。
Oh, look at that, the big Kentucky shipment there. It's a Kentucky Fried Chicken, you got Kentucky Fried Rifles, yeah. So they sent the Kentucky Hunter's card in there. Very good idea, that was a good move. Unfortunately, he's got cavalry. If he didn't have cavalry, I think he would have been all fine there. That was a good choice, but at the wrong time with the hand cav. Man, that was so sad. That was sad, like, this should have won, but, yeah, no, he's got Nagy's there now, and he's got some Yabas. Maybe he should have tried to go for the Pawlowski's Legion first to, like, get the Nagy's and then get the rifles out. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. He's got some, yeah, like, see, now he's got carbine cavalry. Maybe he should have had that first. Yeah. And how did he get these? Did he send them out of the Pennsylvania tech, maybe? Yeah, I think so. Remember correctly, yeah. Here comes Pawlowski's Legion of the Guard Ulans. Yep.
It'll take more than that to keep me down.
Auftrag.
See what these Ulans can accomplish here. Right on the archers, right? Connect with those archers. Should be in good shape. Beautiful. Moving in. Very nice. Play the Cavalry Tourist card technology at the arsenal to get the HP up on the Cav. A little bit too late there. I don't think it would have helped anyways, but yeah. And honestly, that game could have ended like 6 or 7 minutes ago. I feel like Japan was way... They won that a long time ago, honestly. As soon as the Highlanders were gone and he lost his army mass, the game was already over, unfortunately. Yeah, I like the idea of putting the spies into cover mode, but it just, I don't know, it just wasn't... It wasn't living up to what it should have been doing there. Yeah, no, unfortunately. Nope. Not at all. Okay, so which game are we on now? Let me see here. So, okay, they want me to show this. Wait a minute, no, it's not this one yet. Let me see, we're on this one, this. Wait a second, where are we on this list? Oh, we got this. Okay, and now we're on here. Okay, we're on Halan versus Luktan. Alright. Let's see what this one is. So we got Halan is Ethiopia, and Luktan is the Armens. Okay. So Armens versus Ethiopians. So this should be pretty good. Let's see how this one turns out. Alright, so we got our first African of the day. So Africa starts with a wagon to build a livestock market, and the livestock market is a unique building for all the African civs that allows them to not only fatten herdables, but also to sell herdables for either wood or gold. And notice how the value of the livestock market is going up. Eventually, you can sell off a cattle for up to 500 wood or 500 gold, which is really nice. Another thing to consider with the start of an African civ is this building, the granary. So with the granary, it's a building that lures huntables in towards it. Kind of like the way the shrines work, but it's a little bit different. Instead of collecting the animals to improve a trickle of some kind, the granary simply holds the animals in place so you can shoot them easier without having to run around the map and having to herd as much, which is good. It's a free building, mind you, so you don't have to pay for it. It also gives you your hunting technologies as well as your farming technologies. Another thing it does, the granary also improves your gather rate near it when you're hunting and doing other related tasks like farming and so forth. So, basically, you should try to build as many granaries as you can that are going to help you to maintain your hunts and lure them in towards your base instead of having to herd like a crazy person. That's kind of the idea of it, basically, is trying to cut down on your work as far as managing your hunts. That's pretty much it. So, also another thing to note too about Ethiopia, they're always going to begin with this card called the Trinity. Instead of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, it's the Villager, and the Abundant Priest. And it's a really good card because it gives you 2 villagers you can put on your economy, and then the Abundant Priest will be useful when you build your mountain monastery. Because your mountain monastery is a church. With Ethiopia, you put right on top of a mine. And you can gather gold from it, and you can gather influence from it. And the priest can work on that building. Your villagers can work on it too. But if you can manage to just run it with just the Abundant Priest, it gives your villagers a lot of leeway into giving you a ton of food, while the priests sort of focus on your golden influence, which can be good micromanagement of your eco. Yeah. Looks like he did sell off one of his cattle early on to be able to afford the hut. Very much part of the game at that point. You're always going to have to sell off a cattle to build a hut, unless you get super RNG lucky with your treasures and you get enough wood to build a house. But that's pretty rare usually, typically. Yeah, so where we at right now, we got the explorer right here, right? Yeah. Jesuits right there. Very nice. Jesuits is a good sign that we're going to see a conquistador build from the Ethiopia. Because if you know anything about the Jesuit native site, they got the conquistadores. And one thing you'll know about conquistadores in Definitive Edition, they actually have one area of effect. So they have 1 splash on their range attacks. So they're actually a pretty good unit in D. And that's why you'll see a lot of Ethiopians go with the Jesuits, so that they can set up a conquistador start and try to pressure their opponents with it, which can be quite good, Very strong overall. Yeah, so that's what we're going to see there.
Hello.
Alright, so what are you going to do? Eating the cow. So the Ottoman is going naked fast fortress because they just went with the naturalists and they got the 2 free cows. They're going to eat those up very quickly, collect the food, and then get the 700 coin, followed by the 700 wood. Also, they went with capitalism as their first card, so that's an indicator. Naked fast fortress, because you want to get the gold trickle early enough, so by the time you get your 700 coin, the trickle would have already provided you the 300 gold on its own to age you up. So your vills can just focus on the hunting aspect, and then everything will just work together perfectly. Yep. And the wood is coming in next, which tells us probably we're going to see a production of Janissaries in the transition between age 2 and 3. That's pretty certain at this point. So we're going to see some Jans coming out, and we'll see Conquistadors fighting them. Now, something that I've noticed a lot in these types of matchups when this happens, basically, okay, oh wow, again, Jesuit influence, very nice. So basically what that does is every time you get a shipment, you get 2 crates of 100 influence. Yeah, that's kind of what Ethiopia relies on to set up conquistadors in this build, basically, yeah. Doesn't look like he's built any conks yet, though. You can afford one now. You should probably start queuing it right now, I would say. Yeah. He's got Facilities Castle, ships 1 palace, and about tokens of 300 influence, plus some more influence, yeah. So, wow, this is quite good. And quite a good build here, yeah. And he's getting the 700 coin as well. So does that mean he's gonna be aging up with the Ottomans? Maybe. Because he might need that Sebastopol mortar to fight the Ottoman stuff. Maybe. We'll see. It's really uncertain at the moment. But one thing is cool. We do see that he actually is going to train another Rabun priest from the monastery. So that he can actually start gathering some influence and gold from this monastery here. So from what it looks like, let's see what Modi... Can we see what... Alright, so he's on the... all mounts coin with the 25% influence rate. So he's getting partial influence. He's not going full gold. Because sometimes in this tournament we have seen players that have completely foregone the influence gather rate and they've gone just for the full gold from those monasteries. So that's pretty nice there, I think. Yeah, definitely. It's quite good. Alright, so here's the first batch of conquistadores. But Ottomans are already in Fortress Age though, so that's not good. As what the Ottomans are going to do is they already got their batch of Jans here. They shipped in about, well, no, they went up with the marksmen, so that's why he's got 4 Abbas there. And now we've got 5 Janissaries coming in, 8 more shipping in as well, which is quite good. Yep, quite nice. That's pretty good there, yep. Gonna fight through all that coyotes there and get a free villager. Really good for the player, because that's going to be an additional source of economy for him. Veteran Janissaries coming in as well. As you know, Janissaries are a very durable musket with about 215 HP. Once they get veteran, they kind of go up to like 258. And then from there, if they get Endurance School, it goes up to this card here, Endurance School. Then it goes up to over 300 HP. Turn them into a real tanky musket. Alright, so Avila's knocked out over there with the Jans. Ethiopia is just holding back with conks. They know not to do anything right now because they don't really have an army to fight right now. So all they can do is just go to H3, pick up Sebastopol, get their Neftanias, and try to fight this out. That's all they can do at this point. Conks are only going to be good in very limited support situations where the target is somebody else and the conks can just sit there and do their splash attack. The palace is near the town center too, so that will be a good piece of support there as well. Yeah. Okay, so here comes the... Oh, wow. Making some Chattel warriors from the war camp behind the TC there. So he's going for something to target the Abbas guns with already. So that's good. Very nice. Town center shooting through the Jans there. Very good.
¿Qué me ordena?
Comes the Sebastopol. Alright, the Sebastopol is going to be a great piece of artillery here that you can use to target the infantry with. Right. So for now, it's going to force Ottomans retreat. We got a batch of conks here, and they should tell to sort of hold this area. Also going to be trained Neftanias. Neftanias are basically a very durable, high hit point skirmisher that the Ethiopians get. Like, they're very durable. If you've seen my Colosseum Boudica... Oh, Mamluk! Mamluk's right up the Sebastopol. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful strike right there by Lukman. Just what the doctor ordered. Wow, look at that. No more artillery now. And these Mamluks, these are a ferocious unit. They got like almost 1.5k HP on them. They're like a tanky mercenary. Alright, the embassy's gone now. Alright, what happens here? Well, I would do everything I can to preserve these Mamluks and only use them where I need them. But yeah, no, you could use Mamluks to go after his Kongs if you think it's worth it, because the Mamluks have enough HP that they can endure a bit of combat with these guys. So, alright, looks like the Mamluks are on top of the Netanyas, so they're going to be utterly destroyed. More Kongs coming out of the palace now. Alright. Targeting the Vills. Ooh, look at all these Vills that are being done. This is not good. Look at all that loss of economy right there. Right now he's shipping in Gascanyas now. These Gascanyas will be bringing in about 24 range attack, which is quite good. Beautiful. Let's see what these Mamluks do here. Basically, yep, going after the Kongs. See? Right there. Very good. Beautiful. Get that. Nice, nice, nice.
ዝግጁ ነኝ ምንድን ነው የሚፈልጉት ንጉሥ ሆይ ትእዛዙ ምንድን ነው
And here comes elite infantry, very nice. So Delboy, ooh, God, that's unfortunate. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Oh, whoops, whoopsie-doodles. Alright. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I was looking forward to that game. I just was curious why it was such a lengthy game, honestly. Yeah, because it seemed like, obviously Ottomans kind of won that one, so I don't know exactly what Ethiopia was playing there. It's pretty interesting, though, to say the least. So, yeah. Pretty good stuff. Let's go up here. Look at all these recordings we got. We're going to be here for a while now. Yeah, absolutely. That's right here. Gotta figure out where we are on the list. So now we're on this one. So we got 2281, this number, versus MC Jim. Let's see who wins in this one. Alright, so we got McJim versus this Ottoman here with a huge number sequence for a name. Alright, so it's going to be Brits versus Ottomans. Right, as we've seen before, this is a 50-50 split in terms of performance. We've seen Brits totally go crazy on the Ottomans and beat them, and we've seen the opposite happen with the Ottomans, just being the Brits with their units. So it really comes down to skill in this matchup, but we'll see who ends up winning it. We'll figure it out. So looks like Ottomans getting up their train posts now, and they should be getting up their mosque very soon as well to bring in that XP trickle. So they can maximize their XP and get unit shipments as fast as humanly possible into their build, since that's what they rely on. You know, Ottomans, you saw it the last game. You saw it, as soon as that Sevastopol was on the map by Ethiopia, the Mamluks right there just going whoop, 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 like that, and took it out. So that's why Ottomans build a mosque and a train post, because without all that XP to keep their unit cards running in, they can't do power plays like that. So that's why he's got. Looks like he also picked up 30 food, which is definitely nice. How about the Brits? So the Brits, they built 2 manor houses, thus 2 extra vills. If you didn't know, when you build a manor house, it's a slightly more expensive house, 140 versus the regular 100. Gives you a free villager. So if you can build all 20 of these manor houses up rather quickly, you're talking like 20 extra villagers ahead of your opponent, which is like, wow, wowza. And the Brits also still get villager cards too, by the way. So it's not like, you know, it's making up for villager cards. In fact, they can combine the villager cards with the Mareboom, and that's literally just a plus 20 advantage across the board, you know. Because a lot of the time when you see civs that have like a villager-related bonus, like Italy, Indians, Portuguese, they don't get villager cards, but Brits do, so that gives them a pretty good economic boom advantage over those civs. And it makes it so they can sort of balance out aggression with economy and be able to do quite good there, usually with their setup. Yeah, that's what you typically see. Alright, so now 3 villagers are out. It's going to be aging up with about 17, 18 villagers. Since you do get the 2 extra villagers with the manor houses, it is normal to see Brits age up with 17 to 18 vills. For a regular civ, that would look a little bit odd and it would look like a severely delayed age up. But for Brits, because you're talking 2 extra vills in the setup, it's totally appropriate to age up with 17 vills, right? And what you can age up with? You can age up with the governor. Hello, governor. You go with the governor because, well, here's the most important reason, because it comes with a bit of gold. And the gold, the 200 gold can go right into musketeer production, which is the backbone of most British setups, right? Also gives you a defensive outpost, so you can put it up with your forward base where your barracks is, or you can keep it near your base to prevent raiding from Cav. It's also a good possibility. And also the fact that Brits don't get quartermaster for obvious reasons, right? Imagine giving Brits a 400 wood age up. You know what that would do? You know how many manor houses they build out of that? That'd be crazy sauce, yeah. You'd be giving them an automatic win doing that type of stuff, right? Oh yeah, no. It's good that they don't do that, yeah. Alright, so what treasure is this here that they're competing for? Herdables? Okay. I mean, it can be good for the Ottomans, especially if they go in age 3. They're going up with quartermasters. Alright, so they did go with the gold trickle first. They are going with the quartermasters, so we don't know 100% if he's going fast fortress. Like straight up fast fortress. He could be going semi-fast fortress. That's a possibility here, so we gotta watch this pretty carefully. So he's going for the, he's going for 700 wood first. So yeah, he is sort of playing a bit more safe, I think. Because he knows his opponent is the Brits, and the Brits are going to be roaring out of the gate with muskets. So, yeah, Ottomans do have to play a bit cautiously around him. And here's the thing. If he can get double barracks Jan up, he does enjoy basically having the higher stats on the Janissaries over that of the muskets. But the thing is, the Brits get so many extra vills with their manor booming that they can overrun the Janissaries with just pure numbers once they can eventually get to like a 3 barracks musketeer spam. Basically, it starts as 1 barracks and 2, and then we've often seen 3 barracks musketeers in these 1v1s, so it gets pretty intense very quickly. Yeah, so now 700 wood's coming in, right? And then you follow that up with 600 wood, and you use all that wood to set up your barracks and get as many manor houses as you can. So right now, he's on 5 extra vills. He's probably going to be able to pick up a good lion's share of them between this and the other crate shipment as well. But he does have to be careful because Ottoman is going to not... Oh, wait a second. So he is still going to go for the fast fortress. Is that right? Yeah, he is. But he did so at a bit of a slow pace. Yeah, he went with the wood first and then the gold. Interesting choice, because usually when we see these fast fortresses, you go with the 700 gold first, and then you go for the wood. Because it looks like with the food stockpile he's getting that he's not going to be training troops before he clicks up to age 3. So I don't know why you would send the 700 wood first. You should have sent the gold first, and then the wood, so you can get a better age up time, because time is ticking against Brits, because they're going to be aggressive with muskets usually. So you need to make sure that you're getting to age 3 as quick as possible so you can lay down 6 Abbas, 2 Falconet, any sort of power card that you really need to like fight that off. Alright, so he is going up. What is he going up with? Going up with Exiled Prince for age up speed. That's good. You're going to have to make up some of that time, I think, since you started with the wood and not the coin. Very important. He's getting hunting dogs now. Very nice for the Janissary costs. How many Brits muskets are we on? So this stage we already got our first batch right here. Next batch is coming in right behind it. So muskets 1, and then we got muskets 2 there. So that's great. Lovely, actually. Yep. An outpost over here, attacking the explorer. Very nice. An unfinished manor house, McJim right over here. Yeah, build this. Very good. Build, build, build. Build, baby, build. Get that built. Alright, Janissary's here. Very nice. Okay, so he is going to go for the Falconets now. So he's recommended you keep the Janissaries near your base until the Falconets arrive and then just sort of go out as a group. Kind of don't want your Jans being picked off and then the Falconets having no one to protect them. That'd be very, very bad. Very, very bad, yeah. Don't really want to have that happen, do you? Nope, definitely not. So let's back up, back up, back up, back up. Go back here. Very nice. There we go. Oh man, look at that. What happened there? Crazy.
Hazır.
Emrin?
Ooh, yeah. Oh, we went for the 6th Nizam shipment. Now that's interesting. We don't usually see that a lot from the Ottoman players, typically. Going for Nizams in Age 3. Man, that's special. I think we've seen a few Nizam Sams and decks, but I don't think we've ever seen them be used before, right? Oh. It is pretty nice because it acts as sort of like a skirmisher when in the standard mode because it has like a range attack against heavy infantry and thus is doing like 48 damage to the muskets, yeah. He has Abyss. He doesn't have Abyss. That's a little odd because I think you would have wanted Abyss over 11 Azaps. Because I don't think Azaps this deep in are gonna do much for you. You'd rather have the 6 Abyss out first and then send the Nizams in. Then that way you got like really good anti-heavy infantry popping power. Because here's the thing. It would be very odd for Brits to say, okay, I'm gonna stop musket production and start doing dragoons in Age 3. That's like very uncharacteristic of the Brits. So really with the British, you really need to focus on anti-heavy infantry, anti-musket. That's really the bread and butter of how you deal with the Brits. So I don't know about the Azaps there. I just don't think they're going to be very useful to you. I mean, the Nizams are okay because they have anti-cav against the SARs and then they have the range attack against the muskets. That's like very versatile, but Azaps not so much, you know? I'm just saying that's... Okay, so it looks like Brits are moving forward with some muskets here, and they do wipe out one Jan, sending the other ones running at this point, so a little bit of a pursuit there. Going for advanced artillery, so going for that mortar in Age 3. That can be a very powerful play, because what the Ottomans can do is they can pull back, wait for that mortar to appear, and let the mortar take out the town center, right, and keep the falconets and the infantry there as sort of a protective unit to guard, you know? That's basically it. Right? Looks like McJim did try to ship in longbowmen. That work. Oh no, he trained longbowmen, so he's training archers now. Okay. Alright, he's going up with the adventurer. I believe that'll give him some longbowmen, right? Yep, nice batch of longbowmen. Some minutemen out. Yeah, at this point, longbowman is probably your best bet. You know, the longbowman is going to have 22 range, so you can try to keep it out of range of that. Ah, man, but you're not moving it away from the Falcons, though, man. Oh, boy. You got to get them away from the artillery, though. Like, try to hold them back and try to lure out the heavy infantry first. And then when your 2 falconets arrive, you can try to micro those Falcons down with the archers and the falconets. Yeah, no, you got it. I know you're in a tight bind here, but you just can't be losing an army like that when you've got falconets and infantry in your base. And not to mention that, he's got the mortar out too. They're shelling his position like crazy over there. Yeah, no, not good. I would say not good, man, not good. Very not good. Oh man, very devastating. versa. Absolutely. Yeah, big time. Oh, barracks is down. Very nice. Alright, one woman coming out. Very good. Yep, Mortar's doing a great job there in the back. Just sieging it from long range. Yep.
Yes?
Yeah, basically Brits have to come up with a plan to deal with this
Ready.
mortar issue here, yeah. So he hasn't sent the Falconets yet, right? So, yeah. How many vills is the Brits on? Only 26. Yeah. Get an outpost up and get your Falconets, man. And try to fight the infantry off with that. Yeah, that's what I would do. The only threat would obviously be the Sifahi shipment. Yeah, but it's looking like at this point he's just going to go Industrial Age. Yeah, see, knows how the Ottoman players stop training units. He's just going to go Industrial Age and just drop bombards on you. That's like a fact. And then he's going to go Vizier. He's going to go Vizier, get 3 guard Sifahis. Oh, the Tycoon. He's going for the Tycoon. Wow. That's an interesting one. I thought I was going to go Vizier and get like 3 guard Sifahis and then run them with the bombards as a decent like formation. But yeah, that works as well. It's another option. Let's see what happens here. Uncle been doing a pretty good job on Jans. You get the Moor down, that's good. That's a serious threat. Unfortunately, though, now you got the Explorer on your tail snaring you, and all these range troops behind you. So you kind of have to. Yeah, see, that's the problem. The Explorer has more movement speed than your archers, so he can just like run after you really quickly. There, it's not good. Not giving your longbowman an inch. Oh, but then the delis come out too. He's got the 5 deli shipment in there. Right? Yep. It's not good. Not good at all. That'll finish off. Yep, GG. You are done, son. Yeah. Good try, though. I mean, that was a tough one. You know, Brits versus Ottomans is always a tough matchup, so I really can't blame anyone for faltering in that, honestly. Definitely not. So, yeah. Bringing out where we are. Okay. So now we are on me. You get to watch me die in a 1v1 game. That's pretty good. Oh man, that's not good at all. Yeah. It's crazy. Alright, so here we are with let me see this. Okay, so I am India, and now we're dealing with the Chinese-Mexico player that we saw last time. I'm gonna give you a hint. I'm gonna die to the Baja California trade monopoly thing. Yeah. Now that that's out of the way, you kind of expect what's gonna happen here. So basically, I was running into this game fully expecting like a normal Mexico. This was before I started doing a lot of casting, you know. This is before I started really getting into the casting and know what to expect from these people. So I just thought most of the Mexicos played pretty normally, right? And when they did go Baja Revolt, because I think I assumed he was going to go for a Baja Revolt, I kind of just figured, oh no, he's gonna... he's gonna play like Chori, you know, like Chorizo Zarate. And he's just gonna like rush me with some filibusters, with some outlaws, build a factory, make a few outlaws with his cards. I didn't expect him to go for the Monopoly thing. That threw me for a loop. So I was not ready for this. So basically what I did here was I went with the standard sort of 14, 15, 16 villager age up with India, you know, and gradually start moving villas on the hunts, you know, like just like that. And thinking everything was going to be hunky-dory, you know, until it wasn't. And that's kind of what happened here. So yeah, I'm going to just try to get some bills out pretty much right over there. Just like that. Like an innocent little boy in the candy store. And yeah, send my distributivism. My deck is called Hamla. Just like the voice line. Hamla, Hamla. So you're going to get capitalism. Not capitalism, distributivism. I just said distributivism. Why did I say capitalism in there? I don't know. Alright, so there's the wood trickle there. Very good. Get that. Whereas this guy is cooking. He's really cooking. He's getting advanced trading posts. He's going to make all the trading post construction super cheap. So when it's time to do trade monopoly, he's going to have every trading post on the map. Isn't that lovely? Yeah. Isn't that beautiful and lovely, huh? He's going to age up with Taxakawa so he can build a nice, lovely saloon somewhere and be able to pop out outlaws. So when I do try to take out his trading posts, it's not going to work. How convenient. Yeah, alright, so here I am. Like, I'm really slow in this. Like, I don't think I've studied build orders with India for a very long time, because you can tell how stalled out I am. It's like literally crazy, man, how slow I am here, basically, yeah. That's all I'm going to say. Literally insane. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm like really lagged behind here, you can tell, because don't normally the Indias age up a little bit quicker than this? Yeah, I think they do, so I definitely did something wrong here. It's like I'm like Rip Van Winkle, sleeping for like 50 years, and then I wake up in like a whole different century of how they play India. Like, what? Why are you aging up? Why is the other guy aging up so fast? And I don't realize it, and then they're already doing the bar revolt on me. I'm like, oh, I know what to do. I'm just gonna make some gurkhas. And then trade monopoly go, what? It's not an industrial age. How is he doing that? Oh, I knew about the card, but I didn't expect him to do it. You know, about the trade monopoly card that Mexico gets. So that was just me just not understanding competitive play that much, right? Okay, so he is aged up now with Texaco. He's gonna build a saloon somewhere there. He's gonna pick up his 700 wood, and all that wood will be enough to get him into buy revolt. And from there, he's gonna go build, like Bob the Builder on all these train posts. And then once he does that, boom, trade monopoly. See, this is where I messed up on this one. Look at what I did wrong here. I thought that the villas were just gonna like know what to do, but no, they just stand right here in the middle of the foundation, not doing anything. I didn't realize that for like a minute or two. I don't think it would have made a difference, but look at what I was doing that day. What am I doing? Like, what am I doing? I'm just standing there. I was trying to take his treasure, which was super based and higher in IQ. And then that's what happened. Oh, I didn't even get the treasure. That's even worse. Look at that. I'm still idling here. What am I doing? The guy's about to revolt and I'm not even look at what I did. What happened to me that day? What was I thinking? See, what they need to do is they gotta improve the hitbox here for the build. So I can just I think I clicked here and then the vills didn't know what to do. But apparently you have to like move it to the corner of the foundation. You know, I made a bad assumption because I was in a rush trying to get treasures and stuff and collect as much stuff as I could, and I fumbled the ball. So now I'm still in age 1 and the guy's going up with the bar revolt. So I fumbled the ball pretty badly there. Right, he's already getting his robber barons, already getting his factory. He just used his Padre to pacify this target here, which is super good, yep. He's gonna get the 320 XP treasure, which is really bad for me. Yeah. I don't know, yeah, I really did a great job on this one, you can tell. Absolutely. Now you wonder why I wasn't showing these, why I initially didn't want to show these before, because it's like, man, you want to really look at me do this type of garbage? Yeah. It's entertaining, though. It is entertaining. Alright, here comes the Monopoly annexation. There we go. Detroit Monopoly's victory has started. And guess who doesn't have any military on the map yet? Me. I'm shipping in about 5 sepoys and training Gurkhas. Alright, so I'm at least doing something here. I think this is the scary thing. With all the with me fumbling the ball on the Wonder, I still had army out quicker than Skull Knight did when he had to deal with this. That's the thing that really baffles me, because I was looking at Skull Knight's timing to reacting to the trading posts, and it was like, man, I actually was more reactive and responsive than he was. It was like, wow. Like, I know right out of the gate, it doesn't matter if I don't have enough troops, I gotta, like, start going after these trading posts. I think I first tried to go for the middle one because I wasn't, like, scouting properly over here, and I was like, oh, no, I'm gonna go for this one. And I realized, I see the flag over there, I'm like, yeah, oh, yeah, that's a good idea, let's go over there, that's great. Yeah, and then I realized, oh, no, that's not a good idea, no, I gotta get out of here, and I had to retreat, just like that. See that? Very smart on my part. I'm scouting the map. Right? Retreat, retreat. Oh man, look at that one. Because you've seen my Wars of Liberty gameplay before. I'm like a hawk. I'm like a Giga Chad in Wars of Liberty. Seeing me like do this bad in DE is just. I think it was during my work shift that day. Like I had to like fit this in to just get the series done, and I was like, all right. You ready? I think I had like a workday emergency too that day. Like they were doing some event on site and I had to fix the software remotely. And that's why I was frazzled when I was doing this match. Like I literally wasn't even like thinking properly. So that I'm thinking that might have been a factor, and also the fact that I was trying to rush through the game because I knew that something might go wrong again. So I was like, you know, Murphy's Law, what can go wrong, will go wrong. So yeah, that was more of a personal life, not a crisis, but I was, you know, like an emergency for my job that I had to deal with, and that's why I was like trying to rush through this so fast. Yeah. And then what I thought was pretty smart was I was like, oh, let's go with the French and get some grenadiers with the French, because they have some good siege on them, right? And it actually allowed me to take down this trading post, right? Some more Gurkhas out, more Gurkhas, and then yeah, pretty much, yep. But eventually, the other fellow did have to intervene and say, you know, sir, you're not ruining my trade monopoly. I worked too hard for this, and you were literally sleeping in Age 1 for like an hour, so I'm gonna have to finish you off, man. Yep. Yep, we're in the like less than 2 minute mark, and yeah, basically. Crazy, right? Yep. Alright, so he's got the Corduros there. He's going to lasso my Gurkhas. I realize that's just too late, and now the war boys get ambushed. Now I go after this TP right over here. At least I took out 2 trading posts. I think that's where I at least did a little bit better here. I at least took out 2 trading posts, so. I think Skull only got 1. I got 2 of them. Even though I was like really wondering my age at the time, yeah. Did I get the trade post though? Did I get it though? Let me see. Did I get it? Oh, he's got. No, I didn't get it. Man. I got it down pretty good though. Because he's got the Alahoots and the Banditos. Yeah, at that point I was like, yeah, no. That's not gonna work, man. That's not gonna work. That was funny, wasn't it? It wasn't funny at the time watching that. I was like, wow, somebody who streams Age of Empires 3 for a living, and I played like that? That's not good. Where do I, like, come back from that situation? Yeah. Unbelievable, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. I was like, whoa. I didn't see that coming at all. It's crazy sauce, yeah. So which one are we on now? So now we are on Average Tuna Enjoyer versus the guy that has all the numbers in his name. Alright, so Stinky Tuna Fish Boy. Alright. So right here we got average tuna enjoyer. There's nothing average about being a tuna enjoyer. You gotta have a pretty good resistance to strong odors, I think, to do that. Plain as French. Another civ known for very strong odors in their food. So, yep. Facing the United States. So we got a United States versus a France. This should be a pretty fun one, honestly. See who comes on top here. It looks like France is building trading posts up there. Whereas the 2281, whatever this number means, is building their own trading posts. So, once you see a trading post with USA, it probably means Scottish immigrant build order. Probably. It could be the Spanish immigrants too, which we have seen today, but it's probably going to be Scottish immigrants. That's what the assumption is. So basically the idea is you got train posts all ready to go, so when you do send the Chinese immigrants out, you can already initiate the levy right off of this one and send the rickshaw wherever you want on the map to get another train post, right? Because you gotta hit that map. Yep, see? Chinese immigrants. Called it. So Chinese immigrants coming in, he's gonna get a rickshaw. He's gonna decide where that rickshaw goes, like over here or over there. And he already has a TP, so he's already gonna be able to levy that one out right from the get-go. Maybe over here, you know? It's wherever he thinks that the train posts are gonna be, where they're gonna stay up. Because we have seen in some of the earlier streams where people have run the Scottish immigrants build, there have been some very good aggro opponents who have actually managed to rush the trading posts and take one of them out. So you should try to place the trading posts in areas where they're not going to be able to take them out before you get the card. Because as you know, for Scottish immigrants to work, you get one Highlander for each trading post, meeting house, and saloon you own. So literally losing a trading post could be the difference between getting one Highlander mercenary in the build and not. And you need those because that's what the whole build is revolved around, just having the high attack of the Highlanders basically to rely on. So yeah, take it at face value, but you really gotta make sure that you get that done. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like one TP there, one TP over here. That's pretty good actually, so that's nice. Pennsylvania coming in, so you can get the Philadelphia convention for an extra meeting house. Advanced Saloons coming in now, so he's playing more by the book, not playing like that other kid that goes for the bank first. This means that his timing is going to be a little bit more on par with the way that the Scottish immigrants build should be, honestly, right? How about France though? France doing anything crazy? Nope, he's using a pretty normal deck. I remember this guy has an interesting deck because he uses Northwest Passage, which allows CBDs to move faster and do more damage to Treasure Guardians. This one is a pretty interesting one because I honestly don't expect this to ever be used in the tournament, you know. I would strongly consider replacing this with, like, Eco Theory myself. Because at least the Eco Theory is, like, a long-term benefit. Especially if you have to go on the farms at some point and plants. It does help to have Eco Theory there, I would say. Definitely. Alright, so, okay, what's going on over here? So he's got about 35 gold. Okay. Picking up placer mines as well. I think we mentioned early on in the stream, the reason why you get your market text now as France is because your CBD villagers, the Courrier de Bois, have a higher base gather rate than a standard settler. So if you get the market text as quick as you can, it means that these vills really will pay it back to you in tenfold. So that's what you do that for, basically. And what is he going for now? 4 CBDs. That seems to be the recipe of doing French. Go with the vills first and follow it up with whatever crate you need next, right? And you do age up with Core Master as France, so you do have the opportunity of building a barracks, stable, whatever you need. So he's going barracks. He's going to open with Musketeer, right? And at this stage, USA is on their Philadelphia convention to get the meeting house. They're going to go with Arkansas Post, and they're going to build 1 meeting house and 2 saloons. That makes it basically 5 buildings in the base, around the base area, that can get you 5 Highlanders with the Scots Immigrants card. Plus he has one trading post here, one here, one here, one here, and one here. So what's going to happen now is once he gets his other shipment available, he is going to try to get the Scottish immigrants. And what France is going to do is, France is ideally going to take these muskets from this barracks and try to rush the nearest trading post and really start to try sieging it, basically. Yeah. That's basically what he's going to go for right there. So we'll see if that ends up working. So here comes the muskets. Let's see what happens now. Here comes the CBD right there. Very good. Nice.
Oui.
320 XP there. Very good. But here's the thing, though. The USA explorers there too, contesting it. So he's actually going to have to back off now and retreat. Okay. So I think the one problem here with going for this treasure is the fact that now you're not contesting any of the trading posts, and you've basically have secured the USA player getting all 10 Highlanders now. So they're going to get all 10 of those mercenaries. Yeah, imagine if he stole that XP treasure too. That would have stung like a bee. Oh, absolutely. That would have been really bad. Yeah, so. Oh, he did grab it. Wow. I was like, wait a second. No, he actually stole the treasure from. Wow. I just had an epiphany because I was looking at his name over there. Like, I thought that the French explorer got for a second. I was like, oh no, he stole it. That's beautiful because now we can get Virginia Assembly. So he's moving along, chugging along pretty good now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it looks like the way that he does Scottish immigrant build, as soon as he gets the Highlanders out, he goes right for the... Oh no, he's going for wood. Okay. Alright. Because I was wondering for a second what he was planning. I was like, is he going alright for an age up? Is he already setting up an age up so he can get Kentucky that early? I guess, yeah. No, going for wood is probably the responsible move, I would say. He also picks up first Pennsylvania rifles from the meeting house, one of the special techs you get with Philadelphia Convention, so they can get 5 early sharpshooters to combine in with these Highlanders. That way you already have some skirmishers to back them up, so it's not just the Highlanders taking all the damage, you got a bit of skirmishers in there too to try to fight. Now, France comes prepared, because France goes double barracks, and not only does he go double barracks, but he mixes crossbows in with his muskets. So now he has some reliable early skirmisher units to try to fight these heavy infantry with. So let's see what happens. Okay, so he's going to try to pick up... Okay, good. He almost got him. Gets the explorer down, but a little bit too late before he gets the treasure there. Alright, so now we see Highlanders trying to target... See, this is the thing. You got to make sure that the Highlanders are not taking any unnecessary damage, because these crossbowmen are going to try to eep at their HP like crazy, guys. So you got to be careful. Alright, so the Highlanders are going to move forward with the sharpshooters and the Minutemen and try to pursue these archers now. Just like that. Yep, pretty much. Let's see if we can do it properly. Hussar coming in from the side there too. Very good. Wow. Good hot pursuit there, yeah. Very nice. So now he's going to pursue deeper and deeper. Oh, well, he tried to tank with the Hussar, but he got smoked very quickly. Now he's going to have to back out. More muskets coming out. Also a Hussar coming here. I'm a little bit worried that Hussar is going to try to snare the United States Army in. So let's see what happens there. Oh, good micro with these units. Look at all. Oh no, he's got the Hussars. He's going to take out your sharpshooters and then he's going to snare you. I don't like this. I don't like... So yeah, get it. Oh, he's going to go into hand now and try to fight those Hussars. Okay. No. This is so bad. I would love to see somebody that retains their Highlanders long enough to make a big army instead of just losing them in these fights. So Hussar's gone now, but he's got another one. He's gonna try. Nah. That's sad. Such a good unit too. At least he got some. I feel like the problem with most of these Scottish immigrant setups is they never make it worthwhile. They get some cool fights in there, but they never keep the Highlanders long enough to retain a map advantage. they never keep them around long enough to basically say, okay, I got these Highlanders here, and now I'm going to constantly be able to bash your army with them and hold you down. And I never see that. They always burn through the Highlanders and then lose that distinct advantage very quickly. So I don't know what that's all about, but yeah. So what does the USA even do now, though, that he's lost his Highlanders? Okay, so he's going to go Owl Hoots. He's got his state capital up. He's going to get statehood, right? I'm assuming. And he's eventually going to go with Kentucky and try to get the Kentucky Rifles, right? But yeah, here's the Owl Hoots. Got those going. He's going to go for Hamiltonian economics so he can get all the market techs he hasn't already gotten yet for free. And the ones he did just get, like steel traps, he's going to get those resources back, paid back to him. So, yeah, he's going to... Okay, so... Alright, so why is he saving that up for? I was thinking that, no, we could have just queued that up, but okay. Okay. Alright, here comes statehood right now, so his age up will be faster, and he'll get the extra XP credits from going to Kentucky. Alright, here comes Hamiltonian economics. Gets all of his... Alright, so he's got some resources back now, which is good, and then he can research the rest of the market techs there for free. Alright, he got another batch of Minutemen. That's great. Very nice. He also got the Pennsylvania Carbine Cavalry tech as well from the Philadelphia Convention. That allowed him to basically beat through those Hussars, and now he can sort of just harass them. Ooh, watch out, watch out. You're taking damage. You're getting hurt. You're getting hurt. Watch out. Save your army. You're going to need it. You don't have the Highlanders anymore. You got to... Yeah, see, he's going to go to H3 now, so you got to be ready for that. He's going to go up H3. He's going to go Wall, Skirmisher, Falconet, Cuirassier, Dragoon on you, so be careful with that. This is where France plays really good, is in H3. So that's where all their power unit cards are. That's where you got to watch out, right? So these men are kind of cooked at this point, right? So it's not a concern. Very good. Some Hussars up there attacking the Bills. Very nice. Kentucky, right? Yep, Kentucky. Kentucky age up.
What you need?
Alright, retreat into the town center. Very nice. Gonna get some free sharpshooters out of this, and then he can go for Kentucky Rifles right away if he wants, or he can go rolling artillery first, get the Gatling guns, and then go for the rifles afterwards. Yeah.
What you need?
Alright, so there he just got the sharpshooters. Get the Gatling guns first. He could go for Pulaski's Legion too, and then go for the rifles. So that way he gets an extra sharpshooter out of it, which would be great. So here's the Minutemen. Try to take out as many skirms as you can. Makes your job a lot easier, right? France also has their Dragoons deployed, so they got a bit of anti-artillery there with that. USA's got a few more Hussars there, which is good. Should be pretty helpful there. Yep. Very nice. So here comes the SARS and got the guns. Very good.
I'm ready.
See what happens here. Yeah.
It'll take more than that to keep me down.
Skirmishers are fighting there. Pretty nice. Falconets. Let's see if he can down the Falconets. Oh no, 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 no. Not good. Ah, no, 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 no. He didn't even cancel. He still has a Falconet, man. That's not good. You're asking for trouble now, man. Ugh. So you're gonna get Kentucky. So he's gonna get Kentucky Rifles now. Kentucky Hunters. I call it Kentucky Rifles. It's Kentucky Hunters, because there is there's a tech in Napoleonic era closely related to Definitive Edition called Kentucky Rifles. Or am I mistaken? I thought it was Kentucky Rifles. So I think of that when I say that. So Kentucky Hunters gives you 4 Alcoots, and then you get 1 Sharpshooter for each card you send in the game. So up in this case, you get about 12 skirms on top of his 4 Outlaws. So a pretty valuable shipment at this stage. You get, yeah, basically. So yeah, that'll be quite good.
Hey, oui. Votre ordre. Prêt.
Upgrade could have said there. Very nice.
Prêt.
Yep, go after that Falconet there. Get that down. Taking a while. Good, get out, get out. Save as many as you can. Because the Killisses are coming now. The Killisses. Watch out for the Killisses now. Yeah. Killisses are coming in. How much resources he got? So he's got like no gold. Trying to make, he's making Carbine Cavalry and Cowboys. So he's doing a combo. He's going for the Cowboys because of the charge attack. And then putting in Carbine Cavalry where he can't afford them.
I'm ready. Yes.
12 Yulons coming in, very good. Guard upgrade. That should help maybe do a bit of meat. Well, not much meat shield, just charge the skirms. Yulons, as you know, are glass cannon cavalry, so their HP is pretty low, but they get a lot of attacks, so they get a lot of damage that they dish out. So
What is your
that should be
command?
quite good there. Yep. Let's see what happens with that. crosshairs in the front there, attacking the skirms. Very good. Nice. Beautiful. Very nice. Let's go on to the next one now. Very good. So now we are on Optimus versus Chinese person. Optimus versus Chinese person, because whenever you don't see a name here, that means it's written in Chinese or some sort of Asian alphabet, and the characters don't generate in the Chrome when you download. So it's Optimus versus Chinese person until we see who it actually is. And I don't know how to read Chinese or Japanese, so I don't know how to read this. What does that even mean, man? Captain Link would know. Captain Link would know if it's Chinese or not. But I don't know who that is. So Optimus is the one playing the Asian Civ, funny enough, Chinese. And then his opponent is playing Mexico. So we got a Mexico versus China. That's a pretty fascinating matchup. China versus Mexico. That can go in many different directions. So we do see the Mexico putting up their trading posts, it looks like, yeah. And what about the China? So the China is also putting up their trading posts. Kind of interesting, right? Both the, well, China, when they're playing standard build order, will always build a trading post first. It's usually what they go for. It's pretty essential for their card timing with their builds. Because as you know, China, they need their cards pretty badly. You know, they're kind of in the same boat as the French, I think. Except it's for a little bit of a different reason. Obviously, the French, they try to go H3, get a ton of skirm, Dragoon, Falconet, get some really powerful units. For China, it's a little bit more of a swarm, you know, get a ton of Arquebusiers, get a ton of this, get a ton of that. Though they do have some power play cards too, like the Meteor Hammer one, the Manchu one, so it really can depend a bit more with the Chinese, how they end up going about that. So, alright, so he's going to build his village right now. Very nice. And he's also going to send in T-Export. T-Export is always going to be the card that you make as China as your first shipment, because it's the most influential one that the Chinese get. Basically what it does, it gives you a consulate for free. It gives you a wagon to build a consulate. That's a 200 wood value by itself. It gives you 100 export right away. So 100 export value. So that's already giving you 300 resources. So it's like your infinite 300 crate cards almost, but it's giving you a bit of a mix. And on top of that, it gives you a trickle of export for the rest of the game too. So it gives you a short-term effect and a long-term effect. And the way it's set up, basically, it says, gives you a consulate, and then that lets you pick an alliance right away by giving you that 100 extra export to get the alliance that you want, basically. So, yeah, quite good, basically, yeah. So let's see what alliance he goes with. So he goes with the Russians, very nice. So he's playing more of the standard route, which I think is pretty okay. Basically, with the standard route, what you do is you go Russian allies and try to get enough export to get a blockhouse. Yeah, because the blockhouse for China will act as their first training building. They actually don't start with the War Academy when you're playing Chinese properly. You're going to be going for a blockhouse. The blockhouse will allow you to make all of your banner armies there, so doesn't matter which banner army you want, the blockhouse will provide. Not only that, the blockhouse gives you a little bit of extra population space, and of course it has a range attack. So yeah, it's a pretty good starting building, especially if you want to go forward with it, right? Or usually it goes defensive, so helps you either way. So let's see what he gets for the wonder. You go standard build, it's always going to be Summer Palace, right? So Summer Palace right there. The Summer Palace, beautiful wonder, gives you about 400 food you can use right away. Great for forwarding your first banner armies. Another thing it does as well, it essentially allows you to receive free banner armies from it over time for free. It starts it out on the standard army by default. The army that includes the Step Riders and the Chukunu, but you can configure it to other banner armies too. You can change it to the old Han one to get the Quang Pikemen and the Chukunu. You can go for the yellow one that comes with the Kijiks and Quang Pikemen for like a straight up anti-cavalry one, and then later on you can do the other 3 primary War Academy banner armies as well. So it's very nifty. It's a very nifty one that gives you a lot of good support over time in just maintaining good mass. Because China plays a little bit differently than the other civs. China, their troops are not that good by themselves. By themselves, they're pretty horrible. But what you try to do is you try to get big numbers. Big numbers. That's how you play China. Try to get big masses of stuff. And when you do that, it really helps you out quite a bit, basically. So yeah, pretty much. Alright, so 700 wood, followed by 8 Chukunu. That's pretty standard of how you play China usually. Okay, so his opponent, the Mexicans, goes up with the Baja Revolt. I kind of anticipated that without even looking over there. So what is he doing now? He is going to be going for the free 20 XP treasure. This is beautiful. So he's playing a little bit differently. He's got a train post here. No, he's not going to train. He's got an outpost here and an outpost there. But he is building a train post back there with one of the starting wagons, pretty much. This will give him a strong forward base position that he's likely to put a saloon on, right? Yep. Wait a minute, no, he's not going to get a saloon? Oh, no, he built it. Okay. So he got it back here, and then he built another saloon with his filibuster. That's a little weird. And now he's training Cuatreros, so now he's going team trickle economics. Oh, that's interesting. So he's playing a little bit differently economically here than the standard which is pretty interesting, yeah. Let me see who this is while we watch.
Sí, preparado.
Me vas a pagar. ¿Qué hace falta?
¿Qué me ordena?
Hola. ¿Mande?
Between the Banditos and the Chinese army. So what China did is they've been massing up the standard army of Steppe Riders and Chupanus, whereas the Baja Revolt has been doing a combination of Cuatreros and Banditos. The Banditos, again, are basically a Mexican variant of the Renegado Outlaw, but they get a charged dynamite throw, which sort of is like a grenadier type toss, doing a ton of crush damage with splash. Whereas the Cuatrero is like a Mexican variant of the Comanchero, but instead of just acting like a Comanchero, which is normally a pretty bleak outlaw, it gets a really nice charge attack where it can use the lasso to do splash, about 2 splash, which extends pretty nice, so yeah, quite good. Alright, we got more Banditos coming in as well, so let's see what happens there. Yep.
Vas a pagar. ¿Y yo qué saco?
So we got the 7 filibusters still alive as well. So right away, what China does, he's gonna pursue him with the Chukanus to try to take out as many of these as possible. Because if he can take out all these, that's gonna be pretty good for him, basically. Yeah. Very good. Alright, now Ba's gonna have to retreat back to their base area. They are going to pick up the coach guns because the coach guns basically gives a charge attack to all these trading posts to essentially give them a shotgun blast that does some good splash damage to the units, right? Also, it gives you a few free outlaws. It gives you 3 cuatros and gives you 3 banditos. So, the 2 primary outlaws that the Baja California, Mexico's been using. Yep. And from there, I don't know what card he's going to go for next, but we'll see soon enough. Alright, here comes some Cuatro. Yep. Oh, good charge attack there with the Corderos. Now retreat, let the Banditos do some work, yep.
Preparado.
¿Qué hace
Alright,
falta?
9 Banditos and 9 Cuatros. Very nice. Oh, looks like he picked up the Soldier of Fortune. This is a very critical card for Baja California Revolts. It basically makes it so when you kill an enemy unit, you gain a gold bounty from it, as well as the XP bounty. Effectively allowing you to get more outlaws the more units that you destroy. So yeah, it definitely adds to your economy as Baja California quite good since you don't have any regular villagers to work with, yeah. Yep, GG. Looks like he got overrun by the Chinese. That was a good defense there by Optimus, being able to leverage the army of the standard banner army of Chukanu plus Step Riders, and then gradually add in some of the Quangs as well to deal with the Cuatreros up in personal. So that was pretty solid gameplay there of China. Yeah, I don't have a ton of experience as China trying to defend from Baja Revolts. I think I might have done it once, but from what I recall, I think it was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. So, yeah, quite interesting. Let's check out the next one now. Let's see what we got. What we got here. Look at all these recordings we got. This is insane. Are we on here? Figure it out. Now we are on this one. Zoom versus Denden. So Zoom versus Denden. Alright, let's see what this one is. So we got Denden playing as Mexico, and we got Zoom playing as España. We got Spain playing against Spain's colony. So who's going to do well in this one? It's tough to say, but definitely it's going to be a pretty interesting one to say the least. You're dealing with Spain, who is a civ known for getting cards very quickly. And then you're going to be facing Mexico that could go one of three ways. They could either play standard, they could go Central America Revolt, or they could go with the Baja California Revolt. So what we're seeing right here is the construction of a train post, so that's looking pretty close to a revolt actually. So we're either going to see a Central America Revolt or a Baja California Revolt of some kind, which should be pretty good overall, but we'll see. There comes the TP right over there, very nice. Deals coming out right now, right there. 1v1L. So, this looks to be more of a standard Mexico build. Yeah, because we're seeing a lot of unit cards right here. Stuff, so yeah, but at the same time, we're not seeing a lot of stuff in Age 3. Like, here's the thing, we only have 2 Falconets, we have a couple of improvement cards, but yeah, that's what's making me think, yeah, no, there's a pretty good chance this is a revolt, because I just don't see a lot happening if you try to go into Age 3. Unless he's planned to play all in Age 2, I just don't, yeah, no, it's a tough one to call. Yeah. I'm 50-50 split between a revolt of some kind and sticking H2 fighting without revolt. Yeah, but either way, he's getting the Granditas card to get a Hacienda, and then he's going to get his villages out. Yep, so what he's going to do is, which we see a lot with these Mexicos, is they'll take their Hacienda and they'll actually stick it in the middle of the map. And you might be asking yourself, this is an economic building. Why would we put it in the middle of the map where enemies might be able to rush the thing? Well, it's pretty obvious actually, because the Hacienda can receive shipments. And because of that, you can receive all your unit shipments right here to rush your opponent with. So you don't have to send them from all the way back over here and to reinforce. You can reinforce right from this area, making it much more likely for you to win the fight. That's really what that is all about there, basically. So, pretty much the whole logic is basically that you put the Hacienda mid-map so that your unit shipments come right here and then you can go right up against your enemy. Yep. So now we're going to see an age up with, who we aging up as, exactly? Macoacan? Oh, Macoacan. That's an interesting one. So when we see Macoacan, I think that can usually indicate Central America, perhaps. Yeah, definitely. So, should be pretty interesting. Alright, he's got some HP up on his Explorer. That could be pretty helpful, especially if he needs to put down an expiring flag. Because if he's going Central America, that means he's going more of the, tough revolt, you know? Tough because he doesn't start out with initial military. His basically what happens is, well, here's the difference between Central America and Revolt. Central America Revolt, you actually retain your villagers and you actually get 8 more villagers added to your base. So you actually grow a bit in the economy, which is pretty nice. Whereas the Baja Revolt, all of your villagers become filibusters, you lose your economy, but you get more military and then you can push. So it's a bit of a nuanced situation. But yeah, Spain going up with the governor right now. They're going to get a tower, 200 gold, and we'll see from there whether the Spain, well, from what I can understand, it looks like he's going to start Musketeer, I believe, but it's never certain, you know. Most Spains that we've seen in this tournament have started out H2 Musketeer, and then he is going H2 Musketeer, so he's building the barracks right now. He actually said no to the crates and he's going to go for the settlers. So he's going for the greed factor. Right, but he should have enough population now to at least get one batch of muskets out and start the queue on the next. So that makes total sense, honestly. Should be pretty good. So let's see if he's got 5 musketeers coming out of there. Then he'll queue up one more too, which should be quite good. Alright, so here comes his first batch of muskets, which is very nice. Then he'll get another batch after that, which should be pretty good. Here comes the musketeers right now, coming towards the hacienda here. Whereas our Mexico is going for an age up. Going actually to age 3. San Luis Potosi. Huh, interesting. We really never see people actually go fast fortress as Mexico in this tournament. That's a pretty interesting situation. So we're getting a fast fortress Mexico. Which probably means he's gonna go for what's he gonna go for? He's gonna go for falconets in age 3, is that right? Yeah. Kind of fascinated about this, actually. Yeah. Well, one thing we haven't seen is any production villains yet, so I don't know what he's cooking. He's cooking something. Is it possible he's going for an age 3 revolt? Like maybe Yucatan or something? Possible. Absolutely possible. If he does that, that would be pretty interesting, I would say. Yeah, big time. So let's see how this ends up working. Alright, he's in St. Luis Potosi now. See how he goes with that. Now he's going to gold. Yeah, see, he's doing such weird stuff with his macro that he's probably going for a revolt of some kind. I can tell right away from the way he's setting up, yeah. In that sense, the hacienda was sort of like a distraction, so that he would ignore the main base, yeah. So he's got all these crates now, right? So which revolt is he going for exactly? He's going Yucatan or the other one? Let's see what he does there. Let's see. What is he doing? Okay, so he's going for Rio Grande. So he's going for the Rio Grande revolt. Very nice. So he's gonna get out his. Why does he keep resetting his Minutemen? That's weird. Okay, so they all turned into revolutionaries now, and he's gonna try to fight them off here. Looks like, yep. There he goes with all his revolutionaries. Now he's the Rio Grande, and he gets access to all these wonderful cards. So he's gonna start with 3 falconets. That's pretty scary, and then he's gonna get 16 revolutionaries. All right, so 3 falconets and 16 revolutionaries. So he's got a big backbone of infantry, and then he's gonna follow. Wow, look at that. Now he's picking up field guns. He's picking up Carlin Royale, howitzers, heavy horse guns. Very nice. So now he's probably gonna go with the culverins next, I would assume, right? Yep, that's what I would think. But Spain. Yep, he's gonna be going to age 3 now, so he's gonna get his own falconet. So it might behoove the Rio Grande revolt to actually get his culverins out from the card, so he can fight off his falcons. Okay, retreat. I don't want to get losing too many troops here. Alright, so here comes the falcons. 3 falcons, that's pretty signature there. From there, what is he gonna get? I have no idea what he's got planned now. Yep. Alright, so he's going for the 16 revolutionaries, then he's going for 3 culverins. Yep, very nice. They're gonna go Falconet right onto the spears. He's got the Lancers now, so he's going for some anti-infantry there, as well as the anti-artillery. Here comes the Culverins, though. This is the next. What is he going for exactly? I don't know. He doesn't know what he's doing. Make up your mind, man. Send a card. Alright, he's going for the cavalry. I think the Shinakos indeed might be better because the Shinakos will be good against the Lancers and they'll be good against the crossbowmen they've got. So it's a little bit more versatile there. Okay, so Spain's got his Falcons. Let's see if he pays attention. Let's see. Okay, so he's gonna try to push. Whoa, wait a second. Okay. Okay, so this is gonna be tight. Let's see if he can get the Minutemen, the militias to take out the Lancers. Good. Oh, good shot against the infantry. That was great. That was a good blast. Oh wow, good. Get that one. Get that one. Oh good. We got a Falconet. Beautiful. All right, he's got him pinned. That's great. Now he's got his Shinakos here to finish off the rest of the infantry there. Okay, this is good. He's got the Falcons working on the TC. What is he sending now? He's sending more revolutionaries. Right. These are up to field guns. These are pretty well upgraded. Watch out, watch out. Okay. There we go. Okay, very good. Beautiful. Sending in more revolutionaries there. Oh, that's great. Yep, very nice. Good take out that Lancer there. Ooh, wow, look at that. That is an interesting setup there. We really haven't seen that at all during this tournament, man. That's pretty good, actually. No, I like that. That's pretty good. Going for a Rio Grande revolt with Mexico. Maybe we'll see that again, hopefully. I mean, that shook up the pod for me. Like, that's got me pretty excited about Mexico because it's not just Baja Californias and Central Americas. You can actually go for a Rio Grande revolt too. And I think it beat Spain really well there. No, I was like really like impressed with that, honestly. So, oh, absolutely, that was good. So, which match are we on now? Let's figure it out. Now we're on Ya versus Gus. What's a Gus? What kind of name is Gus? Gus is a man's name, but it's Gus and then Gus. That's a weird name, Gus. Alright, so Gus is playing as Lakota, and France, Ya is playing as France. So we got a Lakota versus France. That can always be a pretty interesting matchup. For many reasons, namely because, Lakota by their nature are very aggressive with the war huts, attacking with Setan bowmen and war clubs, so that should be pretty interesting, but let me see who that is real quick.
Oui?
Alright, I had to get a delivery outside of food for the week, so that's why I was, paused or whatever. But here we are again. Yaya playing as the French, and look, Gus playing as the Lakota. So this should be a pretty good 1v1. Looks like Yaya has already gotten 60 food with the blueberries, and Gus has gone, I believe it's, what Gus got? Did he get coin, it looks like? Yep. I thought it was wood for a second. I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, actually, no, I didn't even read that, but okay. So, looks like Lakota's building this market right now with the teepee. This is a pretty good economical setup when you're Lakota, because with Lakota, this teepee right here not only boosts the hit points of your nearby units, it also improves the gather rate of your villagers. So, if you can, try to herd your hunts towards the teepee, so you get an improvement in hunting rate, too. And then basically what you try to get as well, try to eventually get hunting dogs from your market, so you can maximize your hunting rate with the Lakota before you get any sort of cards on there to improve it. And yep, let's see what the French got here. 3 villagers, so they got the 3 CBDs in, very nice. This is what the deck looks like. This is kind of an interesting deck. Not a lot of unit cards here. A very, very light Fortress Age. We only got Falconet, 8 Skirm, but we get a ton of eco cards. We got Royal Mint, Reef Ridge, Sustainable Agriculture, and we even got Rum Distillery. When do we ever see those in like a 1v1 professional tournament deck? Very rare. That's a very rare thing to find, so, yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting thing to say the least. Whereas the Lakota's looking a bit more normal here. He's got his archers, his axe riders, his, Takala. He's got the Cheyenne support card. He's got his great hunter there, so yeah, the Lakota's looking a bit more 1v1 prepared here, so I don't know if this is going to be a beatdown against the French or what. Maybe the French is on to something. Maybe he's just really skilled with the French and he can afford to run late game cards like that to help him out deep into the match. Who knows? But, yeah. What is he aging up with? The Core Master for 4 on wood? I'm assuming Lakota are going the Chief. Yep, they're going the Chief. It's literally a clone of that. It's literally a clone of the Core Master. It also gives you 400 wood. You put it down into a War Hut, as well as getting your initial troops, whether that's going to be War Clubs or the C10 Bowmen. Right, it looks like he has also built his tribal marketplace, and he will be collecting some coin out here. He's got about 4 vills onto the tribal marketplace there, and he's going to start gathering some gold. And 4 on wood coming in, very nice. Queuing up a villager, very, very good. Let's see what his war chief's doing. He's going to be going right around here. Alright, going after that scout. Very nice. Hunting dogs coming in for the French. Very good. Then they'll get placer mines, I'm assuming. Yep. Alright. Everything's going to a plan so far here. Everybody's playing pretty standard. Now, question is, how will the French start? Will they go stable with the Hussar, or will they go barracks? Yeah, so he's going to start off with barracks and go musketeer, it looks like. Whereas Lakota will establish a war hut somewhere, right? Will they? I'm trying to figure it out. Alright, so he's going to go with the defensive war hut. This can be a pretty safe bet to do as Lakota. You don't always have to go with the forward war hut. You can sometimes do a defensive one to protect the hunt and protect your base from potential pressure. Yeah, so yep, that's typically something we can do here. Just put the war hut right there. Just build up real nice and easy. And then you can take tons of C10 bowmen and fight the French musketeers. That's typically what you're going to want to do in this situation. So as soon as that war hut's up, we're going to see some C10 bowmen coming out, and that should be pretty good. Alright, here comes the musketeers right there. now. Let's see. The War Chief retreat there. Very good. Corral coming up over here. This means that we're probably going to see a combination of War Hut units and Axe Riders in Age 2. Sort of similar to what we saw with the Red Kit versus Azam series in the round of 64 in this tournament. So this should be pretty neat. The French, though, the French actually went double barracks. He's going to go musket, crossbow. Crossbow to deal with war clubs, most likely, and have a nice long-range unit to fight the archers with, and then keep musketeers around as sort of a backbone that he can fight the axe riders with. So going with the mixture there. I think that's a pretty safe bet here since you're dealing with a very powerful cavalry civ like the Lakota, to have those musketeers there to back up your crossbows, so that should be good. So let's see how this ends up working out. Right now he's got about 10 muskets on the field. Crossbowman right over here. He's got another musket right now. He has sort of stopped making crossbows though, so I don't know what he's doing. And now he's building up a church. Could he be going for the, yeah, he might actually be going for those Royal Decree texts with the Grenadiers. That could be a pretty spicy add-on, I would say. Absolutely. That could give him a pretty good advantage. It looks like Yaya also did get the 320 XP treasure, so he is going to be sticking in a Edict of Nantes there as well with his gold shipment there. And that should be able to get him some pretty good Grenadiers with those Royal Decree texts. Yep. So now he's going to be focusing on going to Fortress Age. And what is he going to be aging up with here? He's going to be going up with the Exiled Prince for a quick age up to basically get right into going Falconet Skirmisher. Alright, so it looks like what Gus did, Gus actually went to Fortress Age, and now he's got the Rifle Riders. And what he's going to do is, he's going to start fighting the muskets and the crossbowmen with the Rifle Riders, and the Rifle Riders are going to do a beautiful job, because they actually have anti-musketeer, anti-heavy infantry multipliers. It's very rare for a Dragoon in this game to have anti-heavy infantry multipliers. So basically it makes it a hybrid between light cavalry and heavy cavalry because it has both anti-infantry attributes and anti-cavalry attributes. So it's got both the heavy and it has both the heavy and the light cavalry tags. Which means, interestingly enough, not only can you counter Rifle Riders with skirmishers, you can also counter them with Dragoons because of that heavy cavalry tag. Very interesting, right? So, what I would be doing is France right now that I'm in Age 3, I would be getting a stable and getting some Dragoons out with skirmishers. That would be your best recipe for dealing with Rifle Riders. If you can go Dragoon Skirmisher, it totally shuts down Rifle Riders. Yeah, okay, so he's switching the skirms, that's good. He's adding in 2 Falconet. You gotta be careful with that because Rifle Riders, they get 6x against artillery. They are good at sniping artillery. They're actually really good at that, so you gotta be really careful with that. Alright, so he's got some crossbowmen there. Unfortunately, though, the Lakota is also doing his Wakina rifles, which is their skirmisher unit in Age 3. So you're going to be dealing with these Wakina rifles as well as these Rifle Riders here. Rifle Riders are right on top of his Explorer there. Now he does have to retreat. He did make some of the Young Guard with the Royal Decree there. He's got skirmishers mixing with crossbows, 2 Falconets there. A couple more skirms coming in too, so that should be quite good. Alright, so Wakina and Rifle Rider moving forward. Should be pretty nice. Okay. Retreat, retreat. Very nice. They out of the range of that Falconet. And then you're shipping in about 5 Axe Riders. Here comes all these King rifles, very nice. Any other good shipments he's got? He could go for 3 Tokala soldiers. They'd be Shao Teched into veteran. That's another option. And then he could follow it up with maybe even the H2 shipment. He's got a few good options here. But it's really up to him at the end what he ends up doing here. Well, one thing I'll note about this army of Yaya, he's got no anti-cavalry. He just keeps going anti-infantry. So really, as long as Lakota goes with some form of hand cavalry, he's gonna win this no problem. This is like an easy steal right here. He's not even. He's microing. He's microing now. He's targeting the artillery. That's good. Yeah, take that out. Should be all set. That'd be very nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at that. Really good combat there. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Good. Very good. Look at him taking out all those grenadiers now. That's wonderful. Here comes the Wakina as well. Shred those skirms. Very nice. Good. And then you can start attacking the barracks too, right? Very good. Very, very good.
J'ai repris des forces.
Nice, barracks down. Very good. Oh man, here comes the skirms again. Look at that. Retreat, retreat. Get out of there. Wakinas. How's Lakota's economy doing? So Lakota's economy is doing pretty good. He is going to be adding in the elite axe riders, it looks like. Very nice. That should allow him to get an easy win here. Because the one thing that I'm still not seeing from this French player, no dragoons. No dragoons, not even helms. So all it takes is for this Lakota to just add in the hand cavalry, and it's like fatality, man. Fatality right away. So yeah, let's see him get those axe riders in there and really clean this guy up right now. Alright, so he's going to get a war up there. He just completed that mine. Now he's going to move on to this one. And is he going to set up another tribal marketplace on another mine nearby or no? Okay. He is building a town center, so he's getting a secondary TC. That's a good move. You know your opponent here really isn't the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree since he's not even getting anti-cavalry at all against Lakota. So yeah, you may as well just get another town center at this point. Get that boom going, so you really don't even have to question your economy at that point. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid idea at this stage. And also, I would consider shipping in the 3 Tokala soldiers right now. Just saying. If you can get those Tokala soldiers there, he's gonna be begging for mercy. He's gonna be crying uncle at that point. Yeah. So get those 3 Tokala soldiers in there, and you should be all set. Also queuing in the axe riders too. It looks like. Yep, very good. And here comes the 3 Tokala soldiers. Very nice. That's exactly what I wanted to do, because now with those Tokala soldiers, those Tokala soldiers are going to have multipliers against infantry, and they're going to like shred these skirms. And they also have a ton of like tankiness with their HP too, so skirms will be sitting there all day and night trying to take them out. which is really good. Combined with the Axe Rider support, this should be an easy cleanup on aisle 5. Guaranteed. So let's see what happens though. This should be pretty fun. France is building walls. This is interesting. We don't ever see this on this map. Look at all the walls he's building. This is crazy. That's a lot of walls he's got there, yeah. Very, very nice. Here comes the Axe Riders now.
Doc. Ohan.
Ohan.
Here comes more Axe Riders. One interesting thing we haven't seen yet is a community plaza, which I think would be a nice thing to consider as well at this stage. Yeah, because with the Wakoa you can get the siege dance at the community plaza, and that can help you rip through these buildings a lot faster. So I don't know why we haven't seen that yet personally, but I think that would be a great decision here personally. Either way though, he should be able. Yeah, no, he's won this fair and square. His opponent really doesn't know what he's doing. But now he's making dragoons. Look at that. How long did it take you to figure that out? Grenadiers, look at all these. Now he's got dragoons, got 2 heavy cannons. It's like, man, if you just got dragoons earlier, you would have been alright. Now it's like way too late for that, you know? Oh yeah, no. Crazy how long he waited to just get some dragoons. I don't know. Wasn't thinking too good that day. Absolutely not. Oh wow, that was a good shot though. Look at how many Wakoa rifles went down. Yeah. There you go. Ow. GG. Ah, good match. Good match. Especially by Gus Gus. Gus Gus did pretty alright there, you know. I'd like to see how he does against other people, though. Eventually, when we go through these matches. Definitely. So, let's go on to the next one. Batu versus Skull Knight. So, this should be pretty good. See what this one is. Okay, so we got Batu as Germany, and then we got Skull Knight as Ottomans. So an Ottoman versus Germany should be pretty interesting. Let's see how this one goes. And here we go. We got Wilhelm as Germany. Good name. And on the Ottoman side, we got the construction of a mosque as well as a trading post. As we always say, it's very essential for Ottomans to build your trading posts and your mosque as part of your build order, because it essentially guarantees you enough XP to have your build order moving along very smoothly. Ottomans, the biggest asset, they're unit cards, because as you know, the Ottoman roster is full of very powerful, strong units, Janissaries, Safahi, Abbas, Bombard, all those, even the 2 Falconettes, the Mambo card. And to be able to get that, you need shipments, right? So how do you do that? Get a train post, get a mosque. Also, having your mosque already ready to go is very important because obviously eventually you're going to have to get Galata Tower District to get the build limit up on your settlers and do that sort of thing as a sort of a secondary objective. But overall, shipment arrival time of very powerful unit cards is what makes Ottomans win time and time again. And related to that too, you do need those crates to arrive pretty fast so you can set up your fast fortress, your fast industrial, even your royal decree with the mosque construction. Yeah, it's all shipment dependent. So, Joker expert. So he's going to start with capitalism. So he's going to get his gold trickle going, which is pretty good. Very nice. Germany. What does Germany run? He hasn't gotten his first card yet, so we don't know what he's exactly going to do with his deck here. Is it going to be like a standard Germany, or is it going to be like an unorthodox or a mercenary or native build? That's what I'm curious about. Let's see if he ends up going with either of those here at this point. So he's going to go Germany. Germany's, this is pretty nice. He's going for a mercenary standard hybrid. Yeah, so he's going to go for 2 settler wagons, right? He does have Palatine settlements in there. So he is going to go for a number of mercenary cards here. He's got his 9 Black Riders, 12 Jaegers. He even has his 8 Arquebusiers. That's pretty good. You know, I don't see a lot of Germany's actually run their Arquebusier card. That's a pretty good one, actually. So, honestly, this could go pretty well. This could go pretty well for Batu. I would like to see him go for some sort of fast fortress into one of these. Probably the Arquebusiers first, because there's somebody I play with in ranked, and he has me do the Germany mercenary set. He always tells me, you always want to start with Arquebusiers first. So that way you can mess up their infantry. And then after that, if they do cavalry, then you throw the Black Riders in. If they do some sort of infantry thing, then you throw the Jaegers in, and then you respond to them in like, so... Yeah, it's a pretty interesting setup to say the least. But yeah, mercenary Germany is always a fun build to do for sure. So if Batu can pull it off, I'd love to see it here. Definitely. Absolutely. Or he could just play standard too, and those might just be support cards. Who knows? Because he's a more skilled opponent with some pretty high rating. Maybe he's just keeping an extra Arquebusier card in there in case he needs it against infantry. Who knows? We'll find out. Going up with the Core Master, 400 wood. A 10 village rage up with the Ottomans? Weird. He already went up with the Core Master, looks like. He's got his house up. He's bringing in 700 coin. Okay, so he's playing a bit unorthodox. But what has he got for the deck? He does have 2 Falconets. He's got Mamluks. He's got Safaris there, right? Okay. So this time, he's dealing with the more standard strategy. Last time we saw him doing this, he was going up against a Baja California revolt that was doing a trade monopoly. He thankfully doesn't have to worry about that this time. Now he just has to worry about surviving whatever sort of shenanigans that Batu has for him here, basically. So let's see what ends up happening here for the most part. Okay, so we see Explorer over here. What's he gonna get? He's trying to get the okay, so he's gonna get the 320 XP. This is very beautiful for the Ottomans. They love to see that. It means he's gonna... Now, this is weird. He's got the Frontier Defenses card. That's interesting. So is he playing the turtle this into a Royal Decree? Oh, he's getting Royal Decree now. Okay. That's weird. Very weird. Very unorthodox. But let's see what ends up coming of this. Yeah. Kind of curious where this ends up going right now. Yeah. I bet you are as well. So let's see what he ends up cooking for us tonight. Whereas Batu is doing a pikeman rush. Is that right? He's rushing with pikemen from a forward barracks. And he's going to try to siege his stuff. Okay, this is kind of weird. I don't know what he's planning here, honestly, but it's something. It's definitely something. So we'll have to figure out really quick what he's actually doing here before it gets too crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so now he's going to have to garrison those bills. He's called up the Bashi Bazooks to fight off the Ulans. The Bashi Bazooks will be great against those pikemen, by the way, because Bashi Bazooks, unlike other emergency units, have multipliers against heavy infantry. So they do better against pikemen, actually. They do better against pikemen than Minutemen. So that's actually something that they enjoy as the Ottomans. He's aging up with the scout, so he's going to get some delis. That should be good against a sort of crossbow skirm that the Germany tries. Could even out against the Ulans too, you never know. So what's his next step going to be? Huh. Is he going to go with Moss construction? I'm kind of curious what he's going for here. Yeah. It's kind of tough to say. Pushing in with the Ulan. Bashis take that out. Now, I think he's going to... Okay, he's going to throw his Explorer in there because he's going to try use his Explorer to shoot those Bashi Bazooks so the pikemen don't get hurt. Yep. Okay, so he's got the 4 delis there. He's going to use the delis to disrupt the Explorer. He's about half HP right now, I think, something like that. Okay, so we get that. Ah, beautiful art. So now he can push back. Now he's going to get Moss construction. Oh, so he's going to go for army reforms here. Wow. And get all the Nizam Fusiliers right out of the gate. That's pretty interesting. Oh, got that. Very nice. Oh, look at that trample attack. That was smart by Batu. Good use of the trample attack there. It allows your hand cap to do splash attack. That was great. Alright, takes out the Ulan. Very good. Here comes New Order infantry. So now you got 20 Nizam Fusiliers that you can run at your enemy. That's great. Oh, he just used his ability there to charge forward quickly. Alright. Batu is now in age 3, which means he's going to go right on the skirmisher because I think he knows what he's doing now. So, yeah, he's going to go skirm, skirm, skirm. Super skirm, yeah. Comes into the Nizams right now, pushing towards the opponent. See what they can pull off. Let's see if he can... Well, the problem is the barracks is all the way back here. If he, like, stopped to take this barracks out, maybe he could have, like, done something about that. But, yeah, no. At least he can maybe cancel out his skirmishers over here. What is he doing? What are you going over there for? You know he's going to spawn skirms. Try to take out the skirms or something. I don't know. But in all honesty, this is a little bit tough because it's like he's just running a bunch of random infantry here. And it doesn't look like he knows what he's doing. He's like a rebel without a clue. Just running around with all these Nizams. Like, what's the next step? Are you going to get falconets? What's the next plan here? Like, you should have maybe stayed in your base and got falconets or something, right? Because now, look at all these skirms. Now you're surrounded. That's not smart. It's quite the opposite. I mean, look at you don't go for an expensive thing like that and just let them get smothered by skirms against their counter. That's really a wasteful build order. That's a bad build order. At least the way you're doing it. You gotta wait till you get like falconets or cavalry or something to fight the skirms. So that way you can back up the Nizams and let them fight the stuff they're good at, which is either heavy cavalry, muskets, or artillery, depending on what stance you got them in. So, yeah, that's basically it. I don't know what you're gonna do, but, yeah, it's really interesting. Come to Yulons, very nice. Yep, get him in. This is crazy. Look at what he's doing. What are you doing, man? Got like no army now. He's got like nothing. He's got like no production builds. He's solely stuck in his base. This is not how you play Ottomans, folks. This is not how you do Ottomans. Just telling you. And he's using the ability just to run around the map quicker. That's crazy. Got one end cap here. Yep. Alright, take up those war wagons, very nice. Alright, so what is he even doing? Is he just going to Industrial Age? With Vizier? I guess. I mean, I don't even know what he's doing anymore, to be honest. This is like a Muppet joke at this point. I thought the Nizams came out and he was onto something until I saw the way that he was... The cameraman is live. Wow. Welcome, Omar. Nice to see you. Omar is one of the signature players from the Risk community, from the Legacy Risk community. He's one of our best Risk players in the world. So, yeah, they know me as the cameraman. The man that records tons of super long 2 to 3 to 4 hour Risk games, even if I'm already dead. Yeah. I love it. I love watching battles in Risk, and millions of units just flying around, cannons, arrows, you name it. Yeah. That's kind of why I probably love casting games like this, too. Because even if they're kind of weird ones like this, I just love to see open warfare and RTS. Get to watch other people battle, you know? I remember when I was, you know, younger, and before they had all these wonderful spectating options, I used to like beg people to be in their rooms to watch their gameplay because I just loved it. So it's no surprise that I got into like watching people cast games and give feedback, and eventually I got into it myself. So yeah, big time. It's always something to appreciate in every game, I would say, definitely. So he's got his 5 supplies now, but unfortunately the man's got so many war wagons, it's like, yeah, no, I won't even be worried about the supplies anymore because you got enough war wagons to deal with that very easily. Very easily. Very easily with all that. Yep. Easy pickup. Easy pickup on aisle 9. There you go. Very good. GG, man. Feel bad for you. I mean, you had a good build there. You just had to use it a little bit more wisely with the unit management, honestly. Yeah. Alright, so which one are we on now? So many games here. It's crazy. Look at all these things. Are we even going to get through them all by the end of the universe's destruction or whatever? Okay, so now we're on Giant Turtle versus Denden. We got the Turtle versus the Denden. Turtle's going Mexico and Denden is going India. If you don't remember correctly, Denden is the one that ran India against Horsefeed's Lakota. So, yep, Denden apparently does Mexico and India. So that's pretty good. So, India versus Mexico. I wonder if it's going to go the same way it did for me. Nah, I doubt it. I doubt it. Denden's a pretty okay India. So, he's going to show us how to do India actually properly, probably. So, here we go. He's pumping up some villagers. Very nice. And, what's he going to do? He's building a house. He's got one villager on food right now. The rest are on wood. That's how you set up a standard India age up. You got to, like, start out with the villages on wood, since the Indian villages cost wood, so you're not going to be able to afford with food, obviously. At least there is a card later, I think, that changes the villagers' cost of food, but that's later in the game. That's not right now. For right now, you have to like chop a ton of wood to get villagers, and yep, and basically gradually add more and more villagers onto the hunt, and then eventually you'll be able to afford your wonder. Yeah, that's how you do it. You also have the options in India of just going for a 10 villager age up, where you just throw all the vills on the hunts and just completely ignore the wood need. But it looks like he's not going to be doing that here at all. I think going with this 15, 16 villager age up with India is probably the more secure option, personally. But, yeah. Alright, so Mexico's going with El Dongadinga de Granditas there to get the Hacienda and 2 villagers. Alright, so this is going to be a Ba revolt. Looks like, yep. So we're going to see a Ba revolt against an India. Let's see if the India can hold off a Ba revolt. Should be interesting. Should be very interesting, to say the least. We'll see what he can do. Alright, so right away, he's going to get his bills out, and he's going to move that Hacienda mid-map, I would assume, right? Yep. Where is he going to put it? Probably over here somewhere, I would imagine, right? Or here. One of those areas, probably. So, let's see where that Hacienda... Oh, he's going to put it sort of... Not quite full center map, but... definitely extended outwards. I think that's pretty fair. And Texacala, right? Texacala, right? Very good. You can put down a military wagon and get a nice saloon there. So when you go for the Ba revolt, you already got your saloon set to start making your banditos and cuatreros. Should be quite nice. And what's going on the other side? We got Den going with some distributivism. That's always the first card you send is India, by the way, because you don't have any villager cards. Sort of like the Russians. You know, the Russians don't get any villager cards. They also send that same wood trickle card. So, going for a defensive agrifort. That is a totally responsible response, I think. I think if you know your opponent's going for a Ba revolt, going for a defensive agrifort, good idea. Good idea. Now, what this guy did, which I didn't do, is he actually checked to make sure that his vills were actually building the fort. Very important. Very important to actually make sure your vills are building the fort and not just sit there for like 2 minutes in the middle of the foundation just going, Mekalunga, not knowing what to do. Yeah, no, that's not good. But, yeah, no, that's absolutely not good. So, what is he doing now? He's building a market. It's going to get his hunting technology, I believe, as well as his mining one. If you didn't know, India actually gets the first 2 wood techs automatically, so you don't even have to research them. You get the cheapest one already done, and then you get the second one already done. The only wood techs that you have to research manually as India is the circular saw in age 3, and then the forestry one in age 5. That's about it. So India enjoys a really good gather rate of wood. That's how they're able to maintain their vill queue, by the way. It's not just that you have a ton of vills on wood, it's that they're actually starting out with those market techs already in place, basically. So it's pretty much taken care of. Going for civil servants. Civil servants is a flexible market option because it benefits all of your natural resource gather rates, including berries, hunts, mining, and wood. So a little bit of everything instead of just one. Quite good. So let's give him a bit of a good wood rate, a bit of a good hunting rate, a bit of a good mining rate. So looks like right away what Denden's going to do. He's going to start out with 700 wood, and he's likely going to start Gurkhas. So this is a very smart move because you know when Mexico goes for a Baja California revolt, all their villages are going to turn into filibusters, which are a form of musketeer. So best thing you can do, have Gurkhas, because Gurkhas are a skirmisher. They have 2x multipliers against heavy infantry, so they're going to have a pretty easy time with the filibusters. So that's why he's going for that there. Here we go. How many filibusters has the man got?
What is your
Figure it out. He's got 3 over here. He's got 4 over here now, and he's got 4 over there. So he's got about 11 of them. Pretty standard. Usually when people go for these things, you see between 7 and 11 filibusters typically, depending on what their recipe is for the revolt. First thing to get robber barons. It's really your best card because it's a literal factory to trickle your gold. It's going to be totally necessary to keep up your gold income for the Outlaws here going. It's good to start training Banditos right away since it's really your best round overall well-rounded infantry because it's basically an outlaw that throws dynamite in a charge attack. So not only has it got the stats of the Renegade, which is pretty good for a skirmisher, but also that charge attack with the dynamite makes it even better, right? And then you follow it up with coach guns. It actually gives you a few outlaws. It gives you 3 Banditos and 3 Cuatreros, so it does give you a little bit more outlaws added to the mass. It also adds a powerful charged shotgun ability to the trading post, so if enemies get too close to it, they get a big blast that does a ton of damage. Right? It's a charge ability, so it has a cooldown, but the cooldown isn't that long. It's actually a pretty short cooldown, so once the thing reloads and it goes boop, right again, does more damage, so yeah. What we're going to see here is likely going to be a trade monopoly again with the Baja California. So once he gets the gold, he's going to go for annexation and then try to do a trade monopoly. As you see, he's got every trading post here except for this one and this one. So that's exactly what he's playing for here. So that should be pretty good. Also pulling out the Walker's Gang. Walker's Gang is going to give him some random Wild West Outlaws. So might be Owl Hoots, might be Gunslingers, might be Cowboys. So it's another good reinforcement of Outlaws. And not only that, it's the United States Outlaws. So you got some powerful ones like the Owl Hoot there with his powerful buckshot attack. Gunslinger can be pretty good, and then the Cowboy also can do a pretty good amount of damage as well. Yeah. Whereas the Cuatreros are sort of more good for their splash attack, charge attack with the lasso that does splash. The Cowboy has a carbine shot that does more concentrated damage to one particular unit, which can be really helpful to you, basically. So that's why I was going for that. I'll actually going for Cheyenne Riders. Interesting. Very interesting. It's a good use of the map because the Cheyenne, as you know, are a hand cavalry unit. So seeing this Baja California go for a Cheyenne rider, kind of an interesting take actually. It should work pretty good. Let's see. Once he gets those Cheyenne riders, it's gonna force him to back up a bit, and it's actually gonna force him to utilize these AZAPs more. And their poleaxe melee attack, which is about 44 against Cav. Yeah. So he's doing Cheyennes as well as Bandito. So he's getting a little bit of each resource, which is good. So he is mixing his factory between food and wood, it looks like, so he can actually afford Cheyenne cavalry, which I think is a great idea. And now the Mexico has also picked up the train post here and the train post here. So controls every train post on the map except for the one right near the Indian base there. Since it's right under his nose, he wouldn't be able to hold that one even if he tried. Plus the game won't let you build it there because it's within a certain radius of the starring town center. So the game's like, nah, no tower rushes in my game. Nope, nothing like that. So Den goes for Zambarax? Zambarax. That's a little weird. I don't think Zambarax is really what you want here. No, not really. Probably just Sepoy Gurkha. Honestly. I don't know what the Zambarax are going to solve, though, because I feel like the Zambarax are just so flimsy in this situation. Just not going to serve you very well at all. No, definitely not. So what is he going to get now? Is the question. Is he going to go for capitalism? Is he going to go for Soldier of Fortune? Right over here. What is he going to do? I have no idea, actually. Or is he going to start his annexation already? That's a good question. Alright, so here comes the capitalism. Here comes the gold trickle. Very nice.
¿Quién busca salvación? Hola. Mande.
Here comes the outlaws. Let's see what he can pull off here. And now you go for the stable there. Then, so you go for the house first. That works too. Oh, not bad there. Nice. Who won that one? I think India won that. Yeah. Oh, he did because he went to Fortress Age with the Taj Mahal and had the ceasefire. Oh, okay. So yeah, that was actually an India defense there. Very good. Good work, India. That was a hard one. I mean, obviously, I blundered mine really bad, but you did a good job, India. You proved my point about the Gurkhas being a good defense against a California revolt. So, good job showing them how good they are. Basically, yeah. I gotta figure out which one we are on now. Yep. Look at all the matches we got here. This is crazy, man. Yeah. Alright, so now we are on group. So this is going to be 2 Chinese players because you don't see any text there. That means that both players are using Chinese or some sort of Asian characters in their name. So we won't know who they are. Okay, so we got an India versus an Inca. Inca versus India. Alright, so that one should be a pretty good one. So let's see what that one's all about. Should be pretty nice. So in this matchup, basically we're going to see a lot of things. Pretty much both civs, I would say, are very solid in 1v1. You know, for different reasons. For India, they just have a really good setup where you can get an aggro fort, hold it somewhere in the map, either defensively or offensively. And you got a really nice way to roll in a nice semi-fast fortress with plenty of Gurkhas and elephants and sepoys to go around. As for Inca I feel like has a great economic advantage because of these wonderful structures here you call concha houses. Concha houses are basically houses that trickle food. About 0.6 food to be exact, so it's pretty good. I mean, once you get all these concha houses, the food really stacks up and it really helps the Incan economy quite good. So yeah, that's what we'll probably see there pretty much. What's going on here? This guy's explorer there, probably looking for some things to get. Yeah. Gonna be shipping in 3 villagers, very nice. It's called Mod. It looks like a fast fortress deck because notice how there's no units in Age 2. There's not even the 2 Warhats card. He's going to be going for a fast fortress in Age 3 and be relying on his Bolaz warriors, his Sawarika fighters, his Macemen, and yeah, he also has a big Chimu shipment there as well. Also has the Machu Picchu and the support card for the Chima runners, so looking a lot more oriented towards Age 3, if anything, and then Age 4, to another extent. Very, very nice, yeah. So let's see how this turns out. Aging up with the Chief. Chief is always a very solid age up option. Oh, the Wise Woman. Yeah, go up with the Wise Woman. The Wise Woman's very wise indeed, so that'll help you out quite a bit there. And trying to figure out with the Indians, what's the Indian deck like before we continue. So, Indian deck, this is really a standard Indian deck. It really contains all the bare minimum stuff you need, which is the 700 wood, 700 gold, Sepoy, Sawar, Diplomatic Intrigue, your Forest Logging, and then your Tiger Claws. So that's good. Now, this card here, Tiger Claws, this is always a good one to include because sometimes you're going to find yourself a situation where you're stuck in Age 2 and you really need something to rip through their skirmishers. And the Tiger Claws will, like, do it really well. They got some really good multipliers there on top of just being a good hand cavalry. So that's typically something you want to look for there in the matchup, I would say, yeah. So now we got the Agrifort going up here, sort of mid-map. So we are probably going to see some initial Sepoy aggression by the India towards the Incas. How the Incas respond, they're probably going to try to turtle up and go for that Fortress Age because that's what we're seeing. They have also gone for their community plaza. Does anyone know right now? Yep, they got a llama on there. So they got a llama who's currently generating how much XP per second? About 1 XP point per second. So that is pretty good. Honestly, that'll help out quite a bit. And gonna get 700 coin. That should time for a really good fast fortress timing. And from there, should be able to start out with Huerica fighters to fight the Sepoys, and then follow up with Bolaz warriors in case Sawars might become an issue, or the Ottoman Delhis with the consulate. Yeah. Alright, the Agrifort is up. Looks like he can start to produce some Sepoys. He's already got this first one queued. Also, when you age up with Agrifort in Age 2, you do get 2 free Sepoys as well. So if he does afford all 5 of them, he can push ahead with 7 Sepoys right from the get-go, which can be very good. It's also shipping in about 700 wood as well, so again, it's infrastructure rate, which I think is a pretty good idea as well. Yep, very good actually. So it should work quite nicely there, indeed. So what happens on this side, yeah. And the Sepoy in that spot.
Huh.
Adesh?
Again, the 210 XP treasure there, very nice. Comes some more Sepoys, very good. Here comes the 300 export, Diplomatic Intrigue, very nice. Also picking up the professional hunters to improve the food rate. Not a bad idea, so you can afford more Sepoys. Sepoys, as you know, very expensive food musketeers, since they are pretty statistically strong, I would say. Also, Ottoman allies coming in for the 3 hand cavalry, the Delhis. However, it is apparent when I look here that the Inca is in Fortress Age now, and they just got Machu Picchu. Because now they got the big fortress in their base now. This should give them pretty good defense here, this Pucara. Yep. Also, the Inca's done a good job with converting bandit riders from the treasures. So he can maintain a pretty good starting army of stuff to support him. Which is quite good. Looks like the Inca will focus on Macemen, training elite Macemen as well as shipping them in. Macemen are pretty good. The Macemen, they're a little bit different than Doppels. The big thing you'll notice about Macemen is they actually have crush armor, which is pretty funny. Yeah, no, they can resist crush damage, which is really cool. Yeah, definitely. And also in terms of their general stats, total damage machine. They like wreck everything, like Wreck-It Ralph good. So that's good. Here comes some of them right now. As you can see, intact, very good. 45 with the 2.5 splash, 325 HP, 20% pierce, and the anti-crush damage. So one thing you can do with these forts is you can actually house your military inside of the fort, and it effectively takes them out of the population equation, which is pretty nice, yeah. Because then you can get a bunch of extra stuff, which can be very helpful. You can fit a ton of extra army in your army, and it ends up working out pretty good, yeah. That's why he's garrisoning those maces in there, yeah. Now he's going to start training more macemen, and then he's shipping in the Bolas warriors. I would say to get some Huerica fighters, because you need something that's also anti-infantry. You can't just go straight up anti-cavalry by itself and expect it to go well, so it's something you need to consider there. Also, the 3 priestesses are also on the committee plaza as well here, so that's going to be generating even more XP per second, about 2.4 XP per second, which is a lot better than the one that we saw before. Here comes the Bolas warriors, here comes the macemen. What are we doing back with India? So India is going to get their Shamanar Gate, right? Shamanar Gate coming up. Problem is, now the India cannot go Mahouts because they're dealing with the Macemen and the Bolas warriors. So what are they going to do in Fortress Age? Maybe go more in the direction of Gurkha. Does he have Royal Green Jackets? No he doesn't. I keep that card in my deck all the time, Royal Green Jacket, so I can potentially get my Gurkhas like another multiplier. Then they're doing 3x against, you know, the heavy infantry, so they're much more like the European skirmishers to that extent, so yeah. That's what I do there. Okay, so let's see if these Indian infantry can back up enough from the Macemen. Look at that, that's pretty good. Quite solid actually. So now what's going to happen is you have to retreat now, pull back, and get away from that. Yeah, it's quite good. Agra Fort going down with ease because of the high siege on those macemen. They're like mega siege troopers in the way that they operate. Yeah, they're pretty good. They actually are classified as siege troopers too, by the way, so if you have anything like Minutemen or whatever, try to shoot them at these guys because they'll go down a lot quicker that way. Oh, he's got the Arumi though. Beautiful, beautiful. Arumi is every heavy infantry's worst nightmare because they're basically a melee skirmishers. They have multipliers. Look at him, he's flinging the Arumis in the air. Look at the Arumis going, Hamla! Hamla! Like that, into the air. It's crazy. Wow, insane. Mace's been going to work, yeah. Look at them all going flying now, yeah. Yeah. Look how far he flung that one. That one went like fee in the air. I wonder if the Incas really had bases that were that powerful. They could literally send like a conquistador like flying through the sky, even with this full plate armor on. That'd be insane. That was true, big time. So yeah, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Here comes the Mahout shipment. Very nice. Oh, he's going for the little one. He's going for the baby 350 food one. There's also a 1,000 food one that gives you 3 Mahouts, which I personally like to send first. So you're hitting with a larger force of cavalry and then followed up with the 350 one. So then you have that extra set of 2 elephants is the support for the main batch of 4 of them, which would be the free one you get with the Shaman Argate, and then the 3 you get from the Mahout shipment, basically. Yeah.
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है
I switch into the British allies, very nice. This is a typical move once you get your Mahouts in yet, because the Brits improve the hit points of all your units when you're allied to them. For the infantry, it's good, but it's not like a huge effect. But for the Mahouts, because of what their base HP is, it really makes them into mega tanks, because they start out with like over 1,000 HP. And then when you give them a fraction of HP through the consulate, you see like a really big drop in the big jump in the HP on those elephants, and then they can do a lot more in tough combat situations where they might be playing dragoons or hand infantry in the end. Okay, so what was he gonna send? Siege elephants now? He's got siege jellies? Oh, that's interesting. He's got siege jellies now. Be careful with those macemen, they'll ruin your elephants. Oh man, they'll knock the elephants right out of the room. Just like that. Look at that, he's ailing them right on top of those macemen. It's just really bad. He's losing those. Oh no, look at the maze splash attack. Oh man, gotta watch out for that stuff. Look at the Sepoys flying now. Whee! Must hurt like that bad if you're getting thrown in the air that much by it. Absolutely. Appears those siege elephants is delivered. Yep. Very good. Can we see that Huerca shipment in yet? Well, that should be the next one then, if he hasn't gotten it already. Yeah. That's what I would say.
Imanulan dyan na pakpan! Listung kaya. Party!
Yeah, it looks like India's got the edge now because now he's got ranged troops, so he can just sort of chase the Macemen around the map at this point until he gets Huerca fighters to actually fight back. Yeah. He's gonna try to sneak up here now? What is he doing? I don't know what this Inca's doing. He's just running around the map with units at this point. Oh man. Oh man, look at those Macemen. Oh, knocking out the elephants now. That's not good. Imagine if they could send the elephants flying in the air. How mess. That should be a mod there, where the Macemen send the elephants flying in the air. That would be pretty funny, actually. Like that. Yeah, big time. But India's on top of his base, though, so I don't know who's going to win. Look at the base. Look at both of their bases are literally dying before our very eyes. Yeah, no. Okay, is his villagers out there? Yep, he's got his villagers over here now. He's got those retreated. Very good. Very nice.
Imanulan dyan apak.
Now comes up the Huerca fires up. That should have been out a long time ago, man. Then you could have fought the Sepoys and done this much more clean way. Because now you have to go through running around the whole map, and it turns into a game of migration and nomad to see who wins. Oh man, this is, yeah, I know, it's like insane what's going on. Real crazy. Really is. I did not expect this sort of situation to happen at all. Really, not at all. Definitely not. Absolutely not.
Howdy.
Ooh, look, the bill's flying up to. Hamla! Oh no. Oh, great. You gotta attack with just the Macemen so you can watch the villagers go flying. That one, whee! Like that, yeah, very nice. Ah! Oh man, great. Oh no, don't use the mace. Don't use the chi moves. You gotta use the maceman. See what happens here. Oh! It looks so unnatural because they're not wailing their legs in pain and like flying. They're just like It's like they're totally stiff. It's like it's almost as if like the mace is like breaking every bone in their body and they turn into this stiff like Barbie doll flying in the air, fragging. It's like crazy. Yeah. Good match though. That was chaotic. That was a chaotic match. Absolutely. So who ended up resigning? Was it the India or the Inca? I don't know, because this guy got more macemen too. So I think the India resigned. Am I right? Let's check. Yeah, I believe the Inca won that one. What do you think? I think the Inca won that one. From what I'm gathering about the match, yeah, I think the Inca won that one. Seems the most logical there, yeah. Alright, so this, and which one are we on now? Which one is this? Which one is this, man? Let me figure this out real quick. Oh, Grogu versus Bandit. Ah, okay. This should be pretty good. So we got Grogu versus Bandit here. Nice 1v1. And Grogu is running Japan, and Bandit is running the United States. So we got United States versus Japan here. Should be a pretty nice matchup. I wonder if we will be seeing a Scottish immigrant USA once again, and if so, how will that do against Japan, which is known for their very speedy Ashigaru musketeers. We'll find out right here, right now, how that ends up going. So here we go. Collection of the food treasure, very nice. Japan getting the 35 coin. Good. Looks like the first shrine has come up for Japan over here to encapsulate these 4 bison right there. Market has come up as well to research Hanami parties to improve the gather rate of the food. Make sure adequate age up time. Japan also going for a train post right here. Very solid move. Should help receive a ton of cards. Especially since, as you know, with Japan, you can send many of your cards again twice, including your villager cards, your crate cards, your military cards, even some of your upgrade cards for gather raid, particularly your wood chopping and your fishing ones too, which is pretty neat. So Japan will open up with 2 villages, it looks like. Does have the option for Heavenly Kami later. Also, Chonindo. Basically, this is a team version of economic theory that Japan gets, where the gather rate is only about 8%, but it affects everybody on the team, pretty much. I don't know if it's as good to have in 1v1, though, since it is a little bit weaker than eco theory individually. But I guess that's up for personal opinions to decide, I would say, in that case, yeah. So what now? Basically, we're gonna see what the United States deck looks like. So he is running Bank Coin. What is Bank Coin? So what is he doing? Is he gonna like mine for gold and try to go for a quick bank in age 1, or what? Bank Coin. From what I am seeing here, it appears to be a bank-based fast fortress, because notice how there's really no cards in Age 2 for like military, so he's clearly trying to get to Age 3 very fast so that he can run his 54th Massachusetts and upgrade all his stuff to veteran, then back it up with like 8 regulars. Has his 7 sharpshooters there, does have his 5 carbine cavalry at fort. Pulaski's Legion there. He does have Russian American Company too. And then Age 4, should he get there, he has his coffee mill, great for the Gatling guns. 5 rockets, which is quite good, and yeah, all that. Alright, so here comes Dutch immigrants, bringing in some gold trickle from that bank. That'll be quite good. Also improves the mining rate a little bit, and it improves the yield on the mine, which means the mine will last a bit longer too.
Yes? I'm ready.
And here, oh, he went Pennsylvania, so he's gonna get the Philadelphia Convention. It looks like, to also pick up the coin trickle from that, because basically one of the 3 royal decree-ish texts you get from Philadelphia Convention includes one that gives you a coin trickle. Now you do gotta be careful because it is a trade-off, and I think it does reduce your mining rate a bit. But overall, the gold trickle is very reliable in general.
What is your command?
Looks like the USA also builds a barracks, interestingly enough, and gets a batch of Minutemen out onto the map. Probably do... Oh, wow. Just to get rid of that... Oh, the build still died to the Samurai, though. That's unfortunate. I was going to have to run his Madmen there and get into position.
I'm ready.
Okay, so where's Japan at this stage? So they haven't sent any of their Ashigaru shipments yet. Right now they're on about 80. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to use the maneuverable movement speed of the Ashigaru, which is about 4.5, to favor the battlefield against these guys here. Thankfully, though, all these soldiers here are 12 range, which is equal to his Ashigaru, so if he runs very carefully, maneuvers properly, he can actually catch him off guard and get a free skirmish off of him. But thankfully, for the USA side, they've been pretty on top of, making sure that doesn't happen. Ooh, a bank wagon from the consulate. Yeah, we don't always see the Dutch be used for the consulate, so that's pretty interesting. So he's going for the bank. He's also going for the church. The church has some really good text for later. Also, the church will obviously trickle you XP as well, which can help you in the long run to get more cards that you'll need, like your Ashigaru cards here, or your remaining crates here as well. And then if you do run out of food, obviously with Japan you can run this card, which is the Cherry Orchard Rickshaw, which will allow you to make even more cherry orchards. You can use it about 2 times. Going for the cherry orchards. How's his food doing? Oh wow, he's on to one cherry orchard now. So yeah, he's gonna have to get 2 more so he can distribute all of his food bills onto it. Very important. So what USA is doing right now is he's doing the most important thing you can do against Japan. You want to rush the Japanese shrines as quick as you can because it, number one, houses them so they can make less units, and it also reduces their economy since the shrines were all trickling out of resources Japan configures. So it's very important, no matter what civ you are, try to attack those Japanese shrines so you can cut off the economy as well as the population space. Very important. Now, it looks like Grogu is going to ship in Daimyo Motatawa to get some more forward base units on the field, whether it's training them or even shipping them. Can he actually... Yeah, he could use it to ship in the Ashigaras at this stage, which could be good. And then when he ages up, obviously he'll have all these units to ship in. The Nagis, the Ashigarus, the Yumis, even the Flaming Arrows, yeah. Oh wow, watch out for the Yumis. Watch out for the Yumis, but you have the infantry there. That can be pretty dangerous. Yeah, big time. Also, it looks like you guys go in Pavilion, right? Right over here. Which means now these Yumi archers have even more attack now because he's under the range attack stance, which increases the attack of all your range units. So your Ashigarus, your Yumis, your artillery, and your Yabazumes, pretty much, yep. Also your Shinobis on the isolationism side, which looks like he has here because he is making some Yamabushis now from that consulate. I like this pressure from the United States, just going in hard with tons of regulars like that. It's ensuring basically that he can survive even without having to go to H3 at all. Just go hard regular, hard Hussar, and he also picked up the Springfield Armory too, which definitely helps. Basically with this, what he can do is he can get all the arsenal techs for free, be it at a slower rate. So he can get the flintlock and the cartridge for the regulars to actually make them even stronger, even in H2. And if he does want to add in state militia, he can actually get the counter infantry rifling on them now, so they'll be much more efficient to use against Ashigaras potentially.
I'm ready.
Looks like Socket Bayonet's
Yes.
just coming in right now. And he is going to age up with Kentucky. Good choice, actually, because by the time that Kentucky arrives... get these bills out. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. Alright, there you go. Alright. By the time Kentucky arrives, he's going to have counter-infantry rifling on those sharpshooters. And if he can get out Kentucky hunters, because he has been sending a pretty good amount of cards. How many cards does he send? He sent about... Ocho, so about 8. Yeah, that could be good. But honestly, what you can do is you can actually go Gatling gun, sharpshooters, and then send it. And you'll get even more skirms out of that card, which would be great. Pretty good value across the board, yeah. So that's what you should probably go for there, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
I'm ready.
Okay, Pulowski's Legion first to deal with the Yumis. Pretty fair. Now he's going to have Gatling guns out. Very important. But why is his infantry all the way over here? They should be down here, like, getting ready to fight and protect the Mulons and cover them from the Ashes, though. I think that's a bit of a mistake, honestly. Yeah. Oh man, see, that's what I'm talking about. You should have been, like, there trying to fight a bit. Isn't that... Does he have any vills?
What
Yeah,
is
he
your
does.
command?
Build a
Hello?
tower real fast. Get this, and then, this. In that order. Alright. He's just gonna quit. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's absolutely fine. Definitely fine. Let's see which one we're on now. Let me see here. What do we got? Now we get to see Aiken on somebody facing Aiken, is that right? Okay, let's see how this one is. It's Aiken is British, and he's facing some Chinese fellow playing as the Russians. This is always a fun one to watch, honestly, because this gives me memories back to seeing people on House of the Train Post, I think, playing the Brits against Russians, and it's always an interesting one, because it really tests the British player to see how overall consistent they are with their build. Because if they're not that smart with the way the British work, then the Russia can really take advantage of them and really pressure them deep. Just sort of, well, wait a second. What's the best example that I can give you? Probably the Julian K versus Moon best out of 1 game that we saw a few weeks ago in the stream, right? For this tournament. Basically, what ended up happening was Moon went for a pretty greedy setup with his Manor Boom. And what Julian K did, he managed to time his Strelitzes and Cossacks so good and add some recruits in that he was able to keep his troops under the town center as he sieged, effectively preventing Moon from even using any of those villagers at all to begin with. That was a pretty good tactic, I think, that really served him pretty well there. Because what ended up happening eventually is it starved out Moon so much that he couldn't train any more troops and then he just gave up. So let's see if that ends up happening here between Aiken and what's his name? Charming Tuvahana. Yep. So what does the British deck look like? Tourney normal. So you got 3 vills, you got your town militia, you got your rum distillery. These are all your cards over here. You got your 3 crates, longbow, musket, 4 villagers. And then in age 3 you got 8 vills, 10 longbows, 2 muskets, hussar, and falconet. What else? Yeoman, you got Yeoman, you got all your musket cards, you got all the cavalry except for the attack. Pretty solid. I mean, should do pretty good here. If it does go late game, at least you got sustainable agriculture and rum distillery. Yeah, that's a good include. How about Russia, though? Russia's got really everything they need. For Russia, all you really necessarily need is your 2 Cossacks, your unstoppable Streletsy card, not just Streletsy, unstoppable Streletsy, and then you got the crates here, and then you got spies. This is pretty good because it benefits all your cavalry, and this benefits all of your infantry. Yeah. And then in H3, you got your falconets, got Manchu. You even have the Fanar, so you got some boyars there. You don't have your Servov reforms, though. Yeah, so you can't just turn your unstoppable Streletsys into unstoppable Recruitskis. Recruitskis, yeah. Not an unstoppable Streletsy anymore. It's an unstoppable Recruitski, yeah. Okay, so he's going to age up a Core Master, right? Core Master 4 in wood. Brits go up with the Governor. Hello, Governor. 200 gold and a tower. Will be good for musketeer production because trust me, when you're dealing with the Russia, as long as this Russia knows what he's doing, he's going to be pressing you pretty hard here. He's going to make you run for your money. Absolutely, man. So we'll see how that ends up going. Yeah. Hurting the hunt. This is likely around the area where the blockhouse is going to go somewhere. Let me see where it's going to go. Right in the spot. Okay, that's good. Right there should go pretty good. And what you're going to basically do is you're going to pressure the Brit as much as you can with unstoppable Streletsys and recruits. And then utilizing those Cossack shipments as sort of like a buffer support to use against the skirmishers, basically. That being the longbowmen that the Brits get. So barracks over here. Tower going up in that spot. How many manor houses is Brits on? He's currently on 3. Yep, so what you do is Brits, you go 700 wood first, followed by 600 wood. So you eventually have so much wood in your stockpile that you can get like 7, 8 or so manor houses, and that's like plus 7 to 8 vills, because every manor house you build gives you a free vill, so that's good. Yeah, and those crates are especially necessary since the base cost of a manor house is about 140. Which is 40 more wood than the standard house, so yeah, basically the whole added villager thing makes the house a little bit more expensive than it normally is for balance purposes. Alright, so blockhouse is right here. What will Russia start with? So Russia will start recruit and ship Cossacks. Okay, so start with recruits. That's pretty good. Now, make sure you obviously get enough of these soldiers, because if you don't, it could end pretty badly. Yeah. Going for a secondary blockhouse over here, I see. Okay, sounds alright. Now, what is he going to do for defending that position? Because it looks like he has some recruits, he has some Cossacks, but looks very basic at the moment. Like, I don't see any substantial army that would keep the Brits at bay besides the range attacks on those blockhouses, perhaps. I see Aiken is already at about 8 or so muskets, it looks like. He's got 10 of them. He's got a full stack. Yep, but now he's going to train more muskets. He's also shipping in 6 of them from the home city, so he is getting a pretty good nifty batch of them. Wow, denying him the 320 XP treasure. Look at that. The little bear, the poor little bear, the poor little crony bear on there on the ground going, Dad, you really injured him. Not good. Don't do that to a crony bear. It's unfortunate. I'm honestly surprised he saved Gangsa till later. Didn't get that first. Because here's the thing. If you get Gangsa earlier with Brits, then you can get more manor houses and thus get your Vil boom with the manor boom going really well there, yeah. He's going to keep resuming musket as Brits usually do, whereas the Russians added more recruits and sending in the 700 wood. Alright, so basically that can get you some population spaces you need. Maybe get some unstoppable Stiletsis into that mix. Or could just be to add a stable too. But we'll see. Here comes Unstoppable Stiletsi. 13 Unstoppable Stiletsis. Very nice. Why? Oh, what happened there? He paused like in place there. What was that? I don't know, but it cost him the Cossack, unfortunately. Okay, so Brits are moving on the northern blockhouse. Russia's going to have to take a quick U-turn and go right after them. See if we can save that thing there, basically. Unstoppable Stiletsi will have to be really unstoppable there with his range multipliers against his muskets. Cossacks and recruits are going to have to back up, though, and get these Hussars away. Let's see if we can do it, yeah. There's Unstoppable Stiletsi shipment coming in. And train some recruits. Recruits rather. Oh boy, Hussar's up near the Vills. Ah, man, that's annoying. Look at that, he's gonna lose Vills now. More of them. Wow, crazy. Oh boy. Yep, this isn't good. Not good at all. Now Brits are going Musket Hussar. This is usually peak Brits right here in H2. Going Musk Hussar. Musketeer for like the backbone mass army, and then Hussars for just running around, raiding, ruining everything they can. Yeah, it's a pretty good duo. So he can get his longbowmen shipping out, so he does have a few archers mixed in as well, for the recruits in particular.
Commandment.
Good demonstration of how to counter Russians with the British, honestly, because now he's on his houses and he has to resign. Beautiful, beautiful. Aiken was able to basically be very on his feet as far as getting his vills out, getting his barracks, and pushing his opponent. He had to rush him right out of the gate and just really press him really good there, so that was good, really good. Very good, actually. So, let's see what else we got here for a game. Just curious, let's see. Antimony versus Ajbama. Let's see what this one is. Got an Ottoman versus France. This always is a spicy one. Alright, so we got Ajbama is the Ottomans, and Antimony is the French. What do you do when you're French or Ottomans? You go right for the trading post, right? Except trading post right there. Yep, very critical to both civs. Both civs are very reliant on their powerful unit shipments, so best thing you can do, get your trading post built, and then you want to get your mosque built if you're the Ottomans, because that's going to provide you even more XP that you can throw in for your card timing. Yep, definitely. Obviously, with other European civs, you can't do that because your church is an Age 2 building. But for Ottomans, they're allowed to have a mosque early so they can research some of their necessary improvements, right? Since Ottomans don't work like other civs. Ottomans, the villagers come out for free over time, so you don't even have to manually click the town center to make the villager. It just comes out for free with no food costs. And how it's regulated with this mosque is there are technologies that improves the train rate, so the villagers will come out even faster. And then there's another tech set that controls the build limit. And until you research those build limits from the Ottoman mosque, your populations could be a little bit meager, you know, until you do that. And honestly, early on, the costs are not that much, so it's like, whatever, man, just get them and then keep growing and growing. French starting out with 3 CBDs, and they'll probably follow up with 4 CBDs in H2, which is what most French have in mind for their builds, I find. Yep. Whereas Ottomans are going to be running H2. So, what does that tell you? He's going to be going double barracks janissary, right? You can even tell from this card over here, Spice Trade. With Spice Trade, it improves your hunting rate, as well as even the yield of your animals. So they actually last a bit longer, which is good. Basically, in this situation, you are basically getting your food rate up so good that you can afford the cost of the janissary, which is about 90. So it's a little bit pricey. So that's what you're basically doing there. Looks like Ottoman is ready to age up with Core Master, right? Core Master? Yeah, Core Master. Okay, very good. French will go up with the Core Master too. So, wood. Everyone's getting you get 400 wood. You get 400 wood. You get 400 wood. Yeah, basically that setup. Yep, pretty nice. Ottomans just got their second shipment, the capitalism. Yep, very nice. In non-fast fortress situations, you can often find the Ottomans start with the 3 Uruks and then go for the capitalism afterwards. That's because with Ottoman build order, you already have a train post, you already have a mosque. Your shipments are coming out so fast that you can justify going for 2 powerful Age 1 cards back to back. The fills followed by the trickle, which is quite useful. Also, we'll be picking up hunting dogs to afford that janissary cost in H2. See, even has the Uruks in place here too, right around the tree areas where they want to push in from, which would be right here, and then they go up towards France that way. Looks like France does have their barracks up though, so I don't know what the plan's going to be, what the tactic is here. Yep. It's now going to add in 5 Uruks for even more economy, which I think is pretty nice. It's gonna open up with Janissary. Which area is that? Okay, so here's the first barracks now. The second barracks for double barracks Jan is up, so they can resume some Janissary offense against the fortune army of antimony muskets from France. Armin's going to bring in 700 gold so they can afford more Janissaries. Where's Yang in the foundry too? That'll be important to figure out here as well. Nope, just for right now, just 2 barracks, just Jan.
Hazır.
Okay, so France is also doubling down to H2 and is training more muskets as well as shipping in the 8 crossbowmen to help gain a leg up on those Janissaries than their extra HP, which I think, you know, might be your only shot here. Because once it comes to double barracks Janissary and you kind of let their, you know, economy accomplish that, it's going to be like a double barracks Jan spam. At that point, to the point that you can't do much because they got so much HP that like, using range attacks and stuff, which normally works for most muskets, is going to be kind of overwhelming, right? Yeah. Looks like 700 gold's coming in for the France now. Could mean either reinforcement or age up. Yep. As for the Ottoman continuing to do double barracks Jan, also picking up steel traps, which will make the hunting rate to afford Janissary's food costs will definitely improve quite a bit, I would assume. And now, at this point, he is sending in spice trade to lock and load his food income for those Janissaries. They can just send them. You can just keep sending them and sending them until there's no more hunts on the map, which definitely takes a while. So, has a bit of luck there at least. Surprised you didn't get placer mines yet. That's usually a basic one to get at this stage. Yeah. Is that another coin shipment? Wow, France is really digging out the crates here to survive. That's pretty insane, yeah. Big time. Yep, still retaining the jam. Uh-oh, this is bad. Yep, the stars on your... See, he's got nowhere to go. He's like literally going away from the town center. Run away! Run away! Like that. It's like from the AoE2 campaigns. It's just not gonna help. He's gonna like lose all those fills big time. Absolutely. Not bad at all. Okay, so good pushback by France there against the Ottomans. It's a good demonstration of how to deal with double barracks janissary. Don't let the huge stats on those jans scare you, or their numbers. You can beat them with some reasonable tactics, like attacking the economy with handcap, like you saw right there. Trying to, you know, manage your troops pretty well to make it hard for the Jans to win and so forth. You know, it takes a lot of good micro skills, I think, to beat double barracks Jans sometimes if you're not the Ottomans yourself. It's not like you can just go in there with, you know, same tactics of everything and make it work and so forth. So yeah, pretty much. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing. We're definitely not getting all these done tonight, so I think we should adjourn for now and continue doing these tomorrow. Yeah, before I start passing out and falling asleep and stuff, which would not be good. Yeah, no, we need to make sure we maintain some quality for these casted games. So, yeah, thank you for everybody that came here tonight. Let's try to get even more people tomorrow night, which would be great, you know? Just pick it up where we left off. Really good stuff, so... See you next time. Sign off now. GG, well played, everyone in the tournament, and thank you for bringing us these wonderful games to look at. Definitely appreciate all this wonderful content that you've given us. So, thank you to the AoE3 community for being strong. As you know, the devs obviously took off. We're making our own fun, so that's great.